the Hollywood Billionaire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Ibiza. Let's dance. No time for romance. You got me intoxicated. You got me intoxicated. The time is June 8th, 2016, or strictly speaking, it is the early morning of June 9th, 2016. The location is Pacha Ibiza nightclub in Salamanca Bay, Ibiza. The characters are Martin Solveig and Thomas Wesley Pence, two leading figures in house music who have been active in the European electronic music scene since 2002. Just like Diplo's resident status at XS nightclub in Las Vegas, Martin Solveig also has a similar long-term performance agreement in Ibiza. Every Wednesday, Martin will hold the My House event planned by him at Pacha Ibiza, inviting well-known DJs such as Don Diablo, Chami, GTA, Dylan Francis and others, to perform on the same stage. Today's guest is Diplo, the founder of Mad Decent, and Hanye's partner. At this moment, the two were performing a B2B performance on the DJ booth at Pacha Ibiza, which was particularly small and cramped compared to the venue size of 3,000 people. The so-called B2B in the field of electronic music means that one person plays one song. The first DJ plays a piece, and then the second DJ takes over the next piece, and so on. The charm of B2B lies in how the musical aesthetics of the two people are properly integrated to produce a creative spark of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Judging from the warm atmosphere on the scene, the response to their B2B set is not bad. Now playing in the Function 1 array speaker is Martin Solveig's co-branded single Intoxicated with GTA. It ranks 2nd on the UK dance music chart and 5th on the singles chart. This future house is one of the most frequently played house music at rave parties and electronic music festivals this summer. Standing on the far right side of the DJ booth, Hanye crossed his arms and stood a distance away from the hot girls of various colors who were rushing onto the dance floor in cool clothes, and swayed his body gently to the rhythm of drop. This is how electronic music performances are. Even if the stage is full of random people, it will not affect the DJ's performance. This is especially true in nightclubs. There are even nightclubs that sell booths connected to the DJ booth at high prices to provide guests with a unique experience from another perspective. Standing in the crowd, Hanye really seems a bit out of place. It's not just because of his more introverted personality that he can't fully enjoy the music in such an environment. The more important reason is, this future house song is okay. The drums are very bouncy and the melody line is also very nice. Even in a sober state, you can fully appreciate its rhythmic beauty. But the other music in this set is different. Deep Down Low, Valentino Khan, style, G-House, Bass House, The Giver, Duke Dumont, style, Deep House, A Lost Era, Jasaffelstein, style, Techno. To put it in more understandable language, if you are not taking drugs, your acceptance of these music decreases from top to bottom. This is why 4/4 music, especially techno and tech house, is popular in Europe, but has a mediocre response in Asia. These songs are only good to listen to, and can be danced to when you are lifted up by chemical products. Now Europe lacks everything except drugs. Pacha Ibiza, which is full of 3,000 people, and divided into 5 halls, has almost no Las Vegas style booth service, and rave enthusiasts fill the dance floor. Half of them are not taking drugs, but they are already drunk. In this state, let alone techno, they can get excited even when playing children's songs. As for the other half, me, Ken, and Un, these 3 things basically present a pattern of 3 heroes competing for hegemony. Some people are devoted to one, while others are brave enough to mix all 3. In Europe in the 2010s, the effect of green plants was too weak, and the ones that had to be injected with a needle were considered too dangerous even by Europeans. Therefore, these 3 types of drugs with intermediate efficacy and addictiveness became the most common contraband in the European party scene. Everyone, every night, and even every time, reacted differently to these drugs. Although the lights were dim, Hanye, standing on the DJ stage, could still clearly identify the dullness, ecstasy, and madness on every face. Some people seemed to be twitching, unable to stop for a moment, and constantly used spasmodic dance movements to volatilize the drug effect. Some people stood in place, with salivating mouths and empty eyes, as if they had gone to another world. Of course, there were a small number of people with painful faces and gloomy and irritable expressions. These are the so-called poor people who crashed. Drugs that can make people hallucinate, can sometimes bring you extreme pleasure, and of course sometimes drag you into the abyss of pain. Everything is a matter of probability. Crash tonight. Big deal. Come again tomorrow night. Looking at the revelers on the dance floor who could only be described as zombies, Han Yi curled his lips and frowned. He would not judge anyone's lifestyle, but that did not mean that he would not have a physical and mental double disgust for certain lifestyles. If I had known this would happen, I would have said that I was still jet lagged and stayed in the hotel. Han Yi sighed to himself, his eyes drifting to the left of the DJ booth. From June to the end of August, it is the busiest music festival season in the European music industry, especially electronic music festivals. From Exit in Serbia to Tomorrowland in Belgium, from the Creamfields in the UK to Ultra, which has traveled across the ocean, to open a branch in Croatia, the summer schedule of European electronic music festivals can almost be described as shoulder to shoulder. The stage of the previous show has not been dismantled yet, and the stage design team has already rushed to the next country to build a new venue. Such a prosperous scene has been like this for more than 10 years, which has also led to almost every DJ who has achieved some success in his career basically spending the summer in Europe. Among them, the place they go most often is probably Ibiza in Spain. The nightclub culture is extremely developed, and it is also a popular holiday destination all over the world. Catalonia has a wide range of delicious food, the best seaside scenery in Western Europe, which can only be compared with Nice, and the beautiful women who flock to it. When there is a music festival, they go on business trips to other cities, and when there is no music festival, they go back to Ibiza for vacation. Every night, they go to nightclubs to play discs and earn some extra money. This is a comfortable summer life of the world's top 100 DJs represented by Diplo. Therefore, today in Pacha Ibiza, there are not only Martin Solveig and Diplo, but also Martin Garrix, David Guetta, Lost Frequencies, Sam Felt, Nicky Romero, Nervo and Jonas Blue. Martin Jr. just finished the finale of the Flying Dutch Music Festival in Eersel, the Netherlands on the 4th. After resting for 2 days in Ibiza, he will rush to Seoul, South Korea on June 10th to participate in the performance of Ultra Korea. David Guetta and Lost Frequencies will perform tomorrow in Pacha Ibiza, while Nervo Nation, organized by Nervo, ended successfully in Ashua the day before yesterday. The DJ community is small to begin with, especially when it comes to the level of annual income of over 1 million. Everyone must know each other. I come to support your performance, and you come to attend my event. It is a kind of interpersonal relationship and a social convention. It is precisely because he knew that many big name DJs would come to Diplo's performance today, many of whom are the next cooperation targets, that Han Yi chose to attend the event as soon as he landed. After putting his luggage in the lobby of the Nobu Hotel in Ibiza Bay, he didn't even go upstairs. He went to the Ibiza branch of the famous British salon brand Blowout to take care of himself carefully, and changed into a beige casual outfit that complemented Tom Ford and Brunello Cucinelli, striving to show his best appearance in front of these well-known electronic musicians. Han Yi felt that his look was even better than the one he had at the Utah welcome party. As soon as he arrived at Pacha Ibiza nightclub, he knew that his efforts today were in vain. They were all there, but they were all out of their minds. Nervo, Lost Frequencies, Martin Garrix and Jonas Blue were all drunk. When Diplo introduced Han Yi to them, they couldn't even straighten their hands. Sam Felt, Nicky Romero and David Guetta were even more cruel. The way these three looked at Han Yi could be described as empty. Han Yi had never seen anyone's eyes look so much like a vast grassland where horses can run. Especially David Guetta. His expression now was exactly the same as the time he was overloaded at Tomorrowland 2 years ago. These Iron Men who have 150 performances a year and fly around every day may not be able to make it this far without the support of drugs. After politely declining the tequila Jonas offered him and silently placing the pill David Guetta stuffed into his hand beside the DJ booth, Han Yi decided to wait until Diplo's performance was over and then go back to the hotel to rest. Other things would be dealt with after the DJs found their souls. Thinking of this, Han Yi subconsciously took another step back, wanting to stay away from this extravagant feast of alcohol and drugs. In such a narrow and cramped space, walking around without paying attention to the surrounding environment will only lead to one consequence. That is bumping into others. Oh, I'm so sorry. Feeling the impact from behind, Han Yi turned around immediately and sincerely apologized to the victim. It's okay, I didn't look at the road either. The tall girl, who was only slightly shorter than Han Yi and almost indistinguishable, raised her hands and smiled back nonchalantly. In her left hand, she was holding the phone that she had been looking down at just now, and in her right hand, the light orange Dahlia Margarita was hidden by her side, and it looked like it had not spilled at all. Seeing the other person's elf-like face, that was almost half his size, Han Yi's eyes unconsciously showed a trace of astonishment. Of course he recognized this face. Hungarian national treasure model, the most popular swimsuit model of Sports Illustrated, the leading actress of IMG's model section, Victoria's Secret angel. Barbara Pavin, Hungary, located in Eastern Europe, is originally the intersection of Eastern and Western civilizations. Although Hungarians are not direct descendants of the Huns as many people mistakenly believe, the culture of the Huns did have an important influence on the formation of Hungary and the main ethnic group of Hungary, the Magyars. The most direct evidence is that Hungarians still have a unique name in the world that has been passed down from generation to generation, Attila. More importantly, the Magyars themselves also come from the heart of Asia east of the Ural Mountains. Magyar, also known as Hungarian, is also a Finno-Ugric language that is deeply influenced by East Asian culture and Turkic culture. The surname is also in front and the given name is in the back. The way to record time is year, month, and day instead of day, month, and year. Even the address is first the city, then the street, and finally the house number. Not to mention Hungarian goulash, a home-cooked dish that is extremely similar to Chinese cooking methods and flavors. Any Chinese who sees the silhouette of Hungarian culture will have a sense of closeness. Even the appearance is the same. Hungarians, or Magyars, can be said to be the most Asian among all the ethnic groups in Europe. Barbara Pavin in front of Han Yi is an excellent example. Her ocean blue eyes are matched with a delicate and small slightly upturned nose, and her plump and three-dimensional lips are full cheekbones with smooth and gentle lines. The similarities between the Eastern and Western aesthetic systems are vividly reflected in Barbara's face. In other words, her beauty can be appreciated without any obstacles by both Asians and Europeans. Her impeccable and perfect face also allows her career to switch freely between high-end fashion models, swimsuit models and mainstream print models. Beauty that can be appreciated by any race and any culture is an innate amazing talent. The cultural integration and world harmony reflected by her beauty are the main reasons why Han Yi admires Barbara Pavin the most among all the famous models. Well, it's definitely not because of her unreasonably beautiful and otherworldly face and her 3D printed body built by working out 10 times a week. The black musical note hollow sweatshirt she is wearing from Luo Yucheng. It's really too hot. I was reversing, so I should be fully responsible. The look of astonishment and amazement only appeared for a moment and was well suppressed by Han Yi. He nodded and smiled apologetically and asked humbly and politely, "Did you spill the drink on yourself?" "Oh, no, don't worry. I've already drunk half of it. It's hard to spill it." Han Yi's soft tone, like spring water that soaks people's hearts, made Barbara Pavin quite fond of him. She raised her eyes and looked at the Asian boy in front of her seriously. Ryan Gosling, Hugh Grant, Timothée Chalamet. If they were mixed together and put into a Chinese body, it would be the young man in the beige aviator jacket. Barbara doesn't like the alpha males like Dwayne Johnson that are popular in Western Europe and North America. The delicate and handsome with a hint of melancholy is her aesthetic standard. Han Yi, with his neat and shaky hair, just hit her target. Every detail is in line with her standards. And I'm looking at my phone, so I have to pay a fine of $150. Anyway, hi, my name is Barbara. After making a humorous joke, Barbara generously extended her hand and shook hands with Han Yi. Han Yi pursed his lips. "Nice to meet you, Barbara." Nice to meet you. You too. Barbara flicked her hair, tilted her head, and joked. You must be an important person to be here. Nah, I'm not an important person. Han Yi waved his hand and smiled calmly. It's just that some friends I know are here. The two on the DJ stage. Yes. Strictly speaking, it's the one on the right. Han Yi pointed at Diplo's back and raised his voice. It was just the time for the next song to drop, so he could only increase the volume to have a normal conversation. Who? Diplo? Barbara Pavin's way of improving communication efficiency was different from Han Yi's. She moved closer to the other party. Yes. Han Yi nodded and responded. Oh, that's a coincidence. He is also my friend. At this point, Barbara leaned forward, and her slender arms reached Diplo's back without too much effort. Thomas. Oh, hey, Barbara. Martin Solveig was taking over the next song, so Diplo had about a minute or two to spare. He turned around and hugged Barbara. Thanks for coming. Sorry for being late. After the filming was completed, they also did an interview and recorded a video, so it was a little delayed. It's okay. Did you have fun? Well, I just arrived and haven't listened to many drops yet, so I can't judge it yet, but at this point, Barbara pulled back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Han Yi. I just had a car accident and met a friend of yours. Friend, oh. Following Barbara's gaze, Diplo patted his head and suddenly realized. Let me introduce you, Barbara. This is Yi Han. My friend, yes, my best friend, and also my boss, the new owner of Mad Decent. Huh, boss? Barbara Pave nodded in understanding, then narrowed her eyes slightly, turned her head, and looked at Han Yi who was sipping coke with a faint smile beside her. She raised her right eyebrow and made a mouth shape to Han Yi. Liar. Chapter 152 Barbara Pavin. I'm not a liar. Before they could say a few words, Diplo had to rush back to the DJ booth to finish his performance. Han Yi shrugged and looked at Barbara sincerely and honestly. You didn't ask either. What should I say? Ask a stranger. Hey, did you just spend 36 million to buy Diplo's label? The liar was just a joke, and you can tell by the way Barbara Pavin smiled now. For this Hungarian girl who always shows 2 rows of white teeth and is as hot as a little sun, it seems that few things can affect her always excited and high-spirited mood. The number is too precise. Han Yi raised his chin in the direction of Diplo. Did he tell you? No need to tell me. It's all on Twitter and IG. Barbara Pavin, who has lived in the United States for 5 years, 1 year longer than Han Yi, has already mastered the American accent. But it is this 1 or 2 deviations that make her pronunciation of some words still have a faint Magyar accent. But this did not affect her impression. If anything, this casual Eastern European style only made her accent sound more charming. It happened last month, right? Yeah, it was officially announced at the end of last month. That's right, one day when I woke up and opened Twitter, the news was everywhere. Barbara Pavin put her index finger to her lips and recalled seriously. Justin retweeted it, didn't he? You mean Bieber? Yes. Yes, he sent us a congratulatory tweet. Congratulations, brother. What new music have you prepared for me? This is the text Justin Bieber wrote when he retweeted Diplo's tweet later that day. Although it was to warm up the unannounced cold water, Justin, who has nearly 100 million followers on Twitter, has undoubtedly expanded the scope of this music industry bombshell to a wider field. Barbara Pavin still remembers the news of Mad Decent's acquisition, which is the best proof of Justin Bieber's online influence. It's hard to imagine that Thomas is still working. Barbara glanced at Diplo behind Han Yi and smiled mischievously. If I had just made 36 million, you would only see me on the sofa at home, eating tequila Thai food, and indulging myself into a big fat man. Diplo likes hard-earned money, plus, I don't let him rest. Han Yi blinked and joked, you know, the boss has to do this. Wow. Barbara exclaimed in cooperation, what a devil. This is a tray that a qualified Illuminati member must have. Just kidding. At this point, Han Yi spread his hands and looked at Barbara who couldn't help yawning. Is this joke so boring? Yes. Barbara looked solemn and nodded heavily, but after a few seconds, she chuckled and waved her hands casually. I didn't mean to look distracted. It's mainly because the shoot started too early today, and I wanted to take a nap after returning to the hotel, but the Portugal vs. Estonia game was on TV. You know, who can miss Cristiano Ronaldo? Do you watch football? I play football. Barbara Pavan raised her chin proudly. Standing in front of you is Hungary's top striker. I thought it was Puskas. Hany couldn't help laughing. I forgot the attributive female striker. Hey, you know a lot about football. Barbara asked excitedly. Americans all know Ronaldo and Messi, but few know Puskas. Because I'm not American. Hany responded with a smile. I'm from China, born and raised there. Oh, but you're English. Well, it seems that I'm using my language learning ability to guess you. I have an accent, too. Hany pointed to his mouth and made another joke. For example, I still can't say literally, and I can't add like in front of every sentence. This is called educated. Barbara, who has settled in North America, of course knows what Hany is satirizing. The two foreigners who couldn't stand the American acting like a bitch smiled at each other. That makes sense. I heard that Chinese football has developed very well in recent years. Yes, we like to spend money. No other topic could make Hany so embarrassed. He grinned and answered the question irrelevantly. Anyway, I like Hungarian football very much. Not only Puskas, but also Kocsis and Hidegkuti. I think it is one of the 3 strongest national teams in history. Perfect spelling. Barbara's eyebrows raised to the maximum mark. Wait, another Hungarian player, an active one. Orban. Hany frowned and thought for a moment, then continued with some regret. I only know him. I never thought that there would be someone in real life who could name a Hungarian football player. In 2016, when Szoboszlai was not yet famous, it was difficult for even hardcore fans to name a Hungarian player. No, even after Szoboszlai became famous, few people could connect him with Hungary. Therefore, it is understandable that Barbara Pavan, a retired female football player and avid football fan from Hungary, was so surprised and excited. Let's meet again. Barbara stretched out her hand again with full energy. Barbara Pavan, a fan of Neymar, Ronaldo and Barcelona. Hany, a fan of Puskas, AC Milan and Real Madrid. Hany politely shook Barbara's slender fingers and commented teasingly, a very strange combination. Barcelona and Cristiano Ronaldo. Ha, you are still talking about me. Barbara Pavan was obviously not convinced. AC Milan and Real Madrid. Someone obviously chose the home team based on the number of Champions League titles. Not entirely. Hany suppressed a laugh. I don't remember Ferenc winning the World Cup. That's not fair. There are only 9.6 million of us in total, and the great Mr. Puskas helped your home team win 5 La Liga titles. 3. It seems that you two get along very well. Drake's oversounded, and there were still 30 seconds before AMTRAC's Once Is Enough remix made by Chambray. Diplo took off his headphones and wanted to greet Hany and Barbara for a moment, but found that the two had formed a small universe with a unique aura. One was drinking Coke, and the other was sipping Dahlia Margarita. They were discussing some European sports news from Philadelphia that he didn't quite understand, which formed a sharp contrast with the decadent atmosphere of Pachyribes' Sodom Chemical Laboratory. No, we didn't. Barbara pointed her thumb at Hany and denied it flatly. He doesn't respect Puskas. Disrespect poo. Okay, kids, play by yourselves. Diplo shook his head and hung the noise-cancelling headphones on his head again. For the performance, he still maintained basic sobriety, but he didn't know whether Hany and Barbara Pavan entered that strange state. At least from the topic they discussed, the probability is very high. Soccer nerds. I feel like he is using body language to call us nerds. Hany stared at Diplo's back and said, then he is not wrong. Barbara yawned again. If you don't like this kind of music, you're considered a nerd. Electronic music? Oh, no, I like electronic music, you know, the exciting EDM on the main stage of Ultra Tomorrowland. Barbara curled her lips non-committally, but I can never understand what's popular in Western Europe. Techno, tech house, maybe it's because I don't take drugs, so I can't get into it at all. That makes the two of us. Hany smiled and continued. You don't take drugs? Do I look like I'm high? No matter how long he has been overseas, Hany can't empathize with the relaxed attitude of European and American society towards banned drugs. The century-long humiliation that began with opium has had a huge impact on the values of the Chinese people, which is something that the entire West cannot understand. Over there, this is a death sentence. I thought you didn't drink to avoid affecting the efficacy of the drugs. Barbara was right. Many people can go to nightclubs without drinking a drop of alcohol for a whole night because some drugs work better alone. I don't drink, I don't take drugs, and Barbara Pavin swallowed the word super cute back into her stomach. Who are you? Quite boring, right? Han Yi smiled at her nonchalantly. My freshman roommates called me Han Sober. What a nice nickname. Every time she smiled, Barbara Pavin looked like an invincible and well-behaved chipmunk. Her thin cheeks would bulge with a little baby fat, making her shallow dimples look particularly cute. But it's not boring. On the contrary, I appreciate it. Anyone can have fun. Most people use these things. Barbara Pavin tapped the wine glass in her hand with her fingernails to find fun, and in the process, lose the ability to get pleasure from themselves. So, in today's society, people who can rely on themselves to feel satisfied and happy are superpowers. Deep. Han Yi responded softly, thoughtfully. But I think I should still be the first type of person. How do you say it? Barbara asked with interest. I really want to find the strength to make myself happy, but I'm really too hungry. Han Yi's words were very simple. We didn't arrive in Ibiza until 8 o'clock. After dropping off our luggage at the hotel, we ate something and went to get our hair done. Hey, Fiamu, what did we eat just now? Tapas. Compared to Han Yi, who looked a little tired, Fiamu, who stood by with his hands hanging down, didn't seem to have any special changes. The Albanian special forces who could survive in the mountains of the Hindu Kush for more than a week would never be defeated by a small jet lag. Oh, yes, tapas, I almost forgot. Han Yi sighed heavily. Remind me again. Fiamu, why did we choose to eat tapas? Because you said that when you come to Spain, you have to taste their local specialties. The tough guy Fiamu's ability to tell cold jokes is only slightly inferior to Han Yi, and you are the boss. You are right. Han Yi put his index finger and middle finger on his temple. The boss can always make all kinds of smart choices. The self-deprecating style and humor, as well as the conversation between Han Yi and Fiamu, which obviously had no barriers and distance, made Barbara Pavin's smile lines at the corners of her eyes and the dimples on her cheeks deeper. No one doesn't like young and handsome billionaires, especially those who are approachable and don't put on airs. How long are you going to stay here? Clearing her throat, Barbara joined the conversation between Han Yi and Fiamu. You said in Ibiza? No, in Pacha. Barbara pointed her index finger down at the floor. Let's have another 40 minutes until Thomas's set is finished. Okay. After 40 minutes, I'll treat you to the most delicious supper in Ibiza. Barbara clasped her hands together, raised them to the right side of her face, and said mysteriously, believe me, it will definitely suit your taste. There is another chapter in the afternoon. Chapter 153 Beautiful Night. Is this what you call the most delicious midnight snack in Ibiza? Han Yi looked down at the dazzling array of plates in front of him. In Spain? The reason for this question is that the plate in front of him is full of sashimi, sushi and so-called Japanese fusion dishes. After Diplo's set, the two hugged and said goodbye to the electronic music stars and walked around, and finally returned to the Nobu Hotel in Ibiza Bay to order room service. Yes, it was a coincidence and very normal that Han Yi and Barbara Pavin stayed in the same hotel. Han Yi stayed in Nobu because it was the only 5-star hotel in Ibiza that he was familiar with. According to Barbara, she stayed here because IMG and Nobu have a long-term cooperative membership plan. It all makes sense. There's a slight change in the plan. Barbara Pavin wrinkled her nose coquettishly, but it's not my fault. It's already 2:30 and nothing is open. Even Sap Hunter is closed. But hey, this is pretty good, isn't it? At this point, Barbara skillfully picked up a golden fried shrimp with chopsticks. Tempura at 3 AM, plus Romano cheese. A lady who really knows how to live. Barbara. Seeing Barbara take a bite of tempura, pinch a small piece of Romano cheese with her hands, and savor it carefully with red wine, Han Yi was really shocked by this cross-cultural dining experience. He thought for a moment, picked up a piece of salmon with chopsticks, dipped it in soy sauce, and put it into his stomach together with a piece of Parmesan cheese. Strangely enough, I actually think it tastes good. Romano or Parmesan, it goes perfectly with everything. Barbara looked like a well-informed gourmet and looked at Han Yi's surprised expression with satisfaction. What about Fei Yamu? Are you sure he doesn't want to try it? That man is an iron tower. These things will definitely not feed him. Han Yi smiled and pointed to the door of the room. He went back to order a cheeseburger. How can a cheeseburger be as interesting as cheese sushi? Barbara teased, but did not continue the topic. I didn't expect that you would live here too. Why? Han Yi asked. When those rich people come to Ibiza, they generally stay in beach villas in San Jose or Cubal. You know, when you come to the island for vacation, you have to stay as far away from the city center as possible. I'm not a rich man either. Yes. Barbara Pavan rolled her eyelids and conveyed her overly humble attitude towards Han Yi with a simple action. Preset positions are never a good thing. If you ask Han Yi if he is used to the life of a billionaire, the answer is undoubtedly yes. And if the question is changed to have you been completely assimilated into the stereotype of European and American rich people, the answer is also unquestionable hard no. Aspen skiing, Palm Beach wintering, St. Barth's vacation, Mediterranean yachting, these are the most popular entertainment activities for the rich in the West, but Han Yi has not experienced any of them. It has only been 3 or 4 months since he came to the new world. As for the rare profession of billionaire, Han Yi is still in the process of continuous learning and exploration, and has just started. I can guarantee that all those stereotypes about billionaires have nothing to do with me. All of them? Barbara asked with interest, her eyebrows arched high. All of them. Han Yi gave an affirmative answer. Okay, challenge accepted. Barbara put down the cheese stick in her hand and raised her index finger. First question, what is your relationship with the guest artist at Pacha Ibiza today? A cooperative relationship. Han Yi spread his hands, quite unconvinced. Cooperating with others is not something that only billionaires can do, right? Cooperating with others is certainly not. But, Barbara blinked. How much did this cooperation cost you? Next question. Han Yi changed the subject decisively. Okay, the second question. What is your relationship with our dear Mr. Finn Dervish? Employment relationship. You hired him as private security. But there are many people in this world who will hire former Albanian special forces to protect their personal safety, right? Before the voice fell, the two of them chuckled at the same time. Although there is no need to ask the third question, but the third question. With the index finger, middle finger and ring finger raised proudly, Barbara Pavan delivered a fatal blow. How did you get to Ibiza? By plane. Be more specific. Okay. Han Yi raised his hands. You caught me. I'm a bird of the same feather as every rich man whose surname ends with Berg, man or Witz. Isn't this a good thing? How many people dream of the lives of those Berg, man and Witz? Barbara took a sip of red wine, thought about it, and added, I think each of us has some unconscious stereotypes from our career or life. For example, I'm a typical so-called supermodel. No, you are not typical at all. Han Yi shook his head, his eyes full of doubt. You are completely different from the supermodel in my impression. How can you tell? Barbara asked curiously. In my impression, supermodels should pay attention to sleep time, but it's already 3 o'clock, and you are still here chewing cheese with me. Han Yi counted on his fingers. Second, it's about chewing cheese. Why are you eating? I mean, anything. First of all, sleep is really important to me. If Thomas hadn't invited me to participate in the event today, I should have gone to bed at 10 and got up at 6 normally. When was the last time you went to bed at 10 and got up at 6? Han Yi smiled and dismantled the fairy tale world described by the girl. Barbara was speechless for a moment. I can't remember, but it must have happened this year. Several times. And, knowing that the first thing was untenable, Barbara hurried to prove herself from another aspect. This is not normal, eating midnight snacks. I'm a firm believer in the 80/20 principle. What is the 80/20 principle? Eat healthy and fat reducing meals 80% of the time, and splurge 20% of the time. Before she finished speaking, Barbara broke off another cheese stick and put it in her mouth. This is the 20% of time, which is not exceeded at all. Moreover, if it is before important schedules, such as Paris Fashion Week and Victoria's Secret fashion show, I don't even have this 20%. I train 10 times a week and rely on protein shakes with espresso to survive. In fact, in 2 days, I will enter the devil training mode. Barbara put her hands on her hips, straightened her back and chest, and smiled. What you see now is the most indulgent Barbara. Is there any problem with this? Hanyi moved his eyes downwards, quickly scanned Barbara's waist and abdomen exposed to the air, and then politely turned his attention back to her face, who was not sure if it was half the size of his. Although she doesn't have the exaggerated waistline of Candace Swanepoel, nor the sharp six-pack abs of Isabel Gowlett, it has to be admitted that in real life, Barbara Pavin's figure is the one that best conforms to the public aesthetics and feminine characteristics. The ultra-low body fat percentage obtained through crazy weight loss or plastic surgery is definitely not as pleasing to the eye as the perfect natural bodybuilding. I'm not a nutritionist, but there is no doubt that your body is in a golden state that I will never be able to achieve. I don't even have abdominal muscles. Barbara pinched the muscles of her abdomen and made a bitter face. What do you want that thing for? Hanyi was puzzled. To make waffles? Oh, believe me, the requirements of the modeling industry are much more stringent than you think. Barbara picked up a piece of cucumber sushi roll with her fingertips, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally put it directly into her mouth without dipping it in soy sauce. When I first walked the runway for VS, do you know what the media called me? What? Victoria's Secret's first plus-size model. Those people must be joking, right? No, they're serious. Because I'm taller and fatter than those exclusive Victoria's Secret angels. Barbara Pavin shrugged. Before I became famous, I went to some brands for interviews, and their interviewers would sincerely suggest that I cut a couple of ribs or change my career. That's crazy. Hanyi shook his head in disbelief. I mean, you are synonymous with perfection. Am I perfect? Yes, impeccable. Hanyi emphasized, you shouldn't leave the modeling industry. If the modeling industry has objections, it should be the modeling industry that leaves Barbara. AWW. Thank you. I like this statement. At this point, Barbara Pavin used her hands to lift her hair, making her long light brown hair more fluffy. She held her chin, raised her eyes, and quickly posed for several very charming poses. Who doesn't want to be a perfect girl in the eyes of others? The reason why supermodels are supermodels, they can walk dozens or hundreds of shows in a fashion week season, appear on the covers of Harper's Bazaar, Vogue and Elle in turn, and make millions of dollars every year, is because they can show their unique charm in an instant. Just like the 30 seconds of tears of excellent actors, freezing the most beautiful moment and replicating it infinitely in different occasions is an essential skill for elite models. Barbara Pavin, who just announced 3 endorsements for Giorgio Armani di Gioia, Cartier de Lune and Lagerfeld Private Club this year, and whose annual income is about to break the $4 million mark, has naturally honed this skill to perfection. The hotel room was slightly dim at 3 o'clock in the morning, which was not the best light source condition, but it was more than enough to make the man across the table flutter. Hanyi concealed his gaze very well, but the pure passion still made Barbara's skin a little hot. Barbara was keenly aware of the other person's changes, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She stretched, stood up, and walked towards the balcony. Her underwear was thrown everywhere in her room, so it was not convenient to invite Hanyi, a man, to be her guest. Therefore, the venue for their midnight snack was the Nobu Hotel's rooftop royal suite that Hanyi had booked. The price of £7,183 per night, for Hanyi now, can cause the same emotional fluctuations as buying a $6.45 turkey panini at Starbucks. Is it expensive? Of course. But do you need to care? Not at all. What's more, the design of the Nobu Hotel's royal suite is indeed in line with Hanyi's preferences. Independent living room, outdoor dining space, and a huge terrace. On the right is a leisure area consisting of an L-shaped corner sofa and a white fabric sofa that can accommodate 4 people. On the left, there are 2 lounge chairs and a massage bath that can accommodate 8 to 10 people at the same time. In the dark night, the bathtub was running on its own, emitting an alluring Tiffany blue light. Under the influence of the white waves, the light beams were constantly changing their shapes. What a beautiful night view. Barbara leaned against the terrace enclosure made of 12 transparent glass panels, squinting comfortably in the slightly cool sea breeze. Are you talking about now? Hanyi followed Barbara's steps and came to the terrace. He looked at the Ibiza bay in front of him, and it seemed that he did not agree with the other party's conclusion. It seems that there is nothing to see. The nightlife in Ibiza is rich and colorful enough, but it is limited to a few areas. The Spanish do not have the bad habit of keeping the lights on all night like Americans. In addition, it is already 3 o'clock in the morning, when everything is quiet. Ordinary people have already fallen asleep, while nocturnal animals are partying in nightclubs. Therefore, in addition to the basic roadside lighting, only a few buildings still have light overflowing, like a weak candle in a dark forest, as if it will be extinguished by the sea breeze. Not every place has to be as brightly lit as Manhattan. Seeing Hanyi following her as she expected, Barbara's face showed a devilish smile of success. She calmly stepped to the right, letting herself and Hanyi shoulder to shoulder. In Manhattan, living in a reinforced concrete tower, no matter when you open the curtains, you always feel that there are eyes on you from all directions. But on an island like this, even if we just stand outside, no one will be able to find us. There is nothing in front of us except the sea. Don't you feel that, Yi? Don't feel what? Hanyi turned his head and asked with some confusion. What answered him was Barbara's fiery red lips. Mint leaves, lemon peel, and cedar. This is the fragrance that suddenly leaked from the lips and teeth of Barbara and Hanyi. All this is a good time to do this. After a long time, they parted their lips. Barbara used her thumb to gently wipe away the red on her lips, and her voice was filled with icing sugar sprinkled on Budapest strudel. Barbara, Hanyi exhaled a breath of hot air, wanting to say something but stopping. What's wrong? Barbara still maintained that seductive movement and tilted her head. Is there anything I should know? For example, there is a girl waiting for you at home? Hearing Barbara's words, Hanyi's eyes froze, and then he couldn't help sinking into the inky night of Ibiza. Who is waiting for him? No. Hanyi held Barbara's face with his left hand and put his right hand on the waist of the Victoria's Secret angel, looking for the fragrance that broke his strings again. Next, where do you want to see me? Barbara closed her eyes and murmured vaguely during Hanyi's attack. In the jacuzzi, or on the velvet bed? Chapter 154. Welcome to Hollywood. When he woke up again, it was already afternoon of the next day. He propped himself up on his elbows, feeling the soreness coming from his arms, back, waist and abdomen. Hanyi opened one eye and closed the other, facing the sunlight that came in through the milky white gauze curtains, as if he had not yet completely returned to the real world. Was I dreaming last night? Morning. Obviously not. On the right side of the unusually soft velvet bed, Barbara, wearing a bathrobe, was curled up there, waving at him playfully. Her smile was so full of vitality, and she looked energetic, as if the girl who had been intimate with Hanyi until dawn yesterday, and had tried every place in the suite that could accommodate 2 people was not her. Barbara buried her head in the pillow, and her mobile phone was placed on her soft and flat belly, fixed with her slender legs bent as a stand. Morning. Hanyi twisted his neck and breathed a sigh of relief. Can't help but notice. Are you watching Friends? Yes, this is my standard routine when I wake up. After pressing the pause button and taking off the headphones, Barbara stretched her body. It's my favorite TV series, too. Me too. Hanyi nodded in response. It seems that every foreigner likes this American TV series the most. Barbara put her phone aside, turned sideways, propped up her face with her left hand, and looked at Hanyi with a smile. To be honest, I learned English from Friends. No wonder. Hanyi slightly widened his eyes and raised his voice. I just think you speak like. Who? Rachel or Monica? Janice. Oh, you're dead, sir. Barbara turned over and sat astride Hanyi, supporting her chest with both hands. Her smooth and flawless skin pressed against Hanyi's hot waist and abdomen. She looked like a young lioness with bared fangs and claws. The large movement made the bathrobe she was wearing lose its basic covering function as clothing. Her grace and beauty that transcended race and culture were fully revealed in front of the 22-year-old Chinese billionaire. I didn't go back to the room last night, so where could I get underwear to change into? Feeling Han Yi's suddenly heavy breathing, Barbara smiled sweetly, held his cheek, and found the place where she had been practicing and running in all night. Two places. 23-year-old Barbara Pavin is at the peak of her life with the most vigorous physical strength, and so is Han Yi, who is 11 months younger than her. Even if they don't rely on fitness to maintain their athletic skills, the next half hour will be enough for them to turn the entire royal suite upside down. The beautiful Victoria's Secret angel and the handsome young billionaire were lingering in the morning on Ibiza. It could be the theme of the best-selling romantic novel in the United States, or it could be the most wonderful encounter between the two in a long time. After Barbara Pavin cleaned the traces of the battle and removed the makeup that should have been removed last night with the Neutrogena makeup remover wipes she carried with her, the room service waiter had already brought a table full of food that was not sure whether to call it brunch or lunch and dinner. "What kind of coffee do you like?" Han Yi asked as he poured half a cup from the pot for Barbara. "I don't want to ruin your first cup of coffee experience when you wake up. I usually drink black coffee for my first cup of coffee when I wake up." Barbara wrapped her bathrobe tightly, sat opposite Han Yi, and said softly word by word, "But today, I want to add some sugar and cream." The double entendre words made Han Yi clear his throat twice. "Thank you." Barbara took the hot latte that Han Yi had carefully stirred, smiled, raised her fingertips very reservedly, and took a sip. The passion dissipated with the endorphins. After all, the man and woman sitting on both sides of the balcony dining table were still quasi-strangers who had only met once. Physical familiarity has nothing to do with the soul. So, Han Yi lowered his head to stir his hot tea, trying to find a topic. "What are your plans for today?" "I have to catch a plane." Barbara raised her hand and looked at the screen of her mobile phone. "Are you still working?" "I have to attend a L'Oreal dinner in Paris." Barbara flipped through the text messages and grinned with some fear. "Fortunately, the event doesn't start until 8:30. Unfortunately, the private plane we booked doesn't take off until 4:50. Look, who is the billionaire who takes a private jet now?" Han Yi spread his hands and teased. "I just bought a seat, $816, for the convenience of getting on and off the plane." Barbara raised her eyebrows and turned the joke around without showing any weakness. "How much did it cost you to fly here from Los Angeles, Captain? Their fruit platter is so fresh. Try it." Han Yi calmly placed the ring-shaped mountain of fruit in front of Barbara, avoiding the main point. "Okay, let me try." Barbara glanced at Han Yi with a smile, slowly picked up a piece of banana chips, and put it in her mouth. After chewing it for a few times, she seemed to remember something, trotted all the way to the bathroom, took out a card from her black Celine shoulder bag, and returned to Han Yi. "Yi, can you be a gentleman and do me a favor?" Barbara squatted on the left side of Han Yi, her hands on the armrests of the seat, raised her puppy eyes, and blinked at the other party. "Can you please go to my room and get the box on the luggage table at the door?" Having said that, Barbara straightened up and blew gently in Han Yi's ear. "It's not convenient for me to go out like this now. Someone tore my VS yesterday." "Okay, sorry, I'll go right away." Han Yi swallowed hard. "Why apologize?" Barbara frowned in pretended confusion and pressed on. "That was the highlight moment of last night. I'll be back in 2 minutes." Looking at Han Yi's fleeing back, Barbara Pavin bit her lower lip and couldn't help laughing. After Han Yi returned to the room with his suitcase, Barbara stopped teasing the man who had made her lose focus several times. The Hungarian girl quickly changed into a loose sports suit for boarding and put on sunglasses. "Nice to meet you." "Me too." The overly unfamiliar farewell made both of them think of the close intimacy they had all night long. Although they had not rehearsed it, Han Yi and Barbara saw the same expression on each other's faces at the same time and smiled at each other tacitly. "Okay, after I go out, don't leave the room until half an hour later, okay?" Barbara hugged Han Yi and patted his back with one hand. "Even in Ibiza, there are a lot of paparazzi, and I don't want the girl in your family to see this kind of report." "There are no girls in my family." Han Yi smiled bitterly. "That's the girls." No matter what the relationship is, there are definitely a lot of people on the other side of the sea who care about you too much. Don't deny it. The girl shrugged neatly and smiled freely. Barbara sees everything. Goodbye, Yi. Goodbye, Barbara. After closing the door, the gentle voice from Budapest was still echoing in the air. Han Yi rubbed his face vigorously, walked back to the bed with heavy steps, as if all the strength in his body was drained, and fell heavily into the velvet quilt that looked like a cloud. The touch of floating in the air made him doubt for a moment that he was in a beautiful dream of fantasy. But the lingering scent of mint leaves, lemon peels and cedar between the beds reminded him all the time, it is real. It's all real. From meeting to leaving, everything that happened in less than 24 hours seemed so absurd, yet so reasonable. Is this Hollywood? Welcome to Hollywood. Han Yi stared at the ceiling with mottled light and shadows in a trance. Under his unchanging dull expression, there was a volcano that was erupting. People who care about me too much. Who do they like? Am I still qualified to continue playing that role? He was so confused that he naturally couldn't notice that the line of text in the black iPhone on the dining table, which he hadn't opened for a long time, had quietly changed color. The next chapter will be posted in the afternoon. Chapter 155, Electronic Music Dynasty, Part 1. You okay, man? Diplo, who was enjoying the sun with his manager Kevin Kusatsu by the pool of Nobu Hotel, took off his sunglasses and asked with concern when he saw the tower-like Fimu Dervisi and Han Yi walking towards him and followed closely behind. You look like, oh. After a night of alcohol, drugs and 2 women from Naples, Diplo's brain took a while to connect all the clues. Diplo's concerned expression quickly turned into a tacit smile between the men. Someone got lucky last night. From the first meeting to now, Diplo and Han Yi's friendship has become deeper and deeper. Thomas has seen every girl around the latter. He dare not say anything else, but in his and Kevin's eyes, the Taiwan girl who often goes in and out of 864 Stradella Road must have a close relationship with this Chinese tycoon. As for Yuzan, the Korean manager managed by this person, at least he did not show any abnormality beyond the boundaries of colleagues in the workplace. But they are of the same race and age, and they look so good together that it would not be surprising to say that they are attracted to each other and in love with each other. However, in Diplo's values, it doesn't matter whether Han Yi has confirmed his relationship with Xiaoru and Yaozan, whether he is developing relationships with both of them at the same time, or whether he is still having affairs in Europe, even though he has 2 girlfriends. After all, his own life is like this, running on a similar track for years. Breaking up with Katy Perry last year and dating Kate Hudson this year did not stop Diplo from taking away the flesh and blood that flocked to him like bees and butterflies at raves and music festivals. With dozens of days of residency in Las Vegas and 100 days of touring around the world every year, the chance of meeting the so-called official girlfriend at the right time is less than 1 in 5. The adrenaline surge brought by long-term flights can imitate the feeling of sexual excitement, causing people to mistakenly attribute it to desire. Coupled with a dazzling array of strange drugs around the world, occasionally playing a few friendly games is not only harmless to Diplo, but also beneficial to his physical and mental health. Besides, don't Katie and Kate have opponents in improvisational competitions? Romantic love stories only exist on the screen. In real life, most Hollywood couples are like Justin Timberlake and Jessica Biel, encouraging each other to continue dating outside. You know, even a model couple like Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson started with Tom Hanks cheating on his first wife, Samantha Lewis. It's Barbara, right? Diplo took a sip of the famous Mal 5-Star Light Lager, raised his eyebrows, and teased. This famous DJ, who performs nearly 300 shows a year, also has his own unique recipe for solving hangovers. That is, after a hangover, drink some refreshing beer and use the feeling of being tipsy to suppress the negative messages received by the body. If I remember correctly, you two left Pacha together. She also lives in the same hotel. Coke, thank you. Han Yi did not answer Diplo's question directly, but the information contained in the sentence was enough to explain everything. My man's got game. Diplo reached out his hand to Han Yi and high-fived enthusiastically. Bringing an angel home is something to be proud of, no matter which country we are in now. Diplo, who was floating in the air most of the time on the tour, did not notice Han Yi's somewhat unnatural response, but manager Kevin Kusatsu, who had a much easier task, could keenly capture the subtle changes in his boss's expression. "Have you eaten, Yi?" Kevin helped Han Yi quietly change the subject. "I just had a few bites. I'll invite you to Kalinin for dinner later. I don't want to waste my Ibiza quota on the hotel lobby menu." Taking the coke handed over by the waiter, Han Yi thanked him softly, took a sip, and let out all the fatigue of a day and night with his breath. "More importantly, we still have many guests to see, right? Where are they?" "Jonas Broomer will be downstairs soon." After traveling thousands of miles to Europe, what Han Yi wants to do is certainly not as simple as listening to a techno performance in Ibiza with yawns all the time. One of the important reasons why they traveled 6,000 miles to Spain was to recruit talent in the electronic music sector with Diplo, who was touring in Europe. In terms of music, two of the three pillars of future development have been established. The pop sector led by Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, and Hawk can be described as a Grammy harvester, and it is also conceivable what kind of volume the new generation of mingles, Cardi B, and Post Malone led by Snoop Dogg can create. Now, only the key link of electronic music is missing, and HMG has all the chips to join the ranks of the four major music groups and is ready for basic battles. Although cheat codes, Grey, and Diplo are already there to support the scene, overall, there is still a lot of room for improvement in the lineup of electronic music artists. This is why so many top 100 DJs attended Pacha Ibiza last night. It is true that famous DJs always go to various places, but if Diplo and Kevin Kusatsu hadn't deliberately organized the event, the people would not have come so neatly. Starting with Jonas Blue, Han Yi deliberately asked Diplo to meet with them separately and introduced HMG's layout in the electronic music sector, especially the European electronic music market. "Good afternoon, Jonas." Not long after, Jonas Blue, who was sleepy, appeared in front of the three people in hotel slippers. "Good afternoon, Kevin." Jonas Blue hugged Kevin Kusatsu and Diplo respectively. In early June 2016, he had just released his second single Perfect Strangers after signing with Virgin EMI. The series of hit singles that made him top the charts in the future were still in their infancy. Therefore, with a performance fee of only a few $1,000s, he could not hire a tour manager everywhere, and he had no money to cover the manager's accompanying expenses. This was the best person to persuade. "I introduced you yesterday, Han Yi, the founder of HMG and the major shareholder of Mad Decent." "Oh, yes, I met him last night." Jonas Blue, who had lost his memory, completely forgot what Han Yi looked like, but he still had to say the polite words in this situation. "Nice to see you again, Mr. Han." "Nice to see you again, Jonas." Han Yi also hugged Jonas, who still smelled of alcohol, and smiled calmly. "Would you like a glass of lager like Thomas?" "I can't do it. I feel like vomiting when I talk about anything related to alcohol. Just ice water, thank you." After Jonas Blue took a few sips of ice water and calmed down a little, Kevin Kusatsu continued the conversation between the four of them. "So the reason we are holding this meeting here is to share some information about an incredible new project that Mad Decent and Renew Management have launched together, called Mad Ones Management. This brand new management company, which I will serve as CEO, is designed to cultivate and manage top electronic music artists like you." Kevin Kusatsu joined Renew Management as Diplo's manager and has been a senior partner of this artist management company for some time. According to the agreement in the Mad Decent acquisition agreement, Kevin Kusatsu does not need to hand over the income from artist management to the company. All the musicians under his management are independently managed, independently accounted, and independently profitable. But after a period of careful investigation and seeing the gradual joining of talents such as Ben Mosson, Anthony Lee and Jason Aaron, Kevin Kusatsu is ready to further deepen the cooperative relationship. After all of Han Yi's $36 million acquisition funds, Kevin, who sold 8.25%, can only get $5.5 million. It's true that he can live a comfortable life for a while, but if he wants to make a name for himself in Hollywood, a 7-digit deposit is far from enough. Kevin expressed this idea to Han Yi through Zhao Yaozhen, and the latter was of course happy to accept it. The best way to use him is to make full use of Mad Decent, Diplo and Kevin Kusatsu's connections in the electronic music circle, to establish an electronic music management agency affiliated with TGO, and led by Kevin. Mom. Diplo spread his hands and laughed heartily. Jonas Blue was a little confused. He didn't know why Diplo suddenly called his mother Mad One's Management, the abbreviation, Mom. Diplo laughed so hard that his face turned red and he kept coughing. Guess who came up with this name? Dylan Francis. Without even thinking, the correct answer came out of Jonas' mouth. Not to mention Mad Decent, in the entire electronic music circle and even the music industry, there is only one funny genius with such a unique brain circuit, Dylan. I think the person who voted for this name has some problems with his brain. Hanyi pointed at his temple and said, "Dude, wasn't this name approved unanimously? You and Yasin both voted for yes." I didn't say I was sane. The humorous self-deprecation caused a burst of laughter at the four-person square table. Jonas Blue's original uneasiness and anxiety were replaced by a gradually rising sense of closeness. A young rich man who is approachable and has abundant resources is undoubtedly a more likable partner than those rigid and serious middle-aged R&R managers of Virgin Emi. The acronym is not entirely a joke, because Mom's vision is to work seamlessly with our artists, just like Mom, to build a close-knit family, evaluate their talents, hone their skills, and develop their distinctive voices as artistic individuals. We have organized a team of professionals with extensive experience, covering areas such as artist management and record production, marketing, public relations, brand promotion and live events. The expertise shared by these talented people will play a key role in cultivating electronic music talents, whether it is a well-known artist like Thomas next to me who has already achieved global fame, or a promising newcomer like you. We will realize the huge potential of artists to cross boundaries in electronic music through high-quality cooperative planning, publicity exposure jointly managed with record companies, and countless live performances each year. Sam, we think you will be an ideal candidate for this new project. Therefore, here today, Thomas, Yi and I want to discuss with you how Mad One's management can support the further development of your career and push it to a new height from a creative and commercial perspective. Kevin Kusatsu used the same words on Sam Felt half an hour later. In 2015, Sam Felt achieved great success on the mainstream charts by remaking Robin S.'s classic single Show Me Love from 1990. Number 4 on the UK singles chart, number 15 on the Dutch singles chart, and number 11 on the Belgian singles chart. This tropical house single, jointly released by Spinnin' Records and Polydor Records, brought him the opportunity to step into the spotlight. This round of tours is the first time for the Dutch boy to participate in the busy European summer music festival season. Got it? Unlike their neighbors, the Dutch have a very high English proficiency rate and do not have any accent when communicating. Sam sniffed and stared at the lemonade in front of him for a while before hesitantly asking, "Don't want to sound greedy, guys. I admire what Mad Decent is doing, and I'm looking forward to working with you guys. But at this stage in my career, well, what should I say? Cash is king. I hope to get more help with performances, so if I sign with you, I can get the opportunity to be represented by Utah, right?" This is another national characteristic of the Dutch, which is extremely direct. In Dutch, there is even a word to describe their own personality, bespreekbaarheid, which means that there is nothing that cannot be said or touched. Being a DJ is for money. What is there to hide? First of all, I want to say, Sam, I'm glad we have the opportunity to talk about the possibility of you joining Mad One's management. I firmly believe that by signing with us, your career will have the opportunity to be promoted to unprecedented heights. Hanyi folded his hands on the table, looked directly at Sam Felt with frank eyes, and talked freely. Treat different partners with different ways of talking. If you like to be tactful, give him a 9-curve Flower Street. If you like to be direct, then it's Highway 5 that goes all the way to the end. I know that as an artist, your main concern is how to increase income. I respect and admire this very much, because not every artist dares to communicate their true thoughts honestly. To be honest, we particularly like this way of talking. It can save a lot of time in communication and improve work efficiency. You are straightforward, and I will not hide it. That's right, if you work with mom, you will be 100% eligible to join the client list of United Artists Agency. UTA has a huge network of contacts and deep industry influence, which can expand your popularity and artist brand coverage in the performance market, thereby increasing your single show asking price and overall annual revenue. No matter what we do, income is always the ultimate measure. This is the eternal truth. Sam Felt nodded in response. Since you raised the question of whether you can join UTA's client list, I believe I don't need to repeat to you the agency's outstanding achievements in promoting music clients. The simplest example is that DCINA, who just came down from the top of the Billboard charts, has a performance schedule until June 11th next year. I'm also a member of UTA, Live and Mim, and I can testify to my boss's words. Diplo not only said this in front of Sam Felt, but also insisted on the same statement when facing DJ Mag's highest ranked girl group, Nervo, sisters from Melbourne. My Las Vegas residency agreement, mostly thanks to the UTA agency team. Yes, this is also a resource advantage that mom is proud of. We will never have conflicts over the distribution of interests with performance agencies. Because of Mr. Han, we and UTA are a family. This also means that you can maintain a long-term and stable supply relationship with all the top music festivals, nightclubs and performance organizers around the world, and you can also get in touch with UTA's strategic partners in other entertainment fields. Film, television, fashion, games. We can help Nervo expand more vertical cooperation projects and increase brand awareness and revenue. Sounds great. Olivia Nevo, nicknamed Liv, just took a pill of Fenbid, and her tone was very supportive and excited, but due to the side effects of the medicine last night, her expression did not look excited. Jonas Blue and Sam Felt are new faces in the performance market, but Nervo, which debuted in 2005, has already completed thousands of performances. Although it is not the top single show quotation in the industry, the performance price of around €30,000 per hour is enough for them to live a comfortable life in Australia. In fact, our main focus in the performance sector is on Europe and Asia, especially the Asian market, which has been developing strongly in recent years. Another sister, Miriam Nevo, interrupted the topic. This sentence is quite implicit and quite wise. United Artists Agency is indeed one of the top 3 performing arts agencies in the world, but its weakness is precisely the Asian market. CAA has offices in Shanghai, Beijing and Singapore, and WME also has 2 branches in Singapore and Sydney, and attaches great importance to business expansion in the Asia Pacific region. But UTA, so far, only has 1 overseas office in London. The meaning of focusing on the Asian market is obvious, that is, UTA is not very attractive to the 2 sisters. If they want them to consider the olive branch thrown by Mad One's management, they must offer more practical conditions that are more in line with their own interests. The Asian market is the next growth point, there is no doubt about it. Kevin Kusatsu pondered for a moment and replied. That's why mom provides a special advance payment to contracted customers to cover the annual DJ Mag advertising package costs. Oh, a special advance payment? The gleam in Miriam's eyes fully explained the huge appeal of this item to them. Yes, we all know that Asians like to look at DJ Mag's rankings, and the quotes they give to DJs are usually closely related to the ranking of the artists. Hey, I'm Asian. Technically speaking, you are also Asian, and you have performed a lot in that market. I believe you must have personal experience. Of course, when it comes to the topic of Asia, Hanyi from China is needed to increase credibility. At the same time, each of us also understands how greedy DJ Mag is, and how big a piece of the pie it wants to eat from the artists. Yes, in order to increase commercial value in a specific area, this protection fee has to be paid, but we hope that the DJs who sign with us can at least have an easier time in terms of liquidity and account turnover. That's why we provide a special advance payment for DJ Mag promotion. Ladies, a 6-digit euro expenditure is not an astronomical figure that we cannot afford. In fact, if there is enough talent reserve, we can provide financial support to all 100 DJs on the list at the same time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Electronic Music Dynasty, Part 2. Lists are not charities. From the beginning of the list, it has been a business. This is vividly reflected in the annual Top 100 DJ rankings organized by DJ Mag. If you want to get a place on the list, you must exchange it with money. How to do it? In order to ensure the credibility of the list at the social level, two obvious ranking transactions are naturally not feasible. Therefore, DJ Mag's way of monetization is to sell their publicity resource packages to DJs participating in the list competition. Official website banner position, substation banner position, social media push flow, responsive banner position. Do these publicity columns have practical effects? Of course not. DJ Mag's team members will not browse their own official website. As for DJ Mag's social media accounts, the only time there is a little traffic is a day, when the annual rankings are announced in October every year. But according to official claims, as long as you purchase enough publicity resource packages, a large number of fans who originally did not know you will vote directly for you and help you get on the list. For those who have not purchased the promotional resource package, even if you are as famous as Calvin Harris or Zed, you can only be ranked 30 or 40 on the list and be a mascot for e-charge customers to compare. Humans always like to compete with each other and see who is better. In the early years, most people flocked to DJ Mag's list, and nightclubs in most parts of the world also made offers and booked DJs in the order of ranking. When electronic music was in its infancy and had not yet entered the public eye, DJ Mag was indeed one of the few exposure channels for electronic music producers and DJs. However, with the continuous development and improvement of the European and American electronic music market, DJs have more and more ways to improve their commercial value and brand awareness, and DJ Mag's growing appetite year by year has begun to disgust many artists. At the beginning, a ranking of £10,000 or £20,000 could be obtained, but later it took more than £100,000 to get a chance to be at the end of the list. If you still want to move forward, you will have to pay hundreds of thousands of pounds for protection. Dimitri Vegas and Like Mike, the first place in the DJ Mag Top 100 in 2015, is said to have spent a huge 7-digit promotion fee. DJ Mag's greed has been widely reported in the past few years. Whether in Europe or North America, the attitude of electronic music fans towards the DJ Mag list has changed from curiosity and respect to contempt and ridicule. As a result, a large number of DJs who can raise their value through other means began to choose to decouple from DJ Mag. Obviously Calvin Harris, Zed, The Chainsmokers, Diplo, DJ Snake, Kygo, Marshmello, most electronic music producers / DJs who can gain loyal fans and generous royalties from music distribution have stopped recharging DJ Mag. However, there are still some DJs whose main or even only source of income is performance. In order to continue to cooperate deeply with DJ Mag in major emerging markets that still buy into the list, especially the Asian market, they choose to continue to cooperate deeply with DJ Mag. Dimitri Vegas and Like Mike, W&W, and the Australian sisters Nervo sitting in front of Hanyi and the other two are representatives of this group. In the 2015 DJ Mag ranking, Nervo ranked 24th, ahead of KSHMR, and behind Deadmore 5. Whether it is the number of their social media followers or the number of music plays, Nervo's ranking is like a castle in the air without a foundation. In order to maintain this ranking, they bought 4 top-level promotional packages last year, with a total price of £440,000. Converted to US dollars, that is nearly $550,000 US dollars. Of course, they can earn so much, but it is still a big financial pressure for Nervo to take it out all at once. This is why they chose to pay less protection fees in 2016, and the ranking plummeted 21 places in 12 months. So, what you mean is? Olivia Nevo asked tentatively. If we sign the contract, 100% of the promotional expenses will be paid by the management company? Ladies, have you signed a record agreement before? We have a joint venture with Virgin EMI, Olivia replied. Very good. Then, as a management company, you can also understand the DJ Mag promotional expenses we pay as an advance payment in the record agreement. Han Yi explained patiently in a gentle tone. Mom will advance the funds first, and then after 100% of the performance fees are recovered first, we will divide it according to the agreed manager's share ratio, 20% to 80%. Don't worry about the cost of living. Kevin Kusatsu took over the conversation. We will provide you with an additional artist advance of $100,000 to cover your expenses before the promotional expenses are recovered. It sounds like a very attractive proposal. The Nevo sisters looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. It is very rare for an artist management company to pay an artist in advance. In the traditional structure of the European and American music industry, music managers do not get much share, so they have very little financial responsibility. Normally, they only need to provide consulting, advisory and planning services to musicians, and any actual expenses and costs are borne by the artists themselves. Some managers who are more stingy will keep stubs for every taxi fare related to the artist's performing career and reimburse them regularly. The slightly more generous ones, like Ben Mosson, pay Dua Lipa a monthly salary. Like Han Yi, who can write a check for hundreds of thousands of pounds to help artists buy charts right away, and then give $100,000 as pocket money. At least in the electronic music circle, it is unheard of. No wonder Diplo is willing to work for him. This is really rich. Most importantly, our help to artists is not just about providing them with funds and gradually climbing the charts. We will ensure that every signed client is fully integrated into the future business of HMG and Mad Decent. Nikki, listen, we are about to do something big that will take Mad Decent to unprecedented heights. Something that will completely change the world of electronic music. When the negotiation object became Nicky Romero, who often appeared with him at electronic music festivals and Las Vegas nightclubs, Diplo naturally became the person to lead the conversation. Since the release of the electronic music classic Tau House on Spinnin' in 2012, Nicky Romero has gradually become one of the most outstanding house music producers of this era. Like Home in collaboration with Novo, I Could Be the One launched with Avicii, and a series of singles with Hardwell, Vicetone and Cruella have further consolidated his leading position in the electronic music industry. As the 18th DJ in DJ Mag's 2015 Top 100 list, Nicky can't be said to have a wide audience in the mainstream music scene, but at least in the house music circle, he is one of the most favored artists by fans and organizers. Although the contract amount is far less attractive than Diplo, Nicky Romero is also a top DJ with a resident status in the Hackers and nightclub group at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas. To entice him to fire his current management company Get Real and join Mad One's management, more than just the promise of advance payment is needed. Showing the comprehensive layout of Mom, Mad Decent and the parent company Han Music Group in the electronic music sector, and making Nicky Romero believe that he will become a core figure in a fast rising powerful force, is the best way to get the Dutchman to nod. Change the world's electronic music landscape? Right. The first thing is to start by creating a large-scale event that no one has ever heard of. You know, in the field of electronic music, no matter how many great things you plan behind the scenes, in the end you need a top-level music festival with complete sound, light, and electricity to present it. Diplo raised his head and drank a big mouthful of raga, burped, and then continued. We have made a plan called Mad Winter Electronic Music Festival. Literally crazy winter, because the time of the event is early March 2017. Oh, so it's really in winter? Nicky Romero took off his sunglasses and rubbed his temples, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Unlike Southern California, where the temperature can remain around 20 degrees Celsius all year round, the weather in Europe, especially most cities in developed Western European countries, belongs to the marine climate and Cobham's climate classification. The summer is cool, and the average temperature is between 20 to 24 degrees at the hottest time. The winter can be cold until May and you can't take off your cotton clothes. There are always more cloudy days than sunny days. In this land, where every household has to heat their homes every winter, winter is obviously not suitable for outdoor music festivals. Aside from several super large music festivals such as Tomorrowland, Ultra and Mysteryland, those small and medium sized indoor music festivals and warehouse parties have to wait until spring to ensure sufficient attendance. This is why the top 100 DJs rarely stay in Europe from September to May of the following year. They can go to Asia or North America, or even spend time in Dubai, but they will not perform in Europe. Because there is really no winter electronic music scene worth mentioning. This situation will not change until 2019 when the Tomorrowland Music Festival announced the opening of a winter special in the Alps. Since he has traveled back to 3 years before the official birth of Tomorrowland Winter, Hanyi can only say sorry to the organizer and he must light the first incense of the Winter Electronic Music Festival. Yes, it's really in winter. Diplo put his arm around Hanyi's shoulders and spoke eagerly. In our boss's family office, there is an investment manager named Antoine Gatchet, the former CEO of Edmund Rothschild Heritage Group. Do you know what this means, Nicky? Revealing some non-confidential details to Nicky Romero was a communication strategy that Hanyi and Diplo had already discussed. Not sure. Nicky Romero, who is Dutch like Sam Felt, was even more concise and straightforward in his language expression. I don't usually read financial news. This means that we can rent the assets owned by the Rothschild family in the Alps at a very favorable price. Diplo opened the picture that had been saved in his mobile phone, turned the screen, and showed it to Nicky. This is a venue for the music festival in March next year, Megève, France, Four Seasons Hotel. This entire snowfield can be used by us. Wow. Nicky Romero exclaimed as his index finger and thumb hovered above the screen and gradually enlarged the photo. It's really beautiful, isn't it? What we want to do is to create a 3-day electronic music festival from Friday to Sunday in this winter wonderland, covering a variety of electronic music genres and artists. We will set up several stages with different themes to showcase international and French music talents. The main stage will be performed by you, Martin Garrix, David Guetta and other top musicians. Providing participants with a unique and unforgettable immersive experience is also one of our goals. Hanyi added, combining the magic of winter with the passion of electronic music. More importantly, combining the purchasing power of skiers and electronic music players. Ski enthusiasts and electronic music enthusiasts are indeed the two groups with higher consumption levels in the world. If you want to have a good time at the ski resorts in the Alps, you must spend about €400 a day, and for an electronic music festival, from tickets to hotels to food and transportation, €1,000 is only the basic expenses. Attract two groups at the same time, provide two services at the venue at the same time, and make money from two types of players at the same time. It also allows consumers to combine two different entertainment activities into one, helping them save some money. Hanyi spread his hands and smiled. This is an absolute win-win situation. Win once by yourself first, and then win once with the so-called value for money double experience combination wrapped in sugar coating. Win-win situation. Megève. If I remember correctly, it's on the border between Italy and France, right? 20 minutes after Nicky Romero saw this photo, another pair of hands picked up Diplo's phone. Felix Delete, a producer of Tropical House from Brussels, Belgium, also known as Lost Frequencies. Is Geneva above? Yes. It is at the junction of 3 countries, with convenient transportation, and can attract electronic music fans from Western Europe and Southern Europe at the same time. I know this place. I went there once, when I was a child. Felix returned the phone to Diplo and smiled shyly. If I can perform a music festival like this in the Alps, it will definitely be a landmark event that can define my career. But, Kevin Kusatsu raised his right hand and drew a circle in the air. You can communicate with us if you have any ideas, Felix. This is the responsibility we want to take on. But, now, I'm actually more focused on the development of the music production sector. Guys, don't get me wrong, live performances are definitely an important source of income, and everyone must admit that. But I think I now have a lot of new ideas that can be delivered to the pop music scene. Entering the charts of various countries, especially the American Billboard, is my most desired goal at this stage. I hope that the management company I sign with will definitely be able to help me accomplish this. Hearing the plan of Lost Frequencies, Kanye and Diplo looked at each other tacitly and smiled at each other. From Jonas Blue, the first DJ to meet, to Felix Delete, who is now sitting opposite them, from dawn to dusk, in 3 or 4 hours. Each DJ has different demands for managers. Need music resources, desire more performances, expect financial guarantees, consider comprehensive strength, and finally return to Lost Frequencies. Support for music production has become a decisive factor. Full circle. It cannot be said that one artist is short-sighted and one artist is more far-sighted. Everyone has different career goals and is in different stages of career development. It is normal to have different demands. This is the opportunity and challenge of the management company, and it is also the necessity of the existence of music managers. What you said is exactly our strength. With the strong resources that Kanye has introduced in the past 3 months, Kevin Kusatsu seemed very confident when talking about music production and music promotion. You have to know that Mad One's management's parent company, HMG, now has more than just Diplo, and our coverage is not limited to the electronic music industry. Lana Del Rey, Ellie Goulding, and Holch are all our artists, and they are all partners you can reach. Allowing the musicians under our company to collide with creative sparks and achieve better rankings on the charts has been the company's fundamental strategy since its establishment. In fact, listen to this. Felix. Kevin Kusatsu sent Felix Dealey a private link to SoundCloud from a private message on Instagram. This is Major Laser's new single Cold Water, in collaboration with Justin Bieber and Madison Beer. If there is a chance, I hope your name can appear in the remix special of this single. Chapter 157 Yacht Party. Just think about it. Major Lazer, Martin Garrix and David Guetta. 3 great names appearing in one remix at the same time. Kevin Kusatsu not only passed on the concept of the Cold Water remix special to Lost Frequencies. After dinner, he also spared no effort to promote it to the host of tonight's party. After boarding the yacht, the 5 groups of artists contacted before can be solved by the hotel pool. But the last 2 are different. David Guetta, ranked first in DJ Mag in 2011, has won 2 consecutive Grammy Awards. Since the release of his first single in 2001, he has had countless hits, such as When Love Takes Over, Sexy Bitch, Jettin' Over You, Without You, Titanium, Hey Mama, This One's For You. Almost any work can top the charts. As of 2023, David Guetta has won the DJ Mag rankings 3 times, with 10 million albums, 65 million singles, and 14 billion online plays. Of all the electronic music producers we meet today, even if you add them together and magnify them 10 times, they can't catch up with David Guetta's achievements in the mainstream music scene. Of course, except for Martin Garrix. In 2013, he won the UK singles chart with his amazing big room classic Animals and received 8 platinum record certifications. The following singles Wizard, Tremor, and Turn Up the Speakers that he cultivated in the electronic music circle were also works that were overused in major music festivals. Starting in 2016, Martin Garrix began to move closer to popular electronic music, and his results were also quite outstanding. In the Name of Love sung by Bbrixha, Scared to Be Lonely sung by Dua Lipa, and Therefore You sung by Troye Sivan, all became hits. DJ Mag's ranking has also been rising year by year. In fact, if everything develops according to the historical trajectory, he should be ranked first in the top 100 this year. The reason for such an impressive performance is that he has been signed to Scooter Braun's SB projects since 2013 and has been created by the greatest music manager of the 2010s. Therefore, tonight's meeting with Martin Garrix and David Guetta is completely different from the previous 5 groups of musicians in terms of purpose and nature. Meeting those artists by the pool is to sign with the newly established Mad One's management, while meeting with Martin and David is just to get to know each other first. Martin Garrix will first make some remixes and go to music festivals to gradually get closer to them, and then combine the continuous improvement of the level of cooperation with Scooter Braun to see what new opportunities will come later. As for David Guetta, if I'm not mistaken, he should be in contact with Scooter Braun to discuss cooperation, which is the main reason why David has been so close to Martin Garrix recently. Those who openly snatch Scooter's services will damage the industry relationship that has not yet been formed. The wisest choice is to start with pure performance and music cooperation, without involving signing and exclusive issues, and wait and see. At this level, any plan must be cautious, and everything must be done with 4 words, slowly and steadily. So it's Major Lazer, Justin Bieber and Martin Garrix typed the 2 words Madison Beer on Instagram, clicked on the top search result, and turned the phone screen over to show Kevin Kusatsu. Is that it? Yes. 4.67 million followers, a signed artist of Han Music. She's insanely hot. Martin scrolled down, checked the photos uploaded by Madison, and praised sincerely. I should have seen her posts before. The fastest growing female artist on Instagram, and a supernova who will take the music scene by storm this year. Hearing Martin's praise for McGrady, Kanye subconsciously touched his lips and immediately joined the ranks of those trying to persuade Martin Garrix. Cold Water will receive the strongest promotion since Mad Decent was founded. In fact, even without promotion, the song's popularity is amazing enough. Madison Beer has about 8 million fans online, Major Lazer has more than 10 million monthly listeners on Spotify, and Justin Bieber, as you know, has 78 million fans on Instagram, and is about to break 100 million on Twitter. I can't say we can achieve our goal 100%, but our goal is to become the next Billboard champion single. Diplo moved and sat next to Martin, putting his arm around his shoulders. This will be Mad Decent's most played song, higher than Lean On. So we hope you can join in and share this glory. After all, hey, Justin, Scooter, and me, we are all family, aren't we? Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Like Sam Felt and Nicky Romero, Martin Garrix is also a Dutchman born in the Low Countries. However, perhaps because he signed with an American management team and had too many dealings with people like Scooter Braun, Martin's way of speaking is obviously much more tactful and roundabout. I'm very happy to join this project. I believe Scooter will also be very excited about it. Have you met with him in LA to discuss this matter? Of course. In fact, we mentioned this to him when we recorded this song. Kanye said very vaguely, when we return to North America this time, we will make an appointment to meet again to discuss more in-depth cooperation matters. Scooter is a very powerful manager. Martin took a sip of Georgia Maester and smacked his lips. I trust his team very much. If there is anything, I can communicate with him directly. As long as we reach an agreement, I will do it. That's very convenient. Martin's answer with obvious implications made Kanye and Kevin exchange glances. The attitude of this top 100 DJ was very clear. I know your real intention of coming to me to discuss cooperation today, but I'm very comfortable with this management company and have no plans to change my job for the time being. In order to avoid suspicion, please communicate directly with Scooter Braun for any work issues. Martin Garrix is not a mind reader who can see through everything, and of course he is not a useless person who only seeks pleasure. Diplo specially invited all DJs staying in Ibiza to attend the party at Pacha Ibiza, and spent a whole afternoon talking to each artist alone by the swimming pool. What he intended was obvious. As for how he knew about the swimming pool talk, the Dutch electronic music circle is so small that it is normal for them to exchange what they have, as long as there is no beef. Closely holding together and supporting each other is the core competitiveness of the Netherlands, which has a population of only 17 million, to become the absolute overlord of the world's electronic music industry. David, what do you think? Since Martin Garrix could not conquer the city, Diplo turned his attention to David Guetta. However, compared to the young but quick-thinking Martin Garrix, the French producer, who is 29 years older than him, has obviously entered a new stage of life. The name of this stage is Zero Fucks Given. With Billboard's top singles already in hand, and the residency agreement at Wine Hotel in Las Vegas being continuously renewed, plus an average of 126 performances per year and a performance price of more than $200,000 per performance, David Guetta earned more than $28 million last year. He is second only to Diplo, who received more than $30 million in acquisition funds from Kanye, and Calvin Harris, who holds the record for the highest residency price in Las Vegas, and is about to break up with Taylor Swift this month. Even better, David just divorced his ex-wife Kathy Guetta 2 years ago. At the age of 49, he is experiencing his second spring in life. Do you know why he was so excited on the main stage of Tomorrowland in 2014? This man is really celebrating his single life very seriously. So is tonight. David. Even Diplo, who has all the 5 drugs, seemed helpless when he saw David Guetta sitting on the bow and looking up at the stars, looking like a zombie. On his own yacht, the Frenchman took drugs without any scruples and was crazy. Of course, it is not accurate to say that it was his own boat. Tonight, David Guetta will hold a performance of his personal event brand, F*** me I'm famous, series in Pacha Ibiza. The guest is Lost Frequencies, which just reached a verbal contract agreement with Kanye in the afternoon. Just by listening to the name of this brand, you know that before the performance, you will have a great time and release all the sins and desires in your body. Before going on stage, the drug effect will evaporate by half, and you will still be strong, but not strong enough to affect the performance. This is the rule David Guetta summed up after his last accident, and it is also the pre-match ritual he has been insisting on for 2 years. Pacha nightclub group, which has been cooperating with David Guetta for a long time, certainly knows this habit of the French. Therefore, before the performance, they specially arranged one of the yachts of founder Ricardo Ugil for David as a venue for the warm-up party. Sailing out of Ibiza Bay, away from the sight of the media and passers-by, David Guetta's body and soul can go wherever he wants. Newcomers are ignored, even if they sit in the lounge, and superstars don't need to be deliberately written into the reception terms, and the organizers will also rack their brains to please them. It's a normal entertainment pyramid. Thomas, I think we have lost him, at least for the time being. David Guetta's manager Jean-Charles Carré raised the champagne in his hand and laughed hoarsely. Although he is a manager, Jean-Charles did not show any more mature or rational behavior than David. On the contrary, he was the one with the most ruddy skin driven by alcohol and the most exaggerated body movement stimulated by drugs among the few men on the yacht. Negative effects are like nicotine patches. You can't help but absorb what is attached to you. This famous quote of Buxinany is indeed rooted in reality. I just don't know whether the source of the negative influence is David Guetta or his management team. I think so. Kanye sighed helplessly. If he hadn't had to fly to London early tomorrow morning to deal with other things, he would never choose to discuss business with David Guetta on the night of the performance. It seems that the creativity about the high-end private island music festival in the Caribbean will have to wait until tomorrow for Thomas and Kevin to communicate privately with David. I know that Asians have a strong professional ethics and sense of work responsibility. Jean-Charles Carré enthusiastically put his arm around Kanye's shoulders and shook him twice. But please allow me to introduce you to the working hours of Europeans. Monday to Thursday, from 9 AM to 5 PM, with a 2-hour lunch break. Although we also get off work at 5 PM on Friday, we start drinking coffee at 3:30. As for the weekend, we tell every partner that Saturday and Sunday are family days, but in fact, this is what we do, literally. Like a passionate and talented oil painter, Jean-Charles held his invisible brush and swiped it hard to paint the corruption and absurdity of Sodom for Kanye. At this time, Kanye and his group were in the leisure area on the top floor of the Ugil yacht. Although there were only 6 men sitting on the 2 rows of sofas, Kanye, Kevin Kusatsu, Diplo, Martin Garrix, David Guetta and Jean-Charles Carré, the deck in front of them was a completely different scene. Models. Instagram models. Instagram models wearing various mini bikinis. Instagram models wearing various mini bikinis, dizzy by the chemicals, ready to bend down at any time. Instagram models can be seen as a combination of the 2 words and in Chinese, specifically referring to girls who rely on posting hot photos on Instagram to gain attention and followers, and exchange the number of fans for economic benefits. Although there are some particularly successful Instagram models, such as Kendall Jenner and Gigi Hadid, who can occupy a place on fashion shows and magazine covers with their super high popularity and become professional models who are almost indistinguishable from the real thing. But the vast majority of them have no more than 100,000 fans, take off more and more clothes, and lower their bottom line. They hang out at various celebrity parties all day, eager to get a chance to become famous overnight, and fly to the branches, and become a phoenix. The group of girls in front of Han Yi, who are huddled together, and olive oil and perfume are passed between each other's beautiful bodies with almost uncovered dance moves, are the most typical Instagram models. Among them, there is no Karlie Kloss, no Bahati Prince Lou, and no Barbara Palvin. These supermodels who can earn millions of dollars a year on their own don't need to strip naked in front of everyone. The circle of people they look for is Joshua Kushner in the Upper East Side of New York, Adam Levy in the Hollywood Hills, and Han Yi, who has a $40 million mansion on each coast. But the dozen beauties on the yacht are far from being so lucky. Some of them are not tall enough to walk on the catwalk, some are too gaudy for high-end fashion magazines, and some are just starting out and have not yet gained a stepping stone to further advancement. For various reasons, they can only be confined here and become an optional accessory for the beautiful night of powerful people. From the perspective of traditional values, their fate is indeed sad enough, but in the 2010s, when the study of gender relations has reached such a deep level and women are no longer afraid to talk about their orientation and desires openly, the so-called canary story actually has a completely different way of interpretation. If there is complete sexual equality between men and women, these girls can not only attend luxurious parties, but also take enough beautiful photos to enrich their Instagram draft boxes and have the opportunity to sleep with male celebrities who are usually unattainable and don't even reply to their private messages. Isn't this a gender-reversed version of Jack and Rose in Titanic? Jack is a poor girl and Rose is a noble boy. They fall in love on the deck and sublimate in the cabin. What's the problem? Girls, stop the music. At the shouting of Jane Charles Carey, the DJ, who was trembling and eager to be favored by the seniors present, pressed the pause button, and the top deck was almost instantly filled with dissatisfied murmurs of happiness coming to an abrupt end. Girls, listen. In front of you, there are 3 guests from other continents. Thomas, from North America. Kevin and Yi, from Asia. David Guetta's agent stood up staggeringly, pointing at the 3 guests with drunken eyes, and his English pronunciation was the slurred speech unique to the French. Motherfucker, I'm American. Kevin took a sip of beer and cursed in a low voice with gritted teeth, and I'm a quarter black. Tonight, we have one and only one mission. Jane Charles Carey raised his arms high and roared hard under the influence of LSD. Show them how Europeans party. Chapter 158 Personal Demonstration. Jane Charles Carey's order was the signal that all the beauties had been waiting for the whole night. David Guetta, Martin Garrix, and Diplo, these 3 familiar faces who frequently appeared at the top of the performance lineup posters, and during the prime time of the main stage of the music festival, can be regarded as the top prey that every fame-seeking person dreams of. Kevin Kusatsu doesn't look like an artist who is active in front of the stage, but there are still a few girls who have been immersed in the electronic music circle for many years who can recognize his identity. Diplo's artist manager and co-founder of Mad Decent. For those Instagram models who are not confident in their figure and appearance, or simply don't want to compete too fiercely tonight, Kevin is also a good target. Following Diplo, at least there is no shortage of money. And the dark skin also implies some extraordinary talent. As for Han Yi, no one knew this unfamiliar Asian face. But the exquisite and decent dress, coupled with the humble attitude of the electronic music superstars towards him, soon aroused the strong interest of most people on the entire yacht. People always devote more enthusiasm to mysterious and unknown things. It was easy to find the answer. One of the hot girls whispered in Jane Charles' ear and got Han Yi's name. Everything else was done by searching Google. 36 million to acquire Mad Decent, 190 million to acquire Utah. The total amount of news that could be found was more than 226 million US dollars. Different website links were circulated back and forth in a dozen WhatsApp groups. When the Instagram model's eyes moved away from the photo of the Chinese tycoon with Douglas Le Pen and Jeremy Zimmer on the screen, and turned back to Han Yi in reality, the undisguised passion and nakedness would make even Francisco Pizarro, who discovered the country of gold, feel inferior. He won the jackpot. Where can you find such delicious and high quality food at an ordinary yacht party? He is rich enough to rival a country, and the world's 3rd largest entertainment agency is in his pocket. He is so powerful that even Diplo has to call him boss respectfully. More importantly, this billionaire is not the kind of person whose chest skin hangs down to his navel, whose body is covered with dark brown age spots, and whose lifeless body is like dead wood. That handsome face full of youthful vitality, no matter how exaggerated the guesses, can't be more than 30 years old. Young and handsome foreign tycoon? What 50 shades of grey? This is much more attractive than Martin Garrix's or Diplo. Every girl present swallowed her saliva quietly. Just as Madison Beer's best friend Isabella Jones said. Rich, hot, extremely rich, attractive, and rich at the level of $100 million US. Being young enough means it is easier to control. Not being a star means there is no sense of distance. The mysterious background makes people imagine more. Is he single? What kind of girl does he like? Is there a chance that a one-night stand can develop into a long-term and stable relationship? What kind of unimaginable class leap can a relationship with him bring to oneself? Private jets, royal suites, peak mansions, supercars, high-end jewelry. With each additional set of words that passed through their minds, Han Yi's appearance in the girl's eyes became more charming. As Eric Kastner said, if you have wealth, fame will follow. At this moment, on this yacht of Ricardo Ujol, Han Yi became the most famous one. If they had not been talking about serious things just now and deliberately kept a distance from the party crowd, Han Yi would have been surrounded long ago. Therefore, after Jane Charles's loud shout, the beauties on the top deck quickly took action. Diplo stood up, with his mouth tilted to one side, and greeted the red-haired girl who had frequently made eye signals to him just now with a signature lazy smile. The two blonde beauties who were determined to get Martin Garrix reached out to him at the same time and dragged the Dutchman into the dance floor. Kevin Kusatsu embraced a wheat-colored mixed-race girl who looked like a Moorish descendant and walked towards the cabin. He wondered if he would run into Lost Frequencies who had been in the bathroom with a model with a British accent for 20 minutes. As for David Guetta, no one bothered this old French man who continued to look up at the stars. He had just finished one when he got on board in the afternoon, and he was busy with another in the bedroom when Han Yi and his group just boarded the yacht. David is now in the stage of recuperating. In another hour, he will have recovered almost completely, and then he can find a third girl he likes to communicate with. The effect of the drug will almost evaporate, and he will be in the performance state. Therefore, after the DJs were quickly divided up, the remaining 6 or 7 pretty faces on the deck poured their attention and social charm on Han Yi without reservation. Choose him, or Jane Charles, who is so fat that his neck is invisible? The answer is obvious. The more reserved girls did not choose to approach him directly, but stood there, twisting their slender or plump waists as the techno music started again. At the same time, they fixed their eyes with various colors of eyeshadow on Han Yi's face, hoping that the young rich man would collide with them through eye contact and sparks filled with dopamine, endorphins and oxytocin. Unfortunately, for some reason, Han Yi did not use his eyes to examine the whole audience and did not show his love for sexual dalliance like John Mayer, Charlie Sheen or Colin Farrell. On the contrary, he did not raise his head at all after more than 10 minutes. He just lowered his head and kept sipping the almost empty Coke, staring at the screen of his mobile phone. At this time, the girls who chose the first way of flirting found sadly that they had been left far behind by the 2 hot girls who boldly approached and talked to them. This is the last place you want to have your eyes glued to your phone. Excuse me, what did you say? Han Yi looked up in confusion, looking at one of the Instagram models who sat directly next to him. Her lips were only a wine glass away from him, and from the shoulder down, every inch of skin on the left side of her body was closely connected to his suit pants. If it weren't for the light blonde hair that was dazzlingly white even in the night, without any traces of perm or dyeing, Han Yi would have found it difficult to tell the girl's ethnic identity from the color of her skin exposed to the air. In the second half of the 2010s, the beauty scene in Europe and the United States was so dizzying. Regardless of whether the DNA flowing in their blood came from Asia, Europe, or America, everyone wanted to be a member of the Kardashian family. Deliberately tanned skin, mixed race macute that tried hard to hide their true identity, mini bikinis with so little fabric that it was equivalent to not wearing anything, and amazing curves that were obtained from the gym or plastic surgery clinic. A whiter, shorter, and more plump Kendall Wannabe. I say, why do you want to stay here and glue your eyes to your phone screen? The German English that sounded a bit stiff did not affect the girl's allure at all. Her right thumb supported the bikini strap, and it seemed to slide subconsciously, slowly from top to bottom, until it stopped at the top of the coaster. The wave stirred up could make any young man of the opposite sex feel impatient. By the way, my name is Hannah. The fingertips with fragrance remaining stretched out in front of Han Yi. Hello, Hannah. Yi. Nice to meet you. Han Yi glanced at the WhatsApp dialog box on the screen, and put it back in his trouser pocket. Just work. I thought Jane Charles' speech was the consensus you reached. The girl on the left also moved closer to him, and her right hand even naturally wrapped around Han Yi's left arm. Let me introduce you, Yi. Shantana, my best friend. We are basically like a sister. Her skin color is a little darker than wheat, her mixed race look is stronger than her makeup, her bright red accessories can no longer be described by clothes, and her body lines are slightly inferior, which make up her appearance. A darker, taller, and thinner Kylie Wanabe. Isn't that like a sister? Shantana. Oh, hi. From the name, she's Thai. Since her whole body was completely pressed against his arm, Han Yi didn't need to shake hands. He gently exhaled a breath of increasingly hot and turbid air, moved his body, and tried to increase the distance between the two. But this futile attempt not only failed to get rid of Shantana's attack, but also put himself into Hannah's mouth. Facing Han Yi approaching, Hannah did not avoid, but very naturally put her hand around his waist. BBT, Thai British. Shantana raised her chin, making her British accent more obvious. Are you more interested in the Thai part or the British part? You talk like he has a choice, Shantana. Hannah rested her head on Han Yi's shoulder, looking past the billionaire's profile, and looking at her bestie, joking, he can't separate the Thai part from the British part. Why not? Shantana's eyes rolled cunningly. This part is British. She pointed to her chest first. This part is Thai. Then she pointed to her lips. Han Yi was stunned. Besides, these are not his only two options. In front of Han Yi, Shantana pinched Hannah's softest and smoothest part, and threw herself into his arms. You've provided him with many more special dishes from Germany, Sweden, and Poland than I have. No, Shantana, why do we have to let him choose? Hannah's fingertips brushed through Han Yi's hair, whispering softly. A man like him shouldn't be used to making choices, right? After all, he clearly has the power to have it all. For Hannah and Shantana, this was just a small trick they used to defeat the enemy together. But to Han Yi, these words had another layer of special meaning that made him uneasy. First, his body was abnormally stiff, and after a moment, Han Yi's sitting posture became relaxed and natural again. As his expression returned to normal, the increasingly dim flame in the depths of Han Yi's eyes finally went out completely. To be honest, the British accent is indeed a bit difficult to understand. Han Yi put on a lazy and casual charming smile, turned the tables, or regained the status of the host, and let his palms, which radiated endless heat, cover the waists of Hannah and Shantana. Which sentence don't you understand? Apostrophe all the power. I may need a little personal demonstration. Don't stop, believe in, hold on to. The alarm, which had begun to become unbearable, rang, and almost at the same time, Han Yi grabbed the mobile phone on his head and pressed the power button hard. After a few seconds, the room returned to silence, but Han Yi couldn't fall asleep. With his mind in a mess, he lay in bed for a long time before he figured out a few basic facts. First, this is not Ibiza, but London. Second, today is not June 9th, but June 21st. Third, the two naked girls sleeping next to him are no longer Shantana and Hannah. It's, who was it? Let's go through it again from the beginning. On June 10th, Han Yi got up from the bed, where the Six Nation Coalition was fighting fiercely, said goodbye to Diplo and Kevin Kusatsu, and boarded a private plane to Lisbon with Fimu Tervasi. Going to Lisbon was not to change places to continue vacationing, but to meet with his investment manager Antoine Gatcha to establish a branch of HMG and Han Capital in Europe. The reason for choosing to place the European headquarters in Lisbon is closely related to the tax policy of the Portuguese government. This Lusitania country on the edge of Western Europe is the most friendly place for foreign companies in the entire European continent and even the world. The term PIGS is widely known. It is the biggest trauma of the Portuguese since the 21st century, except for the 2004 European Cup, and it is also the best annotation of the Portuguese economy. For nearly 4 decades, Portugal's national economy has been damaged by high-risk credit, soaring public debt, and poorly managed EU structural funds and cohesion funds. In 2014, Portugal's GDP was $229.9 billion, and its per capita GDP was $22,103.7. In 2015, its GDP dropped sharply to $199.4 billion, and its per capita GDP also fell to $19,250.11. From the primary industry to the tertiary industry, it is a wasteland. As the economic pillar of Portugal, tourism accounts for about 20% of the total GDP. In short, this is a country that has been lying flat for nearly half a century. In order to reverse this situation, the Portuguese government is extremely open to foreign investment. Although it is necessary to have a local residence card, NIF tax number and social security code to set up a company in Portugal, the Portuguese government, which is eager to introduce fresh blood to save the dying economy, has provided a quick and convenient backdoor for high-quality foreign investors. Portugal Golden Visa. You only need to transfer €1 million to your Portuguese bank account to get a golden visa immediately. You can live and work freely in Portugal, but you don't need to be trapped here to sit in the green card prison. More importantly, the holder of the golden visa can apply to start a business in Portugal as a non-resident. Non-residents have an unimaginable tax benefit. That is, in the first 10 years of obtaining non-resident status, personal income in Portugal only needs to pay 20% personal income tax, and there is no tax rate upgrade clause. Income generated outside Portugal is directly tax-free. Whether it is dividends, interest, or royalties, capital gains or labor income, they are all 0%. It is conceivable how attractive this policy is in European countries, where the high-level personal income tax rate is basically above 50%. To give the simplest example, any income earned in Europe, Hanyi can freely remit it to his Portuguese account in the form of euros without paying a penny of personal income tax. If you want to remit it back to North America, you can also operate it directly through the LLC as a pass-through entity. In this way, Hanyi only needs to pay personal income tax once in the United States, and saves the trouble of repeated tax deductions in the two countries in the middle. Combined with the 21% corporate tax in Portugal, it would be unreasonable not to take advantage of this legal advantage. With the help of Antoine Gatchet and the local lawyer he hired, Hanyi stayed in Lisbon for about a week and gradually handled the 3 things. First, the golden visa. This step is the simplest. Open a private account at a Portuguese commercial bank and deposit €1 million. Voila. The golden visa is in hand. Second, non-permanent resident status. Generally speaking, to become a tax resident of Portugal, one must live in Portugal for 183 consecutive or intermittent days within a 12-month period. But any regulations will open a backdoor for the rich, especially in a country like Portugal, which has the lowest level of corruption in Western Europe. If you want to shorten your residence time, you need to have a permanent residence in Portugal and show your willingness to live and maintain the residence. What does it mean? It means that, as long as Hanyi buys a suite in Lisbon, the length of residence can be negotiated. And buying a house is nothing new to Hanyi. Since the Portuguese government wants him to buy land and property, then let the whole of Lusitania feel what kind of wealth shock a billionaire who is considered the top class in the United States can bring to the local residents. Chapter 159 From Lisbon to London. It was not until he carefully studied the real estate market in Lisbon that Hanyi realized how much Portugal's economy had shrunk. In this Portuguese capital and the largest metropolitan area with a population of 550,000, the average house price per square meter is only €2,896. In sharp contrast, the average price per square meter in Paris is €8,000. In London, the figure is £9,730. Lisbon's urban area is very small, even 20 square kilometers smaller than San Francisco's urban area. Among them, the most prosperous, the highest housing prices, and the most concentrated rich and famous people are the Lisbon Cathedral area in Alfama. The housing prices here are a full 44% higher than other areas. But even so, a single family villa with an interior area of 487 square meters, a total area of 813 square meters, 5 bathrooms, 5 bedrooms, and 3 full-size suites, located next to the Grace observation deck, only costs 2.425 million euros, and the 7.5% property purchase. Taxes already included. Standing in front of the irregular infinity pool, looking at the neoclassical buildings lined up one after another, as well as the unique red roofs and cobblestone streets of the Iberian Peninsula, Han Yi couldn't help but sigh. He has been too accustomed to the extreme prosperity of Los Angeles and New York, but has forgotten that most places in the world are like Lisbon. No, most places have much lower housing prices than Lisbon. In these top cities in the hearts of these compatriots, even if Han Yi only uses less than 1/20th of his current cash reserves, he can still get what he wants. Therefore, even if he buys this Lisbon mansion in full, it will not affect the transaction progress of the penthouse #79 and 157. After signing a few authorization letters and entrusting the specific transaction process to Jordan Bromley and Antoine Gatchet, Han Yi's second mission in Lisbon is complete. This will be his first real estate on the European continent. Although the transaction has not been officially completed, Han Yi still doesn't know how much reward he can return for this consumption. But considering the joy and satisfaction that he felt from the bottom of his heart, there are assets on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean, and the most central neighborhood of a country was easily taken over by himself. The bonus ratio should not be too low. Not 100%, but at least 80%. After the visa and identity issues were settled, Han Yi had only one task left in Lisbon, which was company registration. There were 2 sociedade por quotas, that is, private equity companies. One was the European branch of Han Capital, and the other was the European branch of HMG. The company registration process in each country is different, and the process in Portugal seemed quite strange to Han Yi. The actual registration process only takes 1 to 2 days, but before that, it takes 2 weeks to obtain a social security number, 3 working days to open a bank account, and even a week to choose a name for the company. Yes, in Portugal, naming a company is a rather complicated process. You can choose from the list of the National Registration and Notary Institute from the company names that have been approved by the government. These names already have matching taxpayer number and social security number, and can be activated and used directly, and the cost is only 360 euros. But if you want to use your preconceived name, you need to pay a 435 euro application fee for the name license, wait for the company name to be approved by EIN, rent an office space, wait for EIN staff to check the workplace, and then wholesale the license to use the company name on the spot. Anyone who hears this series of boring and trivial matters should know that Han Yi's trip to Lusitania is far from as romantic as it sounds. But this does not mean that his week in Portugal will lack the ambiguity and charm of Pink. When a billionaire is willing to open his vision and heart to feel the eyes around him, he will find that no matter which city he goes to, he will always be surrounded by various forms of pursuit and courtesy. Arriving at the Myriad Sana Hotel in the Vasco da Gama Tower, the tallest building in Portugal, Han Yi, who stayed in the presidential suite on the 21st floor, attracted the attention of many Iberian girls from the first day. Even if we ignore the price of 3,000 euros per night for the suite itself, Han Yi's well-trained Albanian bodyguards and the French investment manager who looks extremely elegant and decent can already highlight his prominent status and extraordinary worth from the side. Claudia Aparicio, the digital marketing manager of IL, the second largest multimedia content provider in Portugal, who occasionally works as a print model and party DJ, has deep and charming light green eyes like Sarah Sampaio, and a stunning mixed-race face made up of Moorish and Caucasian blood. This figure, unique to the Iberian Peninsula, stumbled into the elevator that Han Yi took to his room after dinner. The messy and fluffy dark brown curly hair, the perfectly cut and extremely fitted black satin skirt, and even the faint intoxication, have all been carefully polished and tempered. You live on this floor too? Wow, if I remember correctly, that's the presidential suite, right? Can you show me around the room? The script had already been written in each other's minds, so there was no need for fancy lines. In the next 48 hours, this Asian tycoon, whom she never called by his real name, but only by the sweet babe or the low daddy, helped her achieve 2 goals for the year. Wearing a bathrobe in the presidential suite, like a frequent guest, taking a seemingly casual Instagram story in front of the round table filled with breakfast. After getting thousands of views, go to Cartier next to Edward VII Park and wear the coveted 1895 diamond necklace. You mean, a hot, incredibly rich Asian man let you stay in his presidential suite for 2 nights, and gave you a 25,000 euro necklace? Phil Hodaputer. How come I didn't get such a good thing? Claudia didn't need to feel ashamed of her behavior, because the magical plot of the past 2 days was the romantic movie scene that every one of her friends dreamed of. This was not a false show, but a jackpot weekend that would be remembered for a long time. While Claudia Aparicio carefully restrained her smug expression and responded to the jealous and envious questions from her girlfriends, the man who took her to the top of the tower had already boarded another private plane. The Challenger 350 was capable of a short flight of 2 hours and 40 minutes. From Humberto Delgado to Heathrow, and then from Heathrow to the Shard on London's South Bank. Han Yi, who likes modern decoration style, did not choose the London Ritz Hotel on the east side of Hyde Park, but stayed in Shangri-La, which occupies 18 floors of the tallest building in Western Europe, starting from the 34th floor. In the previous life, Han Yi, who had come here for afternoon tea twice, liked the excellent view of the Shard overlooking the entire London city. This time, Han Yi pushed open the door of the Shangri-La suite on the 39th floor and immersed himself in the bright neon lights on both sides of the Thames in the bustling night, and became more determined. The best way to appreciate a city is to float in the clouds. In fact, the original itinerary plan for this trip to London did not include last night's madness and the 2 girls lying on the velvet bed now. The reason why he visited the heart of England before returning to the United States is exactly the same as the reason why he went to Portugal. That is, to set up a separate British branch of Han Capital and Han Music Group. Brexit, or to use a simpler English term, Brexit, is not some top secret future information that only time travelers can master. As early as 4 months ago, the current Prime Minister Cameron announced the referendum date to the British people, June 23, 2016. This was originally just a retreat for the young leader to replicate the success of the Scottish independence referendum and use the power of mass politics to solve the problem once and for all. But the shock and aftermath caused by this referendum soon exceeded what he and his party could bear. In November 2015, all opinion polls showed that more than 60% of people supported Britain to remain in the EU, while only about 30% wanted Britain to leave the EU. However, as the negotiations between the British government and the European Commission on the restrictions on benefits for non-British EU citizens in the UK stalled, the voices supporting Brexit in the UK became louder and louder, especially after the Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, who also belongs to the Conservative Party, announced his support for the Brexit camp. Downing Street 10 was horrified to find that the way they had identified to win might become the last shovel of dust to bury Cameron. With 1 week left before the referendum, the confrontation between the Union Jack and the 12-star flag could be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys of London. London mounted policemen on their tall horses screamed at each other, "Get Brexit done," and pulling out doesn't work with sharp whistles. I have to admit that I have been away from the UK for too long, and when you mentioned setting up a company in the UK alone, I was a little skeptical. In the dark blue Rolls-Royce limousine from Heathrow Airport to the Shard, Antoine Gatchet looked out the window at the crowd of demonstrators who made them difficult to move, and sighed. But you are right, Mr. Han. No matter what the result is this time, we must be prepared for Britain to withdraw from the EU. Since the single market is about to become 2 markets across the sea, it is necessary for the various branches of Han Capital to take root in the City of London. Like Portugal, foreigners who want to register a company in the UK must first obtain a legal visa. The Innovator Visa, also known as the Tier 1 Entrepreneur Visa, is a prerequisite for Han Yi to expand the Han series of businesses in the UK. Even stricter than the Portuguese government. The British government stipulates that, in order to obtain a Tier 1 entrepreneur visa, you must first obtain the endorsement of a government-approved institution before you can continue the application process. Antoine Gatchet found an endorsement agency for Han Yi called the Global Entrepreneur Program, GEP. Normally, GEP would only process visas for entrepreneurs that they actively invited, but how could these common rules stop Han Yi now? After arriving in London, Antoine didn't even have to call his classmate who was an executive at GEP. After seeing Han Yi's materials, the reviewer prepared an invitation letter for him to join the Global Entrepreneur Program in less than 15 minutes. With the help of GEP, the remaining details, such as IELTS scores higher than 5.5, at least £1,250 deposited in a British account, or having a private enterprise with sustainable development capabilities, can be completely ignored and skipped. It sounds simple, but there are still a large number of certification documents and authorization documents from visa lawyers and endorsement agencies that Han Yi needs to sign, so he has to stay in the UK for at least a week before he can leave for North America. Under normal circumstances, Han Yi should have an irrepressible urgency to return to Los Angeles. After all, the girls he missed the most were all waiting for his return in the City of Lights. But now, the huge white sign with 9 letters on the Hollywood Hills has become the last thing Han Yi, who is in a state of confusion, wants to see. Barbara Pavin in Ibiza has put him on a path that he has tried to avoid since his rebirth, but it seems that he cannot avoid it. Chantana, Hannah and Claudia have pushed him hard on that road of no return. How should he face those two now? Whenever he thinks of this, Han Yi will interrupt his thoughts with a bit of fear and panic, and force the logical train to change its route elsewhere. The more this happens, the more he hopes that his trip in Europe will become longer. It would be best if he never goes back. It would be best if he never sees them again. There will be no more problems. Thinking of this, Han Yi sighed silently, propped up his tired body, and sat up from the big bed in the Shangri-La suite. Now he remembers. The London Black Pearl on the left, which makes Jordan Dunn look pale in comparison, is called Kisiva. The Cape Town Diamond on the right, which is similar to Candace Swanepoel, is called Cynthia. Han Yi originally planned to spend his leisure time in the British Museum and West End theatres, and he would never sleep with them. But Diplo, who had just finished performing at the Parklife Music Festival in Manchester on June 12, also came to London to start his 5-day vacation, before returning to Washington DC on the 18th to perform at a hostage. It was not Han Yi's turn to refuse. After asking the boss about his position, Diplo and Kevin Kusatsu brought a dozen models, singers and other beautiful flowers with flexible working hours who were developing in London to the 39th floor of the Shard, decorating this highest level suite with vivid colors. Kisiva is a print model, that's for sure. Cynthia is a singer. At least her singing all night last night was quite beautiful. Boring thoughts ran around in his mind like electric currents. Han Yi put on a bathrobe, rubbed his swollen temples, walked to the window, and slowly pulled open the gauze curtains. Located in the prime area of the Shard, the Shangri-La suite is like a unique aerial art exhibition hall. The panoramic view of London outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the most breathtaking and great collection in the exhibition hall. Looking north, the gurgling Thames meanders through the magnificent metropolis. Iconic buildings such as the Tower Bridge, the Tower of London and St. Paul's Cathedral are arranged in sequence, showing the city's rich history from 4780 to 1969. Looking across the skyline, unique modern architectural wonders in the heart of London's financial district, such as 30 St. Mary Axe, 20 Fenchurch Street, nicknamed the Walkie-Talkie, and 120 to Leadenhall Street, nicknamed the Cheese Grater, stand proudly, reminding everyone why this place is called the Swinging City. Under the hazy sky in the early morning, the dark exterior walls of the Houses of Parliament, Big Ben and Westminster Abbey looked even more stern, unreservedly highlighting the dark history of the city as the political and royal core of the now extinct British Empire. In sharp contrast, Piccadilly Street, which began to regain its prosperity after the war, and is bustling with people, and the London Eye, which was put into operation in 1999, and represents the entertainment spirit of Britain in the new century. Standing at the highest point that Great Britain can reach, enjoy the country's ultimate luxury and tenderness, and overlook the hustle and bustle of the masses. Why did the experience that should have made people feel great satisfaction and peak joy become, "Didn't we do our duty last night, Daddy?" Han Yi, whose mood became increasingly confused and impetuous, didn't know how long he stood in front of the window before he heard the South African accent behind him, which was even more seductive because of its slightly hoarseness. Han Yi turned around and looked at Cynthia, who was kneeling on the bed. Without the gauze curtains blocking her, the sunlight from the window poured onto her body without any obstruction, and every tiny hair between her proud curves was clearly visible. "Tell us." Kiss Eva hugged Cynthia from behind in an intimate posture that made people imagine a lot. Her bronze flawless skin, without the need for olive oil, also shone like pearls against Cynthia's white body. What do the two girls need to do to get you back to this bed? Chapter 160 Progress Bar. Good afternoon, Mr. Han. Sitting in the Ting restaurant on the 35th floor of the Shard, Antoine Gatchet, who was savoring scones with English black tea and casually flipping through the Daily Mirror, raised the ceramic teacup in his hand towards Han Yi, revealing a warm and peaceful smile. "Would you like a cup of tea?" "Thank you, I need it urgently." Han Yi sat opposite Antoine, stretched his back, massaged the back of his neck with one hand, and gave a thankful look to the investment manager who poured tea and milk for him. "Last night was, oh, sorry." Antoine raised his hands half in the air. "I asked you a question." It's a habitual expression. When Diplo and the girls entered the presidential suite in a mighty manner, Antoine Gatchet was there too. He certainly knew what Han Yi was busy with in the second half of the night. It doesn't matter. Every time a similar topic was mentioned, Han Yi still felt an unnatural stagnation in his heart. He picked up the teacup and buried his face in it. "By the way, Antoine. I'm here, Mr. Han. I want to ask." Han Yi smacked his lips, picked up a still hot scone, peeled off a small piece, and put it in his mouth. "Are you sure that all our investment funds have been transferred to the acquisition target?" "Yes. Every payment." "Every payment." Antoine Gatchet took off his gold-rimmed glasses for reading, looked at Han Yi gently, and the confusion in his tone was diluted. "Why do you ask, Mr. Han?" "Why? Because all the investment funds have been received, but the rewards have not arrived yet. Today is June 15th, 2016, and the several investment cases currently confirmed by Han Capital have all completed the transaction process. Heartbeats $25 million, Tarpees $15 million, and Mad Decent's $36 million have arrived in the other party's account at the end of last month. Halsey Incorporated, which invested $18 million, was also announced at the beginning of this month. The acquisition of Electric Feel for $52 million was also settled on Monday this week. Even Sony Pictures' $130 million slate deal for 5 films and the $10 million endowment fund of the University of Southern California have all been processed. The endowment fund is very simple. Han Yi allocated $1.5 million in his personal name as the first startup capital of the fund. The specific purpose is to provide entrepreneurial funds and employment subsidies for the graduating students of the University of Southern California's Jovan and Young School, as well as scholarships of no more than 50% of tuition for students who are still studying, especially minorities. Sony Pictures' slate deal is a little more complicated, because in the selected list, Jumanji, Blade Runner 2049, Hotel Transylvania 3 and the Emoji Movie have entered the formal production process, and only Venom is still in the early preparation stage. Therefore, according to the agreement between Sony Pictures and Sep Third, the $130 million investment funds need to first enter a bank account opened by Sony Pictures, supervised by Sep Third, and jointly managed by both parties, and then the funds will be allocated to specific production units in batches according to the actual progress of the project. The total investment of $286 million was spent without a penny left, except for the remaining $8.5 million, to be paid by USC at a later stage. In order to monitor the real-time status of these projects, Antoine Gatchet also hired 2 junior asset management managers, one to follow up on all music investment projects, and the other to track the progress of Sony Pictures and other non-music investment projects in the future. In other words, all the to-do items that can trigger the reward return mechanism have been completed one by one, but Han Yi still has not received any text message reminders or memo update notifications. In the past few days, Han Yi has tried to ask about the situation through the memo in a private space where no one can disturb him. The only answer he got was silence. No, this description is actually not quite accurate. It is not just silence that responds to him. Every time Han Yi asked about this, the memo would copy and paste the 5 mottos again, like an automatic reply. 1. I don't count how many sit-ups I do. I only count when I feel pain, because that's all that matters. Muhammad Ali 2. There are no accidental encounters between souls. Sheila Burke 3. Absorb what is useful, discard what is useless, and add what is your own. Bruce Lee 4. Dear reader, suppose you are an idiot. Suppose you are a member of Congress. I said it twice. Mark Twain 5. If opportunity doesn't knock on the door, build one yourself. Milton Berle. The content of the 5 sentences has not changed, but Han Yi, who reads the memo several times almost every day, still found a difference. Color. The first and fourth items are still black text, but some of the words in the second, third and fifth items have turned red. About 50% of the second item is covered with bright red, the third item is less than 10%, and the fifth item is already about 85%. Progress bar. Frowning and studying for a long time, this is the only reasonable explanation Han Yi can give. It is easy to understand why the first and fourth items did not change color. He was so busy that he had not had time to exercise properly, and of course he had not had any contact with the congressmen, who were called idiots by Mark Twain. I can't say that I fully understand the message that the fifth item wants to convey, but at least I can guess it. If opportunity doesn't knock on the door, build one yourself should be related to improving the business structure. Now that the layout of the music aspect has basically come to an end, the only thing that needs to be completed urgently is the personnel filling of Han Capital. After all, it is far from enough to have Antoine Gatchet in charge of the asset management department. At least one person in charge of the lifestyle field and a CEO who can control the overall situation must be recruited before Han Capital can be truly transformed from a beautiful blueprint into a reality. But the other two, what do they mean? Han Yi is still puzzled for the time being, but it is not difficult to infer from their silence that, in order to obtain the next reward, most likely the 1.2 billion that Carlyle Group has not yet expired, they must find a way to turn all 5 mottos red. How to do this? He didn't know where to start. Nothing, just confirming. Thinking of this, Han Yi waved his hand, gave Antoine a smile, that everything was fine, and covered it up lightly. It's mainly because here, there is nothing else to do except waiting, so I always ask some irrelevant questions repeatedly. I apologize to you for the efficiency of this country. Antoine pressed his chest and smiled. However, tomorrow afternoon, at the latest the morning of the day after tomorrow, all the procedures for the innovator visa will be ready. The lawyer's articles of association and memorandum can also be prepared tomorrow. After signing, we can use Tarpee's office address to officially register. Oh, I'm not in a hurry. Han Yi lowered his eyes, staring at the scone in his hand, and said softly, I can stay a few more days. You can arrange the rest of the day as you like, visit attractions, or taste delicious food. It would be a pity if you don't make full use of London when you come to it. Antoine carefully observed the subtle changes in Han Yi's expression, and very considerately turned the topic to a relaxed track. What kind of food? Fish and chips or a full English breakfast? Don't do that to yourself. Frenchman. Antoine grinned, with a look of physical disgust. You can try the French food here, or Japanese food is fine. Apart from local food, everything else in London is pretty good. How did you survive in the UK for so many years? Recognizing the strong negative emotions in Antoine's tone, Han Yi asked with interest, do you eat out, or cook at home? I don't have time to cook, so, chicken masala. Antoine made a pistol shape with his hand, pointed at Han Yi, and smacked his lips. The only dish worth mentioning that the British left to the world. But that's a variant of Indian food. Give them some breathing space. Do you really expect these people to research something edible without any external help? The mockery of the poor food culture of the British Isles is the greatest common denominator of Han Yi and Antoine, who come from two food temples in the east and the west respectively. After toasting to each other like Leonardo DiCaprio in The Great Gatsby, today's British insult session came to an end. "What are your plans for the afternoon, Antoine?" Han Yi asked casually, while continuing to eat the scones on his plate. "Meet up with some old friends, and go to the Tate Modern. What about you? Go to the British Museum, and see what they stole and robbed from my country." Han Yi spread his hands and said, "Then, who knows? Let's walk towards Buckingham Palace, Kensington Palace or Harrods. We finally came to a city with a slightly more developed public transportation. We must use our feet well." "That sounds very ambitious, boss." Antoine Gachet wiped his hands and put on the French beret that he seemed to never take off. "I wish you a pleasant tour in advance. I must admit, Mr. Han." 2.5 hours later, Fiamu Dervisi, who was half a step behind and following Han Yi, exclaimed, "I never expected that you would be such a good walker." He had been to the British Museum 2 days ago. More importantly, the feeling of visiting the British Museum is completely different from that of visiting the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Most of the collections of the latter were donated or purchased, but everyone knows how the treasures exhibited in the former came to London across the ocean. Without buying and selling, there would be no killing, and without colonization, there would be no plunder. Han Yi did not intend to contribute another £45 to the British Museum to see the Liangzi Jade Kong, the white marble Buddha statue of Changwang Temple, and the murals of the 3 bodhisattvas of Qinglian Temple that were stolen and transported here, and make himself angry. Of course, without a beautiful woman to accompany him, even the most dazzling cultural relics would seem a little boring. Thinking of the graceful figure standing at the intersection of 5th Avenue and East 82nd Street, Han Yi's expression could not help but dim, and his pace of shuttling through the streets of London also accelerated to the point that even Fiamu had a little difficulty keeping up. They walked through the small and exquisite Soho Park and headed south along the narrow one-way street of Frith Street. It was 3 blocks away, less than 10 minutes walk, when they stood at the T-junction with Shaftesbury Avenue, looking at the Chinese sign Tong Rentang across the street and the Guanghua bookstore written in Chinese characters on the right. London's Chinatown was right in front of them. "The last time I came here, £6,000 was stolen." Following the real London residents crossing the road in places without zebra crossings, Han Yi pointed to the alley next to Tong Rentang Pharmacy and said to Fiamu with a smile, "The time I came here in the last life was also counted as a last time." "Shit." Fiamu cursed and asked in surprise, "How could so much money be stolen?" "I had a cough, so I went to the pharmacy to buy some cough medicine. The boss's wife said that the machine in front couldn't swipe credit cards, and I had to take the card inside to swipe." Han Yi curled his lips, regretting his blind trust in his compatriots at the time. "Then, on the day I was leaving London, she used the copied information to buy a MacBook and an iPhone. This is why I never use credit cards, boss, only cash." Fiamu shook his head, his tone firm. "You can just swipe my money away without a password?" "No, thank you. Even if you don't swipe the card, it's not very safe. See that arch-like thing in front? In Chinese, we call it a memorial archway." Han Yi turned left and walked to Macclesfield Street, one of the many entrances to Chinatown with plaques. On the 3rd night, after arriving in London, I went to this Chinese restaurant for dinner. As soon as I reached the corner of the street, I felt someone seemed to be rummaging through my backpack. Turning back, I saw a very cute blonde girl with half of her arm put inside. What was her reaction? She took her hand out, smiled at me, and then turned around and walked away, as if nothing had happened. Unbelievable. Yes, this is my first and second impression of London's Chinatown. Han Yi patted Fiamu's arm, which was thicker than the street bollard, and smiled. "But I shouldn't need to worry about these things this time. Albanians never encounter these things, boss." Fiamu snorted proudly. "Here, in America, no one dares to mess with us." "Good for you." Han Yi narrowed his eyes in appreciation, looking like he was cheering for Fiamu's national pride. "As a thank you, I'll treat you to a Sichuan spicy hot pot here tonight." I'm trying a new healthy meal recipe that doesn't allow me to take any spices, especially spicy ones. During the relaxed chat, Han Yi and Fei Yamu crossed Ward Street, walked out of the small Chinatown, and walked in the opposite direction of Leicester Square towards the sunset. The wide lanes in Los Angeles are extremely unfriendly to pedestrians. The dirtiness of New York's black dirt covering the entire sidewalk, and the steel forest that blocks out the sun most of the time, except for a ray of sunshine, almost no sky, also make people not want to walk through it. But as a city that has existed for thousands of years, and does not exist for any modern means of transportation, it is completely different from the ancient capital London. The most convenient way for humans to commute here, in addition to the hundreds of densely packed tubes underground, is their own feet. The streets are old but not dilapidated, and most of the buildings on both sides are less than 10 meters high. Baroque, Georgian, Regency, Victorian, Edwardian, pre-war Art Deco, and the occasional modern building. London's core urban area has retained almost all the marks of the times since the fire of 1666. In other words, the City of London itself is an excellent historical museum. Wandering in it, every inconspicuous old guy may be a well-known tourist landmark. St. James's Park is just this big, not as green as the greenery in my neighborhood. The 3-story building next to it that looks like it has been burned twice is the London Library. What is this place that looks like a Chinese bathing city? Oxford and Cambridge Club? Aren't these two mortal enemies? Why are all the clubs together? Can you imagine that there is a club called USC and Duckler Club in Los Angeles? As long as you pay attention, England's eternal capital can bring you endless surprises, especially for people like Han Yi who love to study history. Along the way, St. James's Palace, Spencer House, and Lancaster House were dazzling. The crowded Victoria Memorial and Buckingham Palace appeared in front of Han Yi without warning. If it weren't for the Chinese tour guide holding a small loudspeaker in front of the gate to give Chinese explanations, Han Yi, who was walking fast with his head down, might have missed this attraction. Piccadilly Avenue, Knightsbridge, Harrods, Hyde Park, Imperial College, Royal Academy of Music, Royal Albert Hall, Natural History Museum. Within a radius of less than 1 kilometer, there are too many impressive cultural attractions, and the weather of 18 or 19 degrees is also quite pleasant. Unknowingly, Han Yi, who walked all the way from Soho to Chelsea through countless pret-a-mangers, still didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. To be honest, I'm also surprised at my performance today. Fei Yamu. After kicking his feet in place, Han Yi glanced at Fei Yamu Dervisi, who looked at him with admiration, and smiled proudly. At least in my memory, I've never walked such a long distance in one breath. Do you know what this means, Fei Yamu? What does it mean, boss? It means that we are lost. Looking at the beige wooden door at the end of the alley and the dead end it represents, Han Yi looked around, and didn't see any signs. In the heart of the Chelsea residential area, these connected maroon low houses seem to have grown into the same shape. It looks like it's time to take an Uber back to the hotel. Fei Yamu. Han Yi took out his mobile phone, pressed it twice, and found that it had run out of power at some point. Oops. Is your phone still charged? It was turned off half an hour ago. Fei Yamu shrugged. I just told you, boss. Ah, damn. Okay, it doesn't matter, at least we have the queen with us. Han Yi took out 3 50-pound bills from his trouser pocket and waved them at Fei Yamu. Now we just need to solve one problem. How the hell do we get out of here? Which way should we go on the main road we just came from? Are you lost? At this time, a vibrant young voice sounded in his ears. It was still an American accent. Yes, great. May I ask if you know? Han Yi turned around and was about to ask the kind lady a question, but was shocked to find that Barbara Paven was holding a bulging butter shopping bag, looking at him with a mischievous look and giggling. First I couldn't find a place to eat in Ibiza, and then I got lost in London. Mr. Han, you need to put some oil on your brain. Chapter 161 Barbara's Townhouse. Barbara. Han Yi's eyes widened. Why are you here? What do you mean why am I here? I live here. Barbara raised her finger and pointed to the dead-end alley. But you, why are you here? Oh, I thought you went to Paris. That was a week ago. Barbara closed her left eye coquettishly and smiled. I came back after work. Okay, but don't you live in New York? Han Yi felt that his CPU was about to burn out. The last time I checked, this was still London. Oh my god, she's here, she's there, she's everywhere. What should I do? Barbara was waving her claws and teeth like a little monster, laughing heartily, showing her funny personality to Han Yi and Fei Yamu. I rented an apartment in New York and here. I usually live there, but I live here during Fashion Week. At this point, Barbara Payton looked up at the dark clouds hanging overhead and spread out her right hand with her palm facing up. By the way, are you going to try your luck on the street in the thunderstorm to see if you can get a taxi or go back to my house, charge your phone first, and then wait for Uber to pick you up? As if to prove that what Barbara said was true, before she finished speaking, a drop of raindrops fell into her palm. Is there a thunderstorm today? If the BBC is not lying, there are still 20 minutes. Barbara looked at the screen of her phone. So, guys, what do you decide? I decided to say, thank you, Barbara. Han Yi paused and showed a grateful smile. I hope it won't disturb you too much. Of course not, follow me. Barbara hooked her finger at Han Yi and Fei Yamu, signaling them to follow her pace. After nearly 2 hours of running, it was really difficult to keep up with Barbara's nearly 1 meter long legs. Han Yi had to jog a few steps to be shoulder to shoulder with the Victoria's Secret Angel. How was the event? Same old. Landing, putting on makeup, showing up, stunning everyone, and then going home. Barbara's words were half teasing and half confident. Well, not entirely. Because in addition to the L'Oreal event, I also shot new season ads for 3 different brands in Paris a few days ago. But anyway, now I'm back. Ta-da. Welcome to my humble home. The wording was very humble, but the eyebrows that were about to rise to the sky and the jazzy right hand that kept shaking conveyed completely opposite emotions. I have to say, it was very comfortable and warm. Barbara, carefully observing the interior decoration that contrasted sharply with the charming and lively Barbara Pavin, Han Yi didn't know how to respond for a moment. Any questions? Barbara, who was bending down to take off her black Guxy loafers, keenly caught Han Yi's subtle expression changes and narrowed her eyes playfully. I shouldn't live in this kind of townhouse. The top floor apartment near Canary Wharf or Hyde Park is more suitable for a supermodel like me. No, yes. Han Yi thought about it and chose to tell the truth. For a Victoria's Secret Angel, it seems a little modest. If you have seen Notting Hill starring Julia Roberts and Hugh Grant, you will be able to keenly notice the similarities between the townhouse rented by Barbara Pavin and the place where William Thacker lives in the movie. Both have a narrow wooden door, which leads to a long and narrow corridor after opening. At the end of the corridor is a kitchen that can only accommodate 2 people at the same time. On the right is what the British call the drawing room, the living room. On the left is a steep staircase covered with light grey plush carpet, leading to the study, bathroom, bedroom, or somewhere else. In general, this house is more like a cozy home for a middle-class couple, rather than a place for a world-famous model who earns millions of dollars a year to stay in one of the 4 major fashion capitals. I particularly like Harry Potter, both the books and the movies. So when I decided to rent a house in London, I told myself not to look for those 5-star hotel apartments that are everywhere. If I want to live, I want to live in the most Muggle-style place. Barbara's explanation is quite interesting, which fits her casual and free-spirited personality and her imaginative mind very well. Oh, lucky me, there are a few pairs of unopened slippers. Taking out 2 pairs of cute cotton slippers with panda patterns from the shoe cabinet at the entrance, Barbara used them to applaud instead of her hands. Please take off your shoes at the door, gentlemen. Sorry, Hungarians can't stand anyone bringing outside dust into the house. Chinese people are the same. Han Yi took the slippers and felt very friendly. I can't understand why Americans and British people wear sneakers into the house and step on the floor or even the bed. Isn't it? There are also freaks who mix shoes and underwear together to wash. Barbara nodded hurriedly, agreeing very much. What about you, Fei Yamu? Do Albanians wear shoes into the house? Han Yi turned his head and looked at Fei Yamu Dervishi, who was staring at the childish panda head in his hand with an embarrassed look on his face. No, only barbarians would wear shoes from outside into the house. After saying this, Feyyamu took a deep breath and made up his mind to put on this pair of slippers that were obviously too small and looked like children's slippers on his size 46 feet. It looks like we are not the minority. Hanyi shrugged and smiled at Barbara. They are. Finally, I don't have to spend another 10 minutes explaining this. Barbara also smiled brightly. I have a feeling that you will be welcome guests at the Pavan mansion. Come this way. There are so many chargers in this house. I always forget to bring them, and I always have to buy one at the airport. Barbara squatted down, took out 2 Apple chargers from the cabinet to the right of the TV, and stuffed them into Hanyi's hands. Today's hero, Barbara. Thank you very much. The socket is on the right side of the sofa, on the left side, where you are facing. Done. Thank you. Feyyamu, give me yours too. Seeing the charging logo on the screen, Hanyi stood up, nodded to Barbara first, then glanced around the small living room, and gave sincere praise. I really like the design style here, which is simple and elegant, but also has a warm atmosphere of life. In Notting Hill, William Thacker's living space is quite messy, with moldy wooden floors, randomly placed repair tools, and a bicycle tilted at the back door, which always gives people the feeling of giving up trying, like his room at Spike. But Barbara Pavin's 3-story house is obviously not the case. As the European resting place of this Hungarian supermodel, the townhouse has a sense of refinement and fashion that is very consistent with Barbara's identity. Light beige and creamy white are the main colors of the interior design, from wallpaper, curtains, sofas to cabinets. The space is also very tidy. As far as the eye can see, there are only a few fashion magazines with Barbara on the cover, thrown casually on the sofa and coffee table. It is not messy, but looks more advanced. Thank you. The basic decoration of this house is good. After moving in, I changed some furniture according to my own preferences, tea table, sofa, and the above. Do you want me to show you around? No problem. Hanyi nodded. Anyway, there is nothing else to do for the time being. No need for me, Ms. Pavan. Feyyamu Dervish declined the invitation quite tactfully. The big guy is also very wise. He followed Hanyi step by step, from Ibiza to London. If he still can't see what happened between the boss and the model, then at least in terms of observation, he is no longer suitable to be called an elite security guard. Therefore, under the premise of absolute safety, what Feyyamu should do is to create as much private space as possible for Hanyi and Barbara. Although he is a firm supporter of Yuzen, but, if possible, I will sit here and rest for a while. Feyyamu pointed to the sofa and squeezed out a kind smile. We've been walking for so long, I'm a little tired. Oh, yes, of course. Please sit down. Barbara Pavan picked up the remote control and thoughtfully turned on the TV for Hanyi's security. Watch whatever you want. We'll be back soon. After saying that, Barbara naturally hooked Hanyi's arm and led him to the long staircase leading to the second floor. There are 2 storage rooms and 2 adjacent bedrooms on the second floor, but because I live alone, I converted the entire second floor into my studio. Well, it's called a studio, but it's actually a place to store clothes and try on clothes. The one inside is now my shoe cabinet and part of the wardrobe. The one outside has more wardrobes and is used as a dressing room. Wow, so this was originally a 3-bedroom townhouse? Yes. Barbara put her hands on her hips and radiantly inspected the dressing room that was filled with all kinds of luxury treasures, comparable to a big-name flagship store. A girl always needs a lot of storage space. No offense, but Hanyi pointed to the ground. How much does it cost to rent a house like this in Chelsea? £1,950 a week, plus monthly water and electricity bills and other miscellaneous maintenance fees. It's about £8,500. Barbara didn't care much about such insignificant privacy. She raised her eyes and thought about it, and a string of numbers blurted out. And you rented a house in New York? Well, in Williamsburg, the price is about the same. Hanyi closed his lips tightly, licked the side wall of his mouth with his tongue, and responded from his nose. To £8,500 is about the same as $21,000 US. Throughout the year, Barbara spent as much as $252,000 US on rent. It was enough for her to pay the down payment for a townhouse of the same size in the core area of Brooklyn near the East River. With Barbara's annual income, she can pay off the loan in less than 2 years, and her quality of life will not be affected. I don't know which city I want to settle in the future. How could the smart Barbara not see Hanyi's inner thoughts? After all, I'm only 23 years old. I want to experience more while I'm young, before I can settle down. I'm working hard to make money now, so that when I want to be extravagant, I don't have to hesitate too long. You're right, Barbara. Hanyi tapped his temple and showed an apologetic smile. I shouldn't have thought about these things for you. It's a habit that I have to think about everything in my head now. It's totally okay. Don't be too nervous. You're much better than my parents at persuading me to buy a house early. Barbara pushed Hanyi's back with a smile and continued to take him upstairs. The 3rd floor. This is my 100% private space. There is a small study on the north side where I participate in video conferences and send and receive emails. Then, this room of about 30 square meters on the south side is my master bedroom. The accompanying bathroom with a bathtub, a full-size sink, and a coffee machine and mini refrigerator in the room mean that when there is no work arrangement, I can waste a whole day here without even going downstairs. If I remember correctly, I should have finished watching all of Attack on Titan, most of Naruto, and at least half of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure here. A Japanese anime fan. What do you think? Barbara picked up an English version of Death Note from the pile of comic books on the bedside. In order to play Dragon Ball Xenoverse, I bought a PS4 and put it in the living room. But I've been busy with work recently, and I don't know where I put it after I put it away. Pandas, Japanese anime, sushi. You look more Asian than me, Barbara. Hanyi raised his eyebrows and teased. Not just sushi. The world-class supermodel changes her facial expressions in an instant. Barbara Pavin walked in front of Hanyi, and they were only a few inches apart. Her original excited and innocent appearance was instantly replaced by a blurred temptation that exuded strong charm. Recently, I found that I like Chinese food more and more. Gulp. Whether it is a man or a woman, there are very few people in this world who can be alone with Victoria's Secret angels without changing their expressions. Hanyi is definitely not one of those people with special abilities. Someone has the cutest confused face in the world. Her slender arms wrapped around Hanyi's neck. Her elf-like blue eyes wandered between the other's high nose and slightly open lips, and Barbara Pavin couldn't help laughing. Why is it a confused face? Hanyi took a few deep breaths in his heart, but he still looked calm on the outside. He put his hot palm on Barbara's waist, and the endless heat seemed to burn her to death. Because Barbara leaned over and kissed Hanyi's earlobe. The look in your eyes just now was as if you were doing this for the first time. Taking off the loose knitted sweater on her body, the Beckenbridge short top that could not cover her waist allowed the man who was holding Barbara in his arms to better feel the results of her 10 times a week fitness training. Barbara pressed Hanyi's chest, turned around, and pushed him down on the bed. By the way, there is another advantage of this bedroom that I forgot to introduce. Barbara knelt in front of Hanyi, tied her hair behind her back with both hands, and tied it into a ponytail, and said in a sweet voice, "What advantage?" Hanyi, who was about to go crazy, asked the question almost subconsciously. The master bedroom is on the top floor, which means people in the living room will never hear anything going on here. Barbara raised her eyes. Her charm was as rich as silk, and her tenderness was as smooth as brocade. Pull my hair. Chapter 162. Night Rain in England. The bedside and the quilt were just the starting point of the battle. The curtains in front of the low windowsill were almost completely torn off. The boundless glass on the spotless sink was covered with handprints, and the shower head in the shower room soaked 2 people at the same time. When the madness of youth subsided a little, the sky of London had been completely rendered into a different scene by the deep Persian blue and the enchanting royal purple. The British Isles, located north of the European continent and closer to the polar day circle, have a much later sunset time than Los Angeles. The hour hand has to pass the number 9 before the city will completely sink into the night. Therefore, if you don't look at your phone, you can't judge the current time according to the normal concept of weather, especially when a thunderstorm is sweeping across southern England. The sporadic branch like lightning that turns the sky into silver white, as if the rumbling thunder comes from the end of the world, coupled with the dense raindrops hitting the window, makes the bedroom more quiet and leisurely. Thunderstorms are a good time for lingering. 6 o'clock, 50. Lazily lying on Han-Yi's chest, Barbara had no barrier at all with the young rich man, only a white bath towel that was not completely dry, casually draped over her private parts, barely covering the spring scenery that was about to be exposed. 1 hour, 15 minutes. Han-Yi muttered a sentence in Chinese in an almost inaudible voice, and then nodded with satisfaction, as an encouragement and recognition to himself. What are you talking about? Barbara's left cheek pressed against Han-Yi's skin, and she breathed out comfortably. It sounds very romantic. I literally said. Han-Yi's face showed a mischievous smile, and he told the truth. 1 hour and 15 minutes. Are you counting the time? Barbara held Han-Yi's cheek with her left hand, leaned her right elbow on the quilt, propped herself up slightly, shook her head in disbelief and laughed. You are such a childish boy. That's not what you called me when you were biting the pillow just now. Ouch. Han-Yi grimaced in pain after being pinched on the chest. As a supermodel who treats the gym as her second home, her hands are naturally very strong. I wish your tongue was this flexible just now. When it comes to dirty jokes in competitions, Barbara's skills are not inferior at all. I'm already learning. Good boy. The tender kiss from Budapest made Han-Yi feel a little eager, but he knew that he couldn't fall into this gentle place again. So, Han-Yi opened his arms and tried to find an appropriate topic to divert the charming atmosphere between them that was about to heat up again. So, Barbara rolled her eyes and helped him down. Your phone should have been charged. It should have been charged to 100%. Han-Yi nodded. Well, I don't think it's that fast. Barbara pretended to frown and think. 50% is about right. Wow. Han-Yi glared. That hurts. Okay, then 70%. Barbara smiled. We'll know when we go downstairs. At this point, Barbara pecked Han-Yi on the forehead again and twisted her body to get out of bed. But perhaps the movement was too big, which resonated with Han-Yi's body. In this quiet bedroom, a sound of hungry intestinal peristalsis rang out. Let's see. The battery is charged, but at what cost? Barbara proudly put her hands on her hips, as if she had accomplished a great achievement. Unfortunately, at the moment the last word fell, her stomach began to growl. Barbara Pavan, with a slightly red face and a smile covering her mouth, looked extremely cute and full of vitality in Han-Yi's eyes. If she were wearing clothes, this appreciation would be more pure. Come on, put this on. Han-Yi got out of bed, found Barbara's black silk pajamas in the bathroom, put them on her shoulders, and then began to look for traces of his own clothes. Oops. Han-Yi grinned, and with a bitter face, he held up his white shirt with 4 buttons missing in front of his eyes. It's broken. This is revenge. Barbara showed her little tiger teeth fiercely. Don't worry, wear mine. I have a lot of oversized sweatshirts. Oh, no, you can just wear normal ones. Your size should be about the same as mine. I don't even know if this is a compliment to me. Of course it's a compliment to you. Which man doesn't want to be a Victoria's Secret angel? While teasing, the two of them clumsily helped each other put on their clothes, and then like a pair of high school lovers who shouldn't stay at the girl's house, they tiptoed to the first floor. The sound insulation effect of this townhouse is really good. Han-Yi and Barbara had a lot of fun dismantling the house on the 3rd floor, but fear moot ever she fell asleep on the sofa in the living room. On TV, British Attorney General Michael Gove was answering questions from the media about Brexit, but it was hard to hear what he was saying in the muted mode. Go sit down for a while, Yi. Barbara patted Han-Yi's arm and said in a breathy voice, I'll cook. If you don't mind, we can eat together. It should be difficult to get a taxi to the restaurant in this weather. No, how could I let you cook alone? The era of only women in the kitchen is over. Miss Pavan, you can cook too? See, this is called gender discrimination. Han-Yi curled his lips. No, this is wealth discrimination. Barbara spread her hands, as if it was a matter of course. From childhood to adulthood, my family should have changed a Michelin chef every week, right? Do you see these hands? Han Yi stretched out his hands without any calluses in dissatisfaction, turned them back and forth to show Barbara. These are hands that have been self-reliant for a long time. No, it seems a bit ambiguous. Looking at Barbara, who was struggling to hold back her laughter, Han Yi issued a challenge. I bet that what I cook is better than what you cook. Mister, it's on. Barbara looked very offended. You can say that I'm fat, you can say that I don't walk professionally, but you can't say that my cooking is not good. As long as we are in Budapest, my sister and I cook our own food almost every day, and we never stop. First of all, I didn't say that your cooking is not good. I just said that it's not as good as mine. Han Yi slowly extended his index finger and middle finger. Secondly, the number of times has nothing to do with the technique. Is that why you could only come twice just now? Barbara narrowed her eyes slightly and pointed to the ceiling. Ouch. Han Yi received the biggest critical hit of the day. Come on, sir, I must defeat you in the kitchen today. Barbara Pavin's competitive spirit was aroused, and she took Han Yi's hand and went to the end of the first floor. Before we start, let's set 3 basic rules. You say. Han Yi crossed his arms and agreed happily. First, you can't ask for help. You have to cook the dishes on your own. No problem. These hands are the symbol of independence. Forget it. The more you talk, the more ambiguous it becomes. Second, you can't peek at the other person's cooking process and techniques. I can't remember, even if I see it. Han Yi said seriously. Third, Han Yi, who was telling jokes seriously, successfully made Barbara laugh. She bit her tongue to calm down. Third, whoever finishes first wins. Before she finished, Barbara took advantage of her long legs and time difference, rushed to the refrigerator in one step, and started to pull out the ingredients. Not childish at all, Barbara. Han Yi stood there and sighed softly. Who cares if it's childish or not? Barbara Pavin took out 2 large steaks from the refrigerator and bared her teeth at him like a kitten. I'm sure to win. For the honor of the Chinese people, I must fight you today. Han Yi gritted his teeth and went into battle, but he was stumped at the first step. Wait a minute, do you have soy sauce at home? Yes, in the second cabinet on the right. Kikoman? Han Yi looked at the Japanese soy sauce with the swastika in his hand and lamented. How can this be considered real soy sauce? I can't tell the difference either. I see that restaurants outside use this kind of soy sauce. Barbara put the steak in the microwave to thaw and answered without looking up, and Hungarian food doesn't use soy sauce. I only pour a little when I eat sashimi and sushi. Okay, the taste may not be authentic in this way, you can't blame me. Are you starting to make excuses now? Barbara performed without a physical object and put a crown on her head. You can surrender in advance. Wait a minute, I'll let you know what it means to be so delicious that you want to bite your tongue off. Don't peek. I don't quite understand. Mr. Han, Ms. Payne. Sitting cross-legged in front of the coffee table, Fiam Dervish blinked twice and rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he was too excited and saw double. If I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me. But aren't the 2 dishes in front of me exactly the same? They're not. Barbara Pavin, who was also sitting cross-legged opposite Fei Yamu, explained seriously. The one on the left is made by me, and it's called goulash, which is Hungarian goulash. And the one on the right is made by Yi. Barbara turned her head and asked Han Yi, who was sitting next to her. What's it called? Beef stew with potatoes. Han Yi pointed to the dark red stew pot on the left, looking very honest, but actually answering with a lot of bad intentions. And the one on the left is made by me, and yours is the one on the right. Oh, really? I may have made a slip of the tongue just now and said left instead of. Barbara's pretty face blushed slightly. She had to admit that, if you don't look carefully, the difference between Chinese goulash and Hungarian goulash can be said to be negligible. In the final stage, the 2 even sprinkled a handful of coriander into their stew pots. How can you tell them apart? After working in the kitchen for an hour, the 2 of them were fighting fiercely and happily, each trying their best to conceal the dishes they were going to present. As a result, a pair of twin brothers were born. Of course, this should not be surprising. After all, there are only a few ingredients in Barbara's refrigerator that can be used to make a serious dish. What else is there? Cauliflower rice, mashed sweet potatoes or kale? Never overestimate the refrigerator reserves of a professional model. Wait, what do you mean by a pool? Barbara punched Hanyi's arm. This is the entire Hungarian food culture, melted in one pot. Joe ate vajat. Hanyi put his hands together and blurted out a sentence in Hungarian. How did you? Barbara opened her eyes in disbelief. I checked it on Google. Hanyi shook his phone. You provided shelter, food, and a charger. It would be impolite if I didn't learn a few words of Hungarian. But your pronunciation is. Although she was amazed at Hanyi's language talent, Barbara didn't stay on this topic for too long. After all, she still had a war to win for national honor. Okay, Feriyamu, you are the only judge of today's cooking showdown. Okay, Ms. Payne. Forget everything you just heard. You don't remember who made which dish. Barbara instructed very seriously. I've forgotten it, Ms. Payne. Feriyamu nodded more seriously. 1 spoon on each side. You must eat at least potatoes and beef. Then, when you taste the second dish, remember to rinse your mouth with some water first. I'm ready, Ms. Payne. Feriyamu held the spoon in his left hand and the cup in his right hand, like a soldier who had just received a mission to go to Raqqa to fight. Ready, set, go. After giving the order to start the competition, contestant Barbara Pavin held her chin with both hands, looking expectantly at Feriyamu as she scooped a little from the pot on the left, put it on the plate, and tasted it carefully with a fork. Then, after drinking a small amount of water, she did the same with the stew on the right. I must say, Ms. Payne. Feriyamu smacked her lips, as if she was tasting it carefully. It's indeed the right one. The one you made tastes better. The answer that was originally thought to win the cheers of the owner of the mansion made Barbara cover her face and sigh. In fact, the one on the right is mine. Hanyi said to Feriyamu with a smile. Oh. Feriyamu lowered his head to drink water in embarrassment. I thought it was Barbara's, so I chose that one. Wow, Feriyamu. Hanyi laughed dumbly. So you didn't choose it based on taste? Like you said, Mr. Han, Ms. Pavin provided accommodation, food, and charges. It would be impolite if I didn't choose her. Ha, that's it. Barbara cheered up again. Then if you really choose it based on taste, which one would you choose? The one on the left. Feriyamu answered firmly. But in fact, Hanyi raised his hand. The truth is, the one on the left was made by me. Kadrakin? Feriyamu's brain was completely overloaded. Seeing Feriyamu's confused expression with his logic completely confused, Hanyi and Barbara smiled at each other and clapped their hands to celebrate. In fact, the first time they found that the two dishes looked very similar, they tasted each other's cooking. It must be admitted that Barbara Pavin's cooking skills are indeed quite superb. Of course, Hanyi's Sichuan-style potato stew with beef, which lacks star anise, cinnamon, ginger and chili peppers, and replaced cooking wine with beer, also won Barbara's approval. In fact, Chinese stews without spiciness are more in line with Barbara's appetite. Although Hungarian cuisine is known as the spiciest cuisine in Europe, Barbara herself really can't eat spicy food, and the goulash she made herself is also a light version without chili peppers. The reason why Feriyamu was asked to be the referee was actually to see whether the honest big man would choose to uphold justice or get confused in the thinking trap set by the two. I'm very disappointed in you, Feriyamu. Hanyi stood up and walked towards the kitchen, turning his head and saying to his personal bodyguard with a smile, I thought you would uphold justice. I'm for. Feriyamu opened his mouth and swallowed the second half of the sentence back. I'm for you, boss. Ignore him. Barbara Pavin gave Feriyamu a thumbs up. I like you a lot, Feriyamu. In fact, why don't you come work for me? You can't afford him. Hanyi's voice floated from the kitchen. Really? Barbara tilted her head. How much did he offer you? No need for a specific number. Just give me a gesture. About this much, Ms. Payne. Feriyamu held up 3 fingers. Well, I guess I'll have to postpone this job offer to my next life. Spending $250,000 a year to rent a house is already a luxury, and using 1/10 of the income to hire a bodyguard. Even Barbara, who has been working to earn money since she was 13, can't afford this level of consumption. Don't dig Feriyamu, he's my favorite uncle. Han-Yi returned to the living room with 2 servings of white rice and an empty plate for Barbara Pavin, with 3 bottles of Coke Zero tucked under his armpit. Barbara didn't have any other carbonated drinks at home, and at least half of the space in the entire refrigerator was filled with Coke Zero. The global advertising campaign for Coca-Cola's Taste the Feeling series is Barbara Pavin's first commercial announcement outside the fashion industry. The pay is good, and there are plenty of free products. He is everyone's favorite uncle. Barbara and Fei-Yamu stood up and took the plates from Han-Yi, each holding an aluminum can in their hands. I didn't expect today to end like this, and I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to eat goulash within a week before the start of Paris Fashion Week. Prying open the pull ring, Barbara raised the Coke Zero into the air. So, thank you for being the uninvited guest who broke into Pavin's mansion on this terrible thunderstorm. If any media calls me a plus-size model again, I will put all the blame on you. A very strange and negative toast, but Han-Yi and Barbara gently clinked their glasses and smiled and blinked. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Phoenix Bar. The dinner was far from sumptuous, but the portion was definitely enough, which made the guests and hosts of the Pavin mansion happy. The sound of rain outside the window gradually became sparse, but the temperature that finally improved was smashed to the ground. Even indoors, Han-Yi and the other 2 could feel a hint of chill. The slightly cool rainy night in early summer undoubtedly made the 2 pots of steaming stews more delicious and heartwarming. If only Han-Yi and Barbara Pavin had dinner together, it would not be difficult to foresee that they would have to eat the sauce on each other in less than half an hour. The 2 young bodies who have tasted the marrow and tasted the taste will never miss any opportunity to be closely connected. Therefore, the presence of Fiem Dervish not only did not make the dinner awkward, but also made the atmosphere in the living room more warm and comfortable. Han-Yi and Barbara were like a newlywed couple who had just taken root in London and imagined a bright future, and Fiem was the loving uncle who came all the way from Tirana to send them blessings. Supermodels have a very high workload, half of which comes from their busy schedules flying around the world. Every 2 or 3 days, Barbara has to take a flight of 13 or 14 hours to any country that pays for her pretty face, to walk the runway, take photos, and rush commercial notices. From 2006 to now, 10 years have passed quietly between rows of landing gear that are attracted and lowered. Whenever there is a break, Barbara will return to Budapest to spend time with her family, but this opportunity has become less and less as her number of fans, popularity, and commercial value have risen. As for Han-Yi, for reasons that are not known to outsiders, he will not be able to get too close to his family for a long time in the future. The exponentially increasing wealth requires distance and time to increase credibility and security. As for Fiem Dervish, he is the one with the best situation among the 3. The family lives happily in Los Angeles. The only thing they need to worry about is whether their 2 daughters will fall in love early or whether they can get A's. But after all, his job is private security and he has to follow his employer wherever he goes. This trip to Europe has been going on for almost 3 weeks, and Fei-Yamu's longing for his wife and daughter can be easily discovered without meticulous observation. Therefore, the 3 people sitting around the coffee table all cherish this opportunity that is similar to a family dinner. No one talks about work, and of course they don't talk about the world situation. The topics between spoonfuls of stew are the daily table life of most families in the world. Barbara shared with them a hilarious video of herself running around with a wash basin every morning when she went to the countryside to visit her grandmother and great-grandmother. Han-Yi showed Barbara the photos of the premature giant panda babies in the giant panda breeding base in his hometown, and the Hungarian girl who loves pandas had pink bubbles in her eyes. Fei-Yamu's anecdotes are more hardcore, all about his marching and fighting in the Special Operations Battalion, but Han-Yi originally liked this kind of first-hand history that someone had personally experienced, and Barbara is also a tomboy who is not afraid of anything. Therefore, no matter how many bloody element not suitable for children there are in the story, both of them held their chins and listened with great interest. Of course, the three people from China, Hungary, and Albania also have a common hobby that is quite congenial, that is, football. In mid-June 2016, the new European Cup was in full swing on French soil. Thanks to UEFA's European Cup expansion policy, Hungary and Albania, two European underdogs that originally had difficulty entering the finals, both won the group stage quota for the first time. This promotion to the finals is the first time in 44 years for the Hungarian national team, and for Albania, it is the first time in history. With similar circumstances, and not in the same group, it is not difficult to imagine how heated the discussion between Barbara and Fiamu was. On this side, Barbara boasted about Zale's goal-scoring ability, as if he was the third person after Messi and Ronaldo. On the other side, Fiam slammed the table and cursed Carlos Velasco Caballo, who sent Rorik Kanner off the field with a red card, and declared that, if it hadn't been for the black whistle, Albania should have gotten its first European Cup point 4 days ago. In the passionate football atmosphere, only the Chinese Han Yi seemed a little lonely and desolate. He sipped coke silently, trying to recall what the Chinese national team was doing in 2016. Oh, I remember. While losing, they were waiting for Lippi. I remember that Switzerland seems to have a lot of Albanian players, right? Barbara frowned and thought, Shaqiri and Berami. There are more than just the two of them. Blerlim, Ademi, Granit, Shani, are all Albanians. Imagine if they all chose to join the Albanian national team instead of Switzerland, how strong we would be. Fiam's sighing expression made it completely impossible to tell that there were actually 6 Balkan descendants born in Switzerland in the Albanian national team. But it doesn't matter, the boys have their own choices. And even without them, Albania will definitely make it to the knockout stage. Who are you playing next? Han Yi asked vaguely, while chewing the soft beef cooked by Barbara. France. Fiamu swallowed his saliva. If we can win this game, we will definitely qualify. When? There are still 16 minutes. Fiamu pointed to the LCD TV behind Han Yi that was playing the ITV channel. The strong emotions of excitement and anxiety were intertwined and almost uncontrollable. Wow, then you can't miss this game. Barbara clapped her hands excitedly, as if her home team was about to play. Stay here and watch it before leaving. Otherwise, you will definitely miss a large part of the first half on the way. I think it may not be possible. Fiamu Dervish deliberately spoke slower than the sloth in Zootopia, and secretly glanced at his boss with hopeful eyes. It's as if I would ask you to take a taxi back to the hotel with me now, Uncle Dervish. Han Yi looked at Fiamu with both anger and amusement. As long as Barbara doesn't mind, we can finish watching before leaving. Hooray. Barbara Pavan raised her arms above her head and cheered happily. Anyone can see that the Hungarian girl is a person who particularly likes to be lively. There is football, beer, and the Chinese food that is becoming more and more delicious and addictive. What else is there to complain about? Wait, beer. It seems that there is no beer at home. Barbara ran to the kitchen to confirm it and said with a regretful tone, it doesn't matter, do you still want to eat? If not, I'll go wash these first and then go out to buy some for you. Han Yi patted his thigh, stood up, and began to clean up the plates in front of him. A billionaire who looks very suitable for his taste, is good in bed, gentle and considerate, cooks delicious food, and will take the initiative to wash the dishes? I'll be damned. Barbara, feeling like she had found a treasure, happily joined Han Yi in cleaning up. In this case, Fiamu would definitely not sit there. With the concerted efforts of the 3 people, the remaining stew was soon wrapped in plastic wrap and put into the refrigerator, and several plates were polished and put into the dishwasher. The supermarket is 2 blocks away, and it should be closed soon. Pressing the start button of the dishwasher, Barbara rolled her eyes and suggested excitedly, hey, there's a bar on this corner, why don't we go there to watch the game? There are more people and the atmosphere is better. The townhouse that Barbara rented was in an alley called Woodfall Street, located in the core area of Chelsea, only a 10-minute walk from the Thames to the south. You can enjoy the prosperity of the city along the King's Road, but it is hidden between the quiet green parks and ancient houses. What connects Woodfall Street to the outside world is a small road called Smith Street from north to south. There is no two-way lane, and the two sides are densely parked with commuter vehicles of nearby residents, making it a challenge to meet cars here. As a traditional British gastropub, the Phoenix is located at the intersection of noise and tranquility. Every British pub looks similar. Brown stone brick exterior walls, black solid wood frames, and golden metal signs. Outside is a row of outdoor square tables that no one would sit on unless the weather is abnormally sunny. The bustling interior consists of a bar table with high chairs in front, several scattered tables, and 2 booths in the corner. Of course, there are also LCD TVs hanging at both ends of the bar. In order to welcome the arrival of the European Cup, the Phoenix Bar has added 2 more TVs, placed at the entrance and in the corner. If you have watched Football Coach, even if you have never visited the British Isles, you will not be unfamiliar with the decoration and display here. However, when Han Yi and the other 2 opened the door, they did not see the Greyhound fans wearing the red and blue jerseys of AFC Richmond, nor did Ted Lasso and his assistant coach Willis Beard sit by the window. Even the Chelsea fans who turned the place into a blue ocean on ordinary match days were nowhere to be found. In the crowded bar, where it was difficult to turn around, there was only one color, dark red. It belonged to the Albanian fans who represented the glory of the double-headed eagle. According to official records, there are only 21,000 Albanian nationals living in the UK, but there are at least 100,000 British people registered as Albanians. The most important thing is that this data does not include those Albanians who pretended to be Kosovars to get refugee visas, and anonymous people who entered the country through various illegal means. Some people say that the total number of Albanians in the UK is about 200,000, and some even think that this number is far lower than the actual size of the Albanian community in the UK. Among these Albanians, who came to the UK through various channels, a few live in Birmingham, and a vast majority make a living in London. Barking and Leytonstone in East London, Wood Green and Palmer's Green in the north, and the administrative areas of the surrounding boroughs have all become active Albanian settlements. Few Albanians who have come from overseas can afford Chelsea's high housing prices, but don't forget that the basic service industries in the central city, whether it is express delivery companies, supermarkets, or coffee shops, are supported by these immigrants. It is normal for Albanians who don't have time to go home after get off work to occupy Chelsea's gastropubs with their friends at the 8 p.m. game. Therefore, although France is just across the channel, the Phoenix Bar now looks no different from its counterparts in Tirana on the Balkan Peninsula. At 8:06, the game had just started, and the double-headed Eagle fans gathered in front of the TV with national flags, singing Hymni I Flamurit, cheering for every touch of Sadaku, and booing Marshall when he tried to pass. This rare multicultural experience made Hani and Barbara, who were sitting in the corner, feel very fresh. As for Femi, as soon as he opened the door, his compatriots recognized his identity. Now he was surrounded by fans, and led everyone in singing. I thought you said you didn't drink, just to avoid those 2 crazy occasions. After taking a sip of the barrel beer from the tap, which had more foam than the liquid, Barbara glanced at the Sprite with a slice of lemon stuck on the edge of the glass in front of Hanyi, and was even more surprised by Hanyi's unusual living habits. He drank Coke until he was tired and switched to Sprite, but he still didn't want to drink a drop of alcohol. Really not at all. Hanyi looked at the gradually stopping night rain outside the window and breathed a sigh of relief. From childhood to adulthood, I have never tasted the taste of alcohol. No, it can't be said that I have never tasted it at all. Thinking of this, Hanyi couldn't help laughing out loud. When I was a child, there was a bar on the corner of the street where my home lived, just like it does now. My mother and uncle and others would often talk business in the bar. There is no age limit for entry to bars in China, and I was too young at that time, just a little over 3 years old, and no one would care about me. After all, what 3-year-old likes to drink? No way. Barbara covered her mouth and widened her eyes. Then your mother let you try it? No, my mother is crazy enough, but not that crazy. Hanyi waved his hand. She ordered a glass of red wine for herself and then began to talk about business seriously. I was sitting next to her and thought her glass was a Coke. No, Barbara had already anticipated the next development of the story. Yeah, and it was the kind of super delicious Coke that adults don't let children drink. Han Yi tried hard to keep his smile from spreading, and dimples belonging to memories appeared on his cheeks. While they were not paying attention, I took the first sip and found that, although there were no bubbles, it seemed quite delicious. Then, by the time they came to their senses, I had finished the whole glass. In 1997 in China, many places did not use high-heeled glasses to drink red wine, but this kind of glass. Han Yi tapped the Sprite on the table with his fingertips. Not surprisingly, I lay at home for the whole day. Didn't you black out? Of course I did. They told me all this later. It is said that even 3 days later, my hiccups still smelled of alcohol. Moreover, on the way home, I kept kicking my uncle with my feet, loudly announcing to the world that I was Son Goku. You have seen Dragon Ball, so you should know who Son Goku is. Of course, Goku. Barbara Paven couldn't help laughing at the unusual childhood story. Since you have been addicted to alcohol since the age of 3, you should be one of the most experienced connoisseurs in the world now, right? It is because I know that the genes of alcoholics may be flowing in my veins that I choose not to touch it. Han Yi was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. The sentence was very vague, but Barbara could keenly perceive that all the superficial differences of Han Yi, as long as she asked one more question, she should be able to find the truth behind it. But Barbara did not choose to do so. She liked the face sitting across the table, liked his oriental restraint and modesty, and also liked his domineering way of clamping her under him and making her unable to move. But no matter what, it was just like. Liking means enjoying everything the other person provides in the most wanton way. No need to understand. Love requires understanding. And for Barbara Paven now, love is not a topic she wants to touch. She is unwilling to mention it, and even more afraid to mention it. So, after a few flickers of her eyes, Barbara chose to use another question that she was quite curious about, but could clearly draw a line between the relationship between the two of them, to distance herself from Han Yi's inner world that was just a layer of window paper away from being broken. Tell me about the girls around you? Barbara buried her face in the wine glass, and after a moment, she brought out a circle of wine mustache hanging on her lips, revealing an extremely cute and bright smile. I really want to hear how self-disciplined gentleman who doesn't drink a drop of alcohol can attract so many girls. Chapter 164. They on the other side of the ocean. How can I attract any girls? Han Yi shrugged, wanting to turn the page as soon as possible. No, I see. Barbara patted her forehead, looking as if she had suddenly realized something. Money. What other reason could there be? They must be after your money. No, none of them. The impulse that came out of his mouth was covered by regretful annoyance. Han Yi sighed helplessly and looked at the Hungarian girl in front of him who was extremely excited because of her successful fishing. He always set traps for others, and this time he finally got his shoes wet by the river. Come on. Barbara blinked, and her eyes were full of the air of success. Spill the beans, Chandler Bing. Why does everyone think I look like Chandler? Han Yi stared at Barbara with some amusement. I'm not him. I don't have a father who is a drag queen in Las Vegas, nor a mother who has sold 100 million copies of adult novels. Oh, but I do have. If you want to compare me to Janice again, be prepared for my wrath. Barbara Paven rubbed her hands, fully showing Han Yi her Magyar step warrior blood. I didn't say anything. Han Yi made a gesture of surrender, but there are really no beans to spill. Are there girls around me? Of course. I think everyone will meet women who are close to them in their lives. Do they care about me? There is no doubt that we care about each other and support each other. But do they really like me? I mean, at least no one has told me in person. Zaoru? We danced together once in Carmel by the sea. Yasen? We hugged in front of Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco because of our father's matter. Maddie? This is a bit tricky. We kissed each other mouth to mouth twice. But if my memory serves me right, they should not have expressed their admiration for each other. So, he didn't lie. Ha, more than I thought. Barbara narrowed her eyes, and her sea blue pupils seemed to have turned into X-rays, penetrating directly through the mask that Han Yi had carefully put on, and reaching his flesh and blood. Let me ask you, and you just say yes or no. Why should I play this with you? Han Yi resisted. I can see that you have a lot to say, but you can't find a suitable listener. Or, they listened, but couldn't give you the answer you want. Barbara glanced at Fei Yamu, who was roaring loudly with a red face not far away, and then moved her eyes back to Han Yi's face. I'm a good listener, an excellent mind reader, and a master of keeping secrets. Moreover, even if I want to make your secrets public, no one will listen to what I say. At this point, Barbara pushed her baseball cap down further to avoid attracting the attention of others. Barbara Palvin, who has more than 2 million Instagram followers and L'Oreal billboards all over London, always encounters fans who recognize her in the most unexpected places. They only have cameras pointed at me, no microphones. This is why many celebrity friends are willing to confide in me. I can give them the answers they are looking for. Maybe it's my innate talent, or maybe I read a lot of psychology books, I don't know, and no one will ever hear negative news about anyone from me. Barbara pinched the index finger and thumb of her right hand, slowly moved them across her lips, and made a zippering motion. So, it's okay if you don't want to play, but I have a hunch that I will be the only suitable person to talk to you for such a long time. Okay, I'll play with you. This time, Han Yi paused for an unusually long time. He nodded and accepted the invitation until the raindrops outside the window had subsided to the point where only 2 or 3 of them hit the glass occasionally. Don't worry, it will be fun. Barbara put away the phone that was stuck on the Twitter homepage and smiled. Okay, then, the first question. Barbara touched her chin, her eyes filled with the meticulousness and concentration of scientific research. Around you, at this moment, there are 3 girls who are romantically entangled with you. Han Yi was holding up the glass, but was frightened by Barbara's words and almost dropped the glass. Which? Remember, this is a game that can only be answered with yes or no. Barbara shook her index finger and smiled mysteriously. I believe this can also help you express your feelings better, without saying anything else. Isn't it? Yes. Han Yi nodded in response, not knowing whether he was answering this question or the previous one. Okay, the second question. Are they quite attractive? Yes. The kind that you will miss silently in your heart for a long time if you see them on the street? Yes. The kind that is prettier than me? Barbara. This is a joke, no need to answer. The Hungarian girl waved away the previous question with a swing of her arm. The next question is going to be more serious. Is the first girl from the same place as you? Yes, you can say that. Just answer yes or no. Barbara bit her lower lip and looked up to think for a moment. She is your classmate, whether in high school or college. Yes. Han Yi began to feel a little scared. You have the same cultural background and met in a foreign country far away from home. What attracted you to each other at the beginning was the warmth and peace of mind you felt after being with each other. Yes or no? Yes. Gradually, she found that the companionship accumulated over time became a habit, and the habit became another completely different emotion. She fell in love with you. Yes or no? You see, this kind of question is really difficult to answer, because I'm not her, how can I know? But no matter how much she likes you, you can't find the same feeling. You know she is not your type at all. Yes or no? Barbara switched to the next question very quickly, without giving Han Yi any time to react. Actually, Han Yi's tongue was tied, and he hesitated for a long time before whispering. No, I like her. As Barbara said, Han Yi's twisted and tangled personality really needs simple treatment and a quick and decisive response. You like her, but you haven't made up your mind to choose her, because there are other options around you that seem equally tempting. Or, when you are about to take that step, a new temptation appears. For example, the second one, she comes from your current work environment. Yes or no? Yes. Han Yi raised his head and took a big sip of Sprite to calm his nerves. I don't like the direction of this conversation, and I'm starting to regret it. Don't you really know witchcraft? No, you don't. Barbara smiled and continued to ask. This girl, I mean the second one, she appeared in your life without any warning. Same hobbies, same pursuits. Hey, maybe the way of speaking and thinking is similar. Her appearance makes you start to ask yourself a question in your heart. Is there really only one in this world? Is there only one person in this world who can be your destiny? Yes or no? I'm sure now. Barbara. Han Yi stared at Barbara Pavin as if he saw an alien. What are you sure about? I'm sure that you are a witch. Han Yi tried in vain to use jokes to ease the atmosphere or change the subject. Just pour poison down my throat. I'm ready. I'm not a witch. I just can read people's hearts very well. Barbara did not tease Han Yi in return, but replied quite seriously. The so-called mind reading that seems like magic to ordinary people is actually quite simple. Everyone, regardless of rich or poor, thinks that they are unique because they can only observe the world from their own perspective. Therefore, naturally, they will also think that the dilemma they are experiencing is unique. But as long as they stand at a more macro perspective, they will naturally be surprised to find that the experience that they originally thought no one could truly understand and no one could empathize with is actually the norm of human beings. This is the true meaning of a bystander sees more clearly. Do you think Han Yi is the only billionaire who is worried and distressed because of countless beauties around him like butterflies? The truth that he tried his best to hide is clearly recorded in the pages of history books that have been opened. Okay, then, there is only one left. There is no need for Han Yi to give a clear answer. His reaction has revealed the truth to Barbara. The last one. It's hard to read. She may be from any field or any aspect, attracted by your successful career, good-looking face or friendly personality, and become your most daring admirer. If I guess correctly, she should be younger than you. Is it or not? Yes. Then I probably know. She is an artist you work with, or even an artist who has signed a contract with you. Barbara put her hands together on her lips and asked word by word. Yes or no? I can't admit or deny your guess. Barbara, I believe you can understand. Han Yi's voice sounded very gentle. I'm not afraid of whether I will be affected, but any suggestion related to it may ruin her career, and I'm not going to do that. I understand. Yi, I understand. Sorry, on this issue, you really should ensure that her privacy is not violated. Especially when she took the initiative to attack, and you barely responded. Yes or no? Barbara changed the subject, and retreated to advance. Her question became more sharp. If you never know her true identity, yes. Don't worry, even if I know, I will pretend not to know. As I said, I'm a master of keeping secrets. Barbara picked up the glass again and added a beard to herself. The football match on TV has reached the last stage of the first half. In the 44th minute, Memsha's free kick from the right side of the penalty area brushed the upper side net and missed the goal, causing the double-headed Eagle fans in the Phoenix bar to exclaim and sigh. But whether it was Han Yi or Barbara, these two hardcore fans, it seemed that they had temporarily lost interest in the Greenfield competition. Barbara asked Han Yi a series of questions at an increasingly fast pace. To be more precise, she was stating, and Han Yi was affirming her statements. With their admiration, you can fully feel the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction as a man. Yes. This sense of accomplishment and satisfaction is so strong that you don't want to reduce it in the slightest. You know, if you make the final choice, three feelings will become one. It will become 1/3. Yes. How should I choose? You think, no matter who I choose, the other two will be hurt. They? No. Huh. Barbara tilted her head in confusion. I haven't finished yet. I understand, Barbara, but from the description of the first half of your sentence, I already know that the answer is no. Do you know why? Han Yi leaned forward slightly, his two palms overlapped like children in the choir. Why? Barbara also leaned forward and asked curiously. Because this is not a video game. Things between men and women are not a unilateral choice of one party. And my right to choose. Han Yi stared at Barbara without blinking. I threw it into the trash can the moment I went to bed with you. Me. Now it was Barbara Pavin's turn to panic. She pointed at herself and licked her dry lips. Yes, but don't get me wrong, this has nothing to do with you. I'm not saying that I fell in love with you, or hinting at anything else. Han Yi stretched out his hands and pressed down, signaling Barbara to be at ease. To put it another way, through you, Barbara, I know what kind of person I am. A wavering, greedy, and at a loss, who thinks he is good, but always hurts everyone around him. Someone like my father. Han Yi didn't want to say it, and Barbara didn't want to ask, but in this game that was destined to be heart-wrenching, they could not avoid failure. You're right. I can feel that they, at least now, only have one person in their eyes. No matter how the surroundings change, no matter where the source comes from, their emotions are so strong and pure. But like you said, I was still struggling with how to choose. What choice can bring the best future, and what choice can minimize the harm? Or, if I don't make a choice, can I protect them? Oh, God, protection. Han Yi looked up at the ceiling, and took a long breath. In the still chilly early summer night in London, the white fog drifted around like the thick smoke that the city was once accustomed to. I thought my indecision was because of my thoughtfulness, my concern, my greatness. I should have rejected you, Barbara. Han Yi raised his hand and pointed it at Barbara Pavin. After the first kiss, I should have distanced myself from you and told you that there are 3 girls on the other side of the sea who like me, and I like them too. If I did that, I would be hurting them and being unfaithful to myself. But I can't resist you. I mean, it's not even reason that is fighting against emotion, but reason and emotion are shouting at me together. What are you waiting for? No, there's one more thing. Maybe at the moment, when I chose to respond to you, I also hoped to use this method to make a choice that may not be correct, but is simple and refreshing. Sorry. Barbara looked gloomy. If I knew this was the case, I would never. I mean, although I know you must have a lot of tangled emotions, I thought you were a. No, for the 1000th time, this has nothing to do with you. If it weren't for you, there would have been, I don't know, other Victoria's Secret angels, or other temptations of equal degree appearing in front of me, and I still wouldn't have been able to say no. So, the reason I couldn't say no to you wasn't because you were so incredibly beautiful that Vogue was willing to pay 6 figures to put you on the cover. It wasn't because you were, and I still think so, the healthiest and most perfect model body. So perfect that Victoria's Secret hasn't offered you an exclusive contract yet, which is their loss. I couldn't say no to you. It's my nature. I'm a playboy, and facing the gorgeous world that is coming at me, I can't help but embrace it. At this point, Han Yi shook his head and laughed at himself. It may sound arrogant, even conceited, but the fact is, I'm rich, and I will always be rich. I'm so rich that the wealth has built a high wall behind me, or a circular Stonehenge. Those temptations, as long as they pass by me, will inevitably be intercepted and stop to visit. Maybe so, but that's not me. Barbara denied eagerly. At least, I approach you not because of your wealth. But, I understand, if you are because of those, I won't sit here and tell you so much. She said this, but Han Yi didn't agree in her heart. Maybe Barbara Pavin didn't pursue wealth, so she had sex with him for 2 nights. But in her eyes, Han Yi would never get rid of the halo of money. A large part of his fatal attraction to the opposite sex is because of his unfathomable capital accumulation and the stirring of the entertainment industry in the past quarter. If it weren't for this huge amount of wealth that is difficult for ordinary people to accurately measure and understand, Han Yi's shining points might be some strange habits that make people frown, and it's good enough that they don't lose points. For example, an ordinary Asian boy who is at a loss in front of a woman. To lame. A Chinese billionaire who is at a loss in front of a woman. Oh my god, a rare treasure. What I want to express is that when I know that I can't resist temptation, I can't get rid of temptation, and I can't be immune to temptation in a short time, I shouldn't choose any of them. On the contrary, I should use the most peaceful and painless way to slowly stay away from them so that they will no longer be hurt. Don't you have that kind of urge to possess everything? Barbara Pavin murmured. For many men, this seems to be their dream. Of course there is such an impulse. You are right, this is indeed the dream of many men, and mine too. It's embarrassing, but I have to admit it, because admitting that there is a problem is the first step to solving the problem. Han Yi shrugged and laughed twice, looking indifferent. but possessing everything is just an animalistic expression. It is the male reproductive impulse, our instinct to reproduce as many offspring as possible. Can I do this? Of course I can. Beg and borrow and steal and lie, do whatever it takes, and you will always get what you want. But what is the price? I think the truest price is that I have 3 partners who love me at the same time, and they go to sleep every day with such fear. Tomorrow, will he stay with me or go to the other 2? If, in some miraculous situation, I set up 3 families with them at the same time, every morning when we get up, our children will ask their mother the same question in 3 different houses. Where is daddy? Listening to Hanyi's description, Barbara Pavin, who couldn't help but put herself into the situation, had goosebumps all over her body. Everyone has a variety of identities. Maybe in front of me, they are just young girls who like me. But we must not forget that they are also the most precious daughters of a pair of parents and the most beloved mothers of their children in the future. They may be your mothers, or they may be my mothers. So, since I have made many mistakes selfishly, now is the time to end it all. Slowly alienate them, and let their love for me gradually die out. As long as time is long enough, no feelings are unchanging, right? At least on the surface. Hanyi's smile is now relaxed and bright. This way, they won't be hurt again. And I can face my nature, and do what animals do with those who have no feelings for me, and won't be hurt by me. Hanyi's words echoed in Barbara's ears. This time, it was the Hungarian girl's turn to fall into a long silence. The commercials on TV had ended, and the 22 players of the French and Albanian teams were running again on the Velodrome stadium. Barbara Pavin took a deep breath, and put on her signature energetic smile again. Yee, in case I forget one day, remember to remind me not to fall in love with you. Through this game, that she started intentionally or unintentionally, Barbara got all the answers that could answer her doubts. Some of these answers were completely expected, while others caught her off guard. A person who is interesting and sincere, but also confused and struggling. A person who is no longer perfect because of his flaws, but becomes more perfect because he dares to face his flaws. Very contradictory. It made Barbara more moved, but also made Barbara more scared. If you can still fall in love with me after hearing what I just said, you deserve it. Hanyi clinked glasses with Barbara and winked. Life hack, don't. I'll try my best. Barbara Pavin drank the remaining beer in the glass, then wiped her mouth, and glanced at Fimu Dervishi, who was still fully engaged in the game. This game doesn't seem to be very good. There are no goals yet. Yeah. Hanyi looked at the extremely clear 0:0 in the upper left corner of the ITV live broadcast screen, and nodded in response. Then what do you say? Let's hold a game ourselves. Barbara bit her lower lip again. But this time, it was not because of thinking, but because of lust. While it's still early in the night, hold a friendly match that can really score goals. I'm listening. Hanyi knew what Barbara's purpose was. After this dangerous conversation, Washin Yunayu was actually the best way to make the relationship between the two retreat a step further. If he accepted the invitation, it would be a way of showing that everything between them was nothing more than the most primitive and authentic physiological needs. Your townhouse, or my hotel? Hanyi chose to accept my side. I don't want to stay up all night this time. Okay, then what about us? Let's go now. Barbara Pavin gently placed her hand in the middle of Hanyi's palm. Tonight, the Hungarian supermodel who had once been banished to the human world once again became the otherworldly goddess in front of the camera. Chapter 165. Keep it casual. Don't stop B. A hand quickly stretched out from the quilt and turned off Steve Perry, who had not yet sung a complete sentence. This ringtone should really be changed. The sleepy eyes seemed to be glued shut, and they could not be opened. Fortunately, the sunshine in England is far from strong. Compared with California, it is a lightweight version suitable for all ages. Hanyi, who was lying on the left side of the double bed, could gradually find the courage to fight against the light in the next few minutes. The match between France and Albania ended with 2 goals scored by Griezmann and Payet in the stoppage time. The friendly match between Hanyi and Barbara was similar in process, but the result was somewhat different. 2 shots, one missed, and one was blocked by Barbara at the last moment. If the warm-up match in the afternoon is counted, Han Yi, as a striker, has made 4 attempts to score today. Even with a vigorous body, it is difficult to stay energetic in such intense exercise. Therefore, Han Yi, who was extremely tired, did not have the strength to get up and return to the shard, and Barbara was very considerate and offered to stay with him in the same bed. So, after sending a message to Fei Yamu, asking him to return to Shangri-La and pay attention to the safety of the road, Han Yi tilted his head and fell asleep. Speaking of this, where is Barbara? Han Yi glanced at the time on his mobile phone. It was less than 8 o'clock, and Barbara was gone beside him. Did she go to work? It's too reassuring to leave me alone at home, right? After putting on clothes casually, Han Yi went to the bathroom, smoothed his hair, and simply washed up. Barbara was undoubtedly a very considerate and competent hostess. Not only did she open a new toothbrush for Han Yi, she even squeezed the toothpaste for him and placed it flat on the glass. The only flaw was that the toothbrush was from Victoria's Secret, the color was peach pink, and the handle was written with love pink. Wiping the toothpaste residue on the corner of his mouth, Han Yi grabbed the handrail and slowly walked down the stairs. Repulge Mada Repulge, Manasagra Repulge, Dies Galambomnak, Gienjvalarulge. The closer to the first floor, the clearer the female voice singing. In order not to disturb this self-sufficient joy, Han Yi couldn't help but lighten his steps. He leaned forward on the round handrail of the last step of the stairs, secretly observing the source of the song. Barbara Paven cooking breakfast in the kitchen. The Hungarian girl was dressed very simply this morning, wearing a navy blue wordless sweater, navy blue sweatpants, and a grey woolen hat to keep warm. Most people would be less attractive if they were dressed at home, but it didn't affect Barbara Paven's appeal at all. After all, this is her job for 10 years, and it is also her most proud natural capital. After all, supermodels are a group of people with superpowers who can add luster to any clothing. Good morning. Han Yi held onto the open door frame that separated the kitchen from the corridor and waved to Barbara, who was immersed in the world of music. Videl Madavidel, oh, hi, good morning. Barbara turned around and gave Han Yi a bright smile that should have been shining over London. I made you pancakes and a fruit platter. As if to prove the truth of Barbara's words, there was a small ball of flour on the right side of her nose. There's something on your face. Han Yi walked up to Barbara and gently scraped the flour off with his fingertips. In response, Barbara almost subconsciously gave him a kiss. Beautiful, beautiful morning. Bad situation. At the moment their lips parted, Han Yi and Barbara widened their eyes at the same time. All this was too much like the cohabitation life between lovers. After the long talk at the Phoenix bar last night, wasn't the purpose of the two agreeing to work together to avoid this kind of situation? We have to stop waking up in the same bed in the morning. Barbara tapped her lips with her finger and teased. Otherwise it will look too much like a serious relationship. I'll try. Han Yi looked at her and smiled. But at the same time, you have to make some changes. For example, instead of preparing breakfast for me, put a note on the headboard saying, when you wake up, get dressed and get out. Okay, then hurry up, get dressed and get out. Barbara nodded in the direction of the door, looking cold. Can we do this again next time? Han Yi looked at the pancakes piled up like a mountain on the plate, still steaming, pitifully. I haven't eaten homemade pancakes yet. Never? Never? Oh, you're in luck, sir. Barbara clapped her hands excitedly, opened the maple syrup purchased from Aldi, poured a little on the pancakes, then picked up the fork, cut a piece from the 4 stacked soft pancakes, and brought it to Han Yi's mouth. The best flour, the best eggs, the best milk, and even the maple syrup is the best quality you can find in the UK. Try it. Han Yi opened his mouth to welcome the delicious food into his mouth, and after a few seconds, he held his breath. How is it? Barbara looked at her expectantly. Best pancake ever. Han Yi exhaled a sweet and fragrant exclamation. I'm a person who particularly likes to eat pancakes, and the pancakes you make are undoubtedly better than all the restaurants, even better than IHOP. Well, I have to give you this title, at least in the field of breakfast. You are much better than me. Why, thank you, dear. Barbara knelt down very ladylike. Although it is not surprising, I'm still very happy to hear your compliments. To express my gratitude, leave the next work to me. Walking to the kitchen counter, Han-yi put the fruit platter and the plate with pancakes together. I will decorate. What fruits do you want to put on your pancakes? Cranberries, bananas, and strawberries. Thank you. Barbara, who had been busy for more than half an hour, accepted Han-yi's courtesy with peace of mind. She stood behind him, stretched her neck, and observed with interest the Chinese tycoon's somewhat clumsy plating skills. After a moment, she opened and closed her hands, clasped Han-yi's waist and abdomen, and rested her chin on his shoulder. Won't this posture look like a serious relationship? Han-yi tilted his head slightly, looked at Barbara Payne, who was at eye level with him, and smiled. I'll change it next time. Barbara pecked him on the face. Besides, as long as we both know what our relationship is now, there won't be any problems. You're right. Han-yi thought about it, nodded slightly, turned his head, and continued his work. This young man and woman who had made up their minds not to fall in love, let alone fall in love with each other, secretly and shyly enjoyed this wonderful morning that only a couple could have. It turned out that what they didn't want was the tragic fragments in the relationship that were more torturous than any entanglement in the world, and this sublimated moment of calm and joy, while there was no one around. Let's experience it more. I'm going to Paris today. After Han-yi used more maple syrup to cover the fresh fruit and pancakes together, Barbara, who had been quietly hanging on his shoulder, spoke softly. Fashion week? Aha. Good luck to you. What about you? Back to Los Angeles tomorrow. Then I'll send your wishes back to you. Barbara breathed in Han-yi's ear. I'm almost certain that you need this good luck more than I do. Yeah. Han-yi sighed. A nightmare that is imminent but unavoidable is about to begin. Will it? Barbara disagreed. I think you will handle it well. If I really have this ability. Han-yi picked up a cranberry with his hand and put it into Barbara's mouth. You don't need to be my mentor anymore. Oh, am I your mentor? Barbara raised her eyebrows and smiled happily. In what aspect? Not in that aspect. Han-yi gently patted the back of Barbara's dishonest hand. Ouch. How can you hit a teacher like this? Barbara bared her teeth like a little lion and pinched Han-yi's cheek. But seriously, if you have any confusion, after you go back, you can always ask me. I'm a master of emotions. That shouldn't be easy. Why? I don't have any contact information for you. Oh, really? Barbara was surprised. We didn't even exchange phone numbers? Yes, no phone numbers. We didn't even have a phone number, but we actually spent 2 mornings together. Barbara looked like she was thinking seriously. We really took the word casual to the extreme. Who said it wasn't? Without any prior contact or subsequent communication, Han-yi and Barbara Payne actually played a friendly match in Ibiza and London, 2 places that are considered to countries anyway. This kind of casual relationship is not common anywhere, and the two have never experienced it before, which made them laugh. What, are you still worried about the so-called serious relationship? This whole thing is simply the ultimate dream of fuckboys. So, should we exchange numbers now, or just let it chill? Now that we've come to this point, if we don't exchange, it would seem like we are hiding something. You're right. Barbara nodded slightly, passed her hand under Han-yi's armpit, and held it in front of him. Cell phone. Han-yi took out his iPhone from his pocket neatly and put it in Barbara's palm, but Barbara didn't ask for the unlock password. She just turned on the phone screen and put it on the kitchen counter, as if it was hot. There were 4 or 5 red WhatsApp and WeChat messages. You don't have to guess where these messages came from. Barbara was not going to get involved in this muddy water. Let me read it to you. It's my American number, which is also my WhatsApp account. 332.2284. Starting from the Four Seasons Hotel next to Piedmont Park in Atlanta, heading south along I-75, Han-yi sat in the last row of the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter business car heading to the Phillips Arena. He placed his right hand holding the phone on the small conference table in the car and silently read the number that Barbara Pavin appeared on the main interface of WhatsApp. This is the transportation prepared by Live Nation, the organizer of the Future Now, the tour, for the guests. On the tour, no star would choose to take a flashy Bentley or Rolls Royce. These so-called top luxury models are mainly designed for short distance driving on urban roads and are definitely not suitable for performances that often have to travel hundreds of miles on national highways. Take the tour that Madison Beer and Billie Eilish will participate in as an example. July 1st in Sunrise City and July 2nd in Orlando. The distance between the two is too short to have flights, but if you drive, the commuting time is at least a few hours. Therefore, a business car like the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter, which has spacious and soft seats that can be laid down for rest at any time, a trunk large enough to hold the portable equipment of an entire accompaniment band, and a solid wooden table in the middle of the car for handling official business, has become the best choice. The show starts at 8 o'clock, ends at 10:30, and is cleared at 11 o'clock. The truck is loaded at 1 o'clock, and the truck loaded with stage equipment sets off for the next venue at 1:30. After a simple night's rest, or playing at the celebration party until dawn, the tour bus that transports dancers, accompaniment singers and other staff, the light business car that picks up the opening guests, and the luxury RV prepared for the main star gradually set off. Except for the driver, almost everyone will fall asleep on the road, especially the main star of the tour. After the concert celebrated by thousands of people, it is very difficult for the stars who return to the hotel to get a good and sufficient rest. Apart from anything else, the adrenaline that soars to the extreme will also make them toss and turn and have difficulty falling asleep. Many musicians try drugs for the first time just to stay awake and active during the extremely tiring tour. Therefore, sleep becomes extremely important when traveling during the day. The voice needs to be restarted after singing for 2 hours, and the sore body needs to be revived after completing various dance moves. This is why, as long as it is not a transoceanic performance or a performance across the east and west coasts, most musicians who hold concert tours will try to choose ground transportation. It is not only to save the cost of air tickets, but more importantly, it is much more convenient to drive yourself than to go through various complicated procedures for flights. Now do you know why every performance organizer has a dedicated itinerary department? Holding a concert tour is like marching and fighting all over the world with a platoon of troops. The logistics work before encountering the enemy is much more important than any hand-to-hand combat. Although it is not a world-class tour like Taylor Swift's 1989 tour, which has to transport special fireworks equipment and special effects equipment, and rent to cargo planes to perform in other countries, the complex preparatory work for the joint concert of Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas with a scale of 10,000 people still makes Han Ye speechless. 24 accompanying staff members were constantly handling trivial matters such as ticketing, publicity, media relations, and performance procedures. In each city, there were more than 100 stage staff and a similar number of security teams on standby. If a one-day concert was so troublesome, it was self-evident how much work he would have to do for the several music festivals he was preparing. Plus 1, 332.2284 is the tour fun. Looking at the message sent by this mobile phone number 2 minutes ago, Han Ye shook his head and laughed as if he remembered something interesting. In order to ensure that the relationship between the two was casual enough, Han Ye and Barbara Pavin, who could not help but mess up the sofa beyond recognition while having breakfast in the living room, made a rather childish agreement, that is, exchange phone numbers with each other, but do not give each other notes. It sounds outrageous, but this may be the place where Han Ye and Barbara's brainwaves intersect and merge. From hugging and saying goodbye on June 16th to Han Ye appearing in Atlanta on June 29th. Barbara and Han Ye didn't chat very often during the 2 weeks. Both of them were busy people. Each of them had a rapidly rising, star-studded career to worry about. Barbara Pavin not only had to walk on the catwalks of 26 fashion brands at the Paris Fashion Week, but also had to shoot to L'Oreal skincare ads, the cover of the July issue of InStyle Korea, and the cover of the July issue of Elle Hungary before the end of June. As one of the most profitable cash cows under IMG, Barbara's schedule has long been scheduled for the New York Fall/Winter Fashion Week in February next year. As for Han Ye, as a boss, he certainly doesn't need to stand in the spotlight all the time like the Hungarian supermodel, but his second half of June was also triumphant and fruitful. I wish you all a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Where are you going to have fun during the short holiday? Chapter 166. The tour begins. After all the investments and mergers were successfully completed, the Hahn Music Group, which has gathered a group of talented people, continued its wild and vigorous development momentum. 2 weeks later, Dua Lipa's Hotter Than Hell has become one of the most frequently exposed singles in the entire UK, ranking second on the BBC Radio 1 radio playlist, just one step away from Drake's One Dance, and can win Dua's first British radio champion in her career. The excellent music quality of Hotter Than Hell is only one of the reasons for such an impressive record in the radio channel. The reason why BBC Radio 1 is willing to put Dua Lipa in the heavy rotation list and gradually increase its weight is due to Jamie Spinks, the head of the Hahn Music Channel distribution department, Diplo, the founder of Mad Decent, and Ben Mawson, the senior managing partner of Renew Management. Diplo has a regular radio show on BBC Radio 1, Diplo and Friends. Every Saturday, different DJs and electronic music producers are invited to make electronic music mixes for the BBC, which are played throughout the UK. If he wants to recommend a new single to the station manager and music director of BBC Radio 1, it only takes one sentence. The other two senior industry insiders who grew up in the UK and have been working in London for a long time not only maintain close contacts with the UK branches of Universal, Sony and Warner, but also have close relations with the three giants in the commercial radio field, BBC Radio, Capital Radio and Hits Radio. With successful cases such as Ellie Goulding and Jax Jones in the past, the newcomer strongly recommended by Ben Mawson and Jamie Spinks will certainly get higher level promotion resources. Hiring Jamie with a high salary and acquiring Ben's management company for an 8-digit sum are not only for their management capabilities, copyright assets and artist lineup. The deep connections accumulated by successful people in the industry are invisible and intangible, but can play a practical and effective role. On the other hand, Dua Lipa's British nationality also helped her success in BBC Radio. Unlike other privatized commercial radio stations, BBC Radio is affiliated with the Radio Broadcasting Department of the British Broadcasting Corporation. The British Broadcasting Corporation was established as a public company with a royal charter from King George V in 1927. In other words, BBC Radio is a non-profit royal enterprise affiliated with the Department of Culture, Media, and Sport of the United Kingdom. One of its most important functions is to promote and spread British local culture, including pop music produced in the UK and pop musicians from the UK. Therefore, although the influence of American pop music in English-speaking countries is unparalleled, BBC Radio will still be more inclined to provide British singers with more exposure opportunities. This is why Hotter Than Hell ranks 6th in the frequency of Capital Radio and 7th in Hits Radio, but ranks 2nd in BBC Radio. No matter whether it is capitalism or the free market, political factors will still play a vital role at certain times. Sufficiently high quality works plus powerful publicity and promotion methods plus political thoughts that conform to the mainstream of society are the eternal trinity of European and American pop music. The entire process of hip-hop music from its rise to prosperity, from Beastie Boys to Migos, is also the inevitable product of the gradual leftward shift of social atmosphere, especially the mainstream public opinion in big cities, since the United States gradually emerged from Reagan's neoconservative ideology in the late 1980s and entered the 21st century. Since young people in urban areas are gradually open to the concept of illegal drugs, sexual concepts and materialism, they should be given enough nipple pleasure in exchange for unwavering vote support. The Democratic Party has long held the highest power. Since 2008, there have been only 4 years in the 15 years since the power was lost, which is a successful proof of their cultural pro-policy. Therefore, even if Mark Twain pointed out the wise saying that congressmen are idiots, or at least act like idiots 100 years ago, Han Ye, who wants to get a share of the Western music industry, still has to deal with and build relationships with them. It doesn't take a wise man to figure out that the main reason why elite congressmen who graduated from Ivy League schools act like idiots is because the voters in their constituencies like this kind of idiots. When the election dust settles, and these MPs don't need to play idiots in front of people, the role they play in various committees and bills in the House and Senate can not only determine the success or failure of an artist, but also dominate the life and death of a company. Thanks to the political correctness of the UK, Dua Lipa's Hotter Than Hell moved up 4 places this week, stepping on Adele's Send My Love to Your New Lover and Callum Scott's Dancing on My Own, ranking 14th on the UK singles chart. Above her is DNCE's hit Cake by the Ocean. As long as she maintains her current momentum, no one doubts that Dua Lipa will eventually win the BBC Radio 1 radio airplay chart. It's only a matter of time before HMG welcomes the company's first UK top 10 single. Politics has greatly helped Dua Lipa and also provided important fuel for the miracle of Khaled's debut single Location rocketing in the past 2 weeks. Born into an African-American middle-class family, his father served in the US Army for many years. Although none of his family members are Muslims, Khaled, a name with a strong Arabic flavor, has put on a natural camouflaged coat for him. If he is not deliberately clarified, everyone will mistake him for a devout believer in Islam. In fact, even Han Yi, who has the information advantage of a time traveler, has always thought that Khaled is a Muslim. It was not until the music creation camp was held in Pacific Palisades that Zhao Yaozhen asked if he would provide him with halal meals, which was considered to be the solution to the mystery that had not been figured out in these 2 lives. This is the case within the company, and it is conceivable how the publicity and distribution partners outside will react to this name. What's even more interesting is that although Khaled has not come out publicly and has not admitted any homosexual relationship in his previous life, his close contact with Lil Nas X at the 2020 Grammy Awards and his statement on Twitter, "Half of my songs do not use specific gender pronouns, because I write most of the songs from the perspective of the audience, no matter who my audience is," can be regarded as proof. Even if Khaled himself is not gay, he is also relying on the recognition of the gay community to build his persona. African plus Muslim plus anti-stereotype family background plus ambiguous sexual orientation. Khaled's American values in the media are directly maximum doubt. The only ones who can defeat him are probably African Muslim homosexual transgender people. It is no exaggeration to say that when Victoria White Mason of Han Music sent Location and Khaled to radio station managers through email, even if they chose to reject it, they would first send a long paragraph of repeatedly scrutinized praise, for fear that any punctuation mark would be wrong, and they would be labeled as racial discrimination, religious discrimination and sexual discrimination. And more radio stations choose to go with the flow and add some multiculturalism to their playlists. After all, although Khaled is a newcomer who just walked out of SoundCloud, this song Location invited by Han Music to be blessed by Serban Ghana is really of outstanding quality. How to describe it? Outstanding, relaxed and casual contemporary urban music. The real voice of teenagers. Justin Bieber, Selena Gomez, Ariana Grande, they are all teenage stars. Their music is the pinnacle product of the pop music industry assembly line, a diamond single with 1 billion plays on streaming platforms, and a guilty pleasure that even middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s will listen to secretly with headphones, but they definitely cannot represent their peers of this era. Because number 17-year-old high school student will proudly declare in school that their favorite musician is Demi Lovato and their favorite music is Come and Get It. Doing so is basically equivalent to ending their social life on campus. They need a unique enough voice to show their equally unique aesthetic concepts. They also need a well-known enough person to carry this voice so that their friends will not think that they are too unique and have become antisocial freaks. Khaled has the potential to become such a person. The sound of the 1990s was Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Tupac, Biggie and Radiohead, and the decadent rock and gangster rap that rebelled against the conservative society. The sound of the 2000s was Blink-182, Daft Punk and Amy Winehouse, pop punk, European electronic music and pop jazz that talked about love instead of pain and youth without restraint. In the 2010s, hedonism became the Bible for young people. In addition to hip-hop music full of drugs, sex, and guns, there was also pop electronic music that focused on adrenaline and dopamine secretion. The music that was most loved by Gen Z teenagers and had the best reputation and was considered to have both listening quality, popularity, and artistry was contemporary R&B and urban music that had evolved all the way to the present and fully integrated with hip-hop and electronic music. Childish Gambino, Frank Ocean, Migul, unknown sexual orientation, or at least a soft voice, eccentric temperament, maverick, unrestrained imagination and talent. Khaled perfectly fits the success formula derived by the pop music industry for urban music. Regardless of whether his subsequent works are too close to traditional popular music and lose the spirit and heart of a newborn calf, at least Location is a good song that can be put into the album Blonde without any sense of disobedience. Even better, Khaled's mature frosted voice at the age of 18 is more recognizable than Frank Ocean. So, after the initial who's this doubts passed, the radio stations that Khaled visited on the east and west coasts put Location on their playlists. Radio broadcasts bring Shazam searches, Shazam searches bring streaming data increases, and the increase in streaming data further strengthens the confidence of radio stations to increase the frequency of Location broadcasts. In addition, Ryan Seacrest, who has cooperated with HMG 2 or 3 times, helped promote it in the morning show, and Khaled finally made a breakthrough on the Billboard charts. Once he broke through, it was for charts 16th on the US Rhythm chart, 18th on the US Hot R&B and Hip Hop chart, 34th on the US Mainstream Top 40 chart, and 76th on the Billboard Hot 100 main chart. From these rankings, it is not difficult to see the difference between Khaled's traffic source and his SoundCloud friend Billie Eilish. The strategy of Oceanize is to use a playlist to cold start, then conduct a radio pilot, and slowly expand offline promotion channels. Location started with radio promotion, gathered momentum offline, and then directed traffic to streaming platforms. This is a deliberate attempt by the Han Music Operation team. After all, Location has been uploaded to the SoundCloud platform a long time ago, and the volume is not bad. If it is pushed hard with a playlist matrix, the effect may not be very good, because early users who are highly sensitive to playlists basically have the habit of searching for songs and new people on SoundCloud. For these songs that have been heard on other platforms, people are usually not inclined to switch platforms to continue collecting. Therefore, a better way is to open up the radio channel first, pick up those mass users who are less sensitive to music discovery and music recognition, and let them drive the performance of Location online. The playlist matrix certainly has its power to transcend the times, but as a company that wants to become the 4th largest music group in the world, the HMG team must learn to flexibly master and skillfully use various promotional tools. Judging from the performance of Location this week, Karen and Victoria did a good job. It is 76th on the main chart, 12 places away from Billie Eilish's Ocean Eyes. That's right, Ocean Eyes has slipped from the highest 57th to 64th this week. This result is normal. It is not easy for a slow love song with simple instrumentation to persist until now, when the radio is weak. However, whether it is managers A.O. Yowzen, labeler and R. Karen Guo, or Billie Eilish herself, they are all very satisfied with this result. It is a surprise that the first song after debut can enter the chart, even if it doesn't make it into the top 50. So what? Don't forget, Billie Eilish will premiere Bel-Air, the second single from her debut album, at the Philips Arena today, in preparation for the global simultaneous release on July 8th. Thinking of this, Kanye lowered his head slightly and glanced at Billie, who was leaning on his right shoulder. Her current posture can be said to be quite unbridled. Wearing a white Air Force One with a thick layer of height increasing padding, her 2 feet, which looked bigger than her head, were placed on the legs of her brother Phineas, who was resting his eyes, while her entire back was resting comfortably on Kanye's arm. Only this child, who was less than 5 feet 3 inches tall, and still in the growth stage, could have such a sitting posture. At this moment, the silver-haired Billie had already put on the golden windbreaker suit as a performance costume, put on headphones, and was silently singing along to Bel-Air. Touching Billie's head intimately, and with a bit of doting like a brother, Kanye continued to reply to the message of Miss +1, 332.2284. +1, 2,136,102. It's still a few minutes drive to the first concert venue. I'll tell you how it feels when today is over. +1, 2,136,102. How was the fashion week? Barbara Pavin, who had just finished dinner. No, just forced herself to swallow a glass of mixed fruit and vegetable juice, and rushed to the dressing room of the next workplace, saw the scenery of Atlanta City sent by Hanyi from the I-75 highway. A happy smile appeared on her face unconsciously. She raised her phone, avoided the stylist who was curling her hair with a curling iron behind her, and took a selfie. +1, 3,322,284. In fact, she just escaped from the fashion week and is relaxing with a cover photo shoot. +1, 2,136,120. It sounds cool and exhausting. Which magazine? +1, 3,322,284. In style career. +1, 2,136,102. No wonder the style looks so in line with Asian aesthetics. +1, 3,322,284. Do you like it? D. Unlike Madison Beer, the internet addicted girl who can play with images, Barbara Pavin's images are quite basic, basically using whatever is on the first page of the iPhone's built-in images. I like her eyes. Hanyi smiled knowingly before he could reply again and was interrupted by the kid next to him. Noticing that her brother and boss clicked on the picture and quietly enlarged it, Billy wrinkled her nose mischievously, took off her headphones, hugged Hanyi's neck, and leaned forward to watch with him. Girlfriend? Billy's voice was very soft, and she didn't mean to alarm others. But the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle used for performance transportation was quite quiet. The driver and co-pilot seats were completely isolated from the back seats, and the 6 people sitting in the middle of the car did not make any background noise. Karen Guo, wearing sunglasses, sat farthest from Hanyi with her arms folded across her chest, motionless. In front of Zhao Yaozhen, who was sandwiched between her and Madison Beer, was a MacBook, and next to the MacBook was a glass of iced Americano that was already empty. It seemed that the Korean manager was dealing with work emails. As for Madison Beer, the idol singer who will be the first opening guest tonight, to kick off the Future Now, the tour, she neither listened to the songs and memorized the lyrics, nor read the hundreds of "See You Tonight" private messages sent by fans on social media. She happened to be sitting opposite Hanyi, her head resting on the right window, her left hand gently lifted a little bit of the blackout curtain, and she was absent-mindedly looking at the scenery along the way, wondering what she was thinking. In such a quiet environment, the word girlfriend was not loud, but it was deafening enough to make Madison and Zhao Yaozhen raise their heads instantly, and their eyes were all pointed at Hanyi, nailing him in place, unable to move. Chapter 167 Backstage Noise. Barbara Pavin, a friend Thomas introduced me to when I was on a business trip to Ibiza. Hanyi glanced at Billie Eilish, who was hanging on him like a koala, completely unaware that she had caused a big disaster, and handed her the phone to her. But Billie Eilish wasn't in trouble. If Yaozhen and Maddie really mistook Barbara for his girlfriend, it would be good. At least they found a suitable and presentable reason for the distance between them. Remember what you did in Europe, Hanyi. Remember what kind of person you are. Don't hurt them again. Barbie sent a message to wish everyone a good performance. She said she really likes your ocean eyes, Billie Eilish, and has been listening to it recently. Oh, by the way, you should know her, Maddie. As his mind turned, Hanyi spoke more. Barbie. Even in front of Barbara Pavin, he never called her that. Why do I know her? Madison frowned at the overly intimate nickname, and her tone was quite stiff. The name did sound familiar, but no matter who it was, Madison had already begun to dislike her. She should have had a good relationship with Justin before. Barbie was there the year Justin attended the Victoria's Secret fashion show. She was there too? Oh, a Victoria's Secret angel. Madison Bell's mind was filled with alarm bells. At the same time, Zhao Yaozhen, who was sitting next to Madison, did not speak, but judging from her extremely calm facial expression, she definitely had a lot of little emotions running wild in her heart. Korean girls are like this. The more calm they look on the surface, the more turbulent the waves in their hearts are. I haven't been to that kind of occasion. I don't like lingerie shows, so I probably haven't seen her. After thinking for a moment, Madison's tone of response was not fierce, but from the words she chose, it can also be judged that she was resistant to Barbara. Okay, if there's a chance next time, we can get to know each other. Without further explanation or clarification, Han Yi just smiled and nodded, and lightly lifted the topic. Something is wrong. Hearing Han Yi's answer, Zhao Yaozhen couldn't help but frown. Yi has always been cautious and treading on thin ice when it comes to emotional matters. Whether it's a female artist he signed or a friend of the opposite sex he knows, he will definitely try every possible way to draw a clear line in words and actions to avoid misunderstandings. Only, what is this now? It's too abnormal. Without bothering to force out a smile, Zhao Yaozhen hurriedly lowered her head, hid the screen of her mobile phone under the table, opened Instagram, typed Barbara Palvin in the search bar, and tapped the enter key. She was a little flustered and didn't notice that Madison Beale, who was leaning against the window with her phone facing away from everyone, seemed to have lost interest in this topic in an instant, was doing the same thing. More than 2 million fans. This figure, this face, these eyes. Houston, we got a problem. Realizing that a super rival, no, it should be said that they were supermodel rivals, the two held their phones in silence, with complicated expressions. Billy, who was not even 15 years old, held her chin up, curiously trying to read the subtle atmosphere in the car, but was soon interrupted by Han Yi, who didn't want others to notice. What does it feel like? What do you mean by it? Billy turned her head and looked at the boss and asked. 3 months ago, could you have imagined all this now? Han Yi smiled warmly and spoke in a soft tone. A Billboard listed artist, a supernova with 200,000 fans, is about to debut her second single in front of nearly 10,000 people on the stage of Atlanta's largest stadium. Correction, 7,100 people, the data just obtained today. Billy hugged her knees, curled up, and grinned at Han Yi. But, although there are 2,900 fewer people, it does not affect today from being the most wonderful 24 hours of my life so far. You don't look nervous at all. Han Yi raised his eyebrows. He could not see any anxiety or hesitation from Billy before stepping onto the big stage. In sharp contrast, Madison Beale, who was about to take the stage first, was said to have taken 2 alprazolam pills yesterday, but it didn't work. She still lay in bed counting sheep until 4 in the morning before she fell asleep. Of course, it was not just counting sheep. The Long Island girl would check the screen of her mobile phone on the bedside table every 5 minutes to check the increasing number of posts on Twitter related to today's performance, counting down to at MADISONBER''S concert. Can't wait to hear and dance to her killer voice. #MADISONBER #CONCERTVIBESOMG. The moment we've all been waiting for is here. Can't wait to see at MADISONBER slay the show as a guest with at DDLOVATO and at NICKJONAS #MADISONBER #OPENINGACT #DEMILOVATO #NICKJONAS #EXCITEDFAN. Get ready to see the Queen of Pop at MADISONBER take over the stage. This is gonna be epic. #MADISONBER #CANTWAIT Queen of Pop. It sounds exaggerated, but it's really cool. Madison Beer, who hadn't been on stage for a long time since she terminated her contract with Scooter Braun and Island Records, felt all these emotions at once last night. But Billie Eilish was different. She flew to Atlanta as if nothing had happened and maintained her usual lifestyle. She had a fruit platter and salad for dinner and took a few calcium tablets, B12 and iron pills. Under the influence of the Econas, Billie Eilish has been a vegan since she was 13 years old. Diet, that is, vegan diet. Unlike vegetarians, vegans not only do not eat meat, but also eggs, milk and any other animal related food. This eating habit that completely violates the human body structure and nutritional intake needs will naturally lead to a serious lack of various trace elements in the body. Therefore, she and her brother Phineas, who is also a vegetarian, have to bring a lot of bottles and cans wherever they go. Last time they had a meal at Mastro's Steakhouse, the two of them ordered a small plate of appetizer salad each, and then relied on drinking beer to fill their stomachs. Another negative impact of the vegan diet on Billie is her completely disordered sleep system. If you don't take sleeping pills, you may not be able to fall asleep even if you toss and turn in bed until dawn. Even if you fall asleep, you will have countless nightmares, wake up 3 or 4 times a night, and sometimes even suffer from sleep paralysis, which is what Chinese people often call sleep paralysis. The first time he heard Billie talk about her resting state, that ordinary people can hardly imagine, Han Yi had only one thought in his mind. No wonder her second album is called When We All Fall Asleep, Where Do We Go? She really didn't know. Under such circumstances, in order to ensure adequate rest before the performance, Billie climbed into bed and took 2 sleeping pills almost half an hour after dinner. But even so, she still had to wait until midnight to close her eyes and rest for a while. Next, there were all kinds of strange dark dreams and repeated waking up in sweat. In this way, after stealing about 5 or 6 hours of sleep intermittently, Billie was basically prepared for today's performance. Therefore, for Billie Eilish, who has to spend every night in nightmares, the tension brought by the performance is nothing at all. I've never really been nervous about anything, including the last time I went to the Jimmy Kimmel show. I'm either too excited to scare myself, or I don't care at all. Which one is it today? The second one, right? Billie bit her finger and thought about it, then giggled. It's not my concert tour. If it goes wrong, it's none of my business. My brother is different. He's about to pee his pants. I'm not asleep, Billie. Phineas replied in a long voice without opening his eyes. I can hear everything you say. But you can't deny it, can you? When we go on stage, I'll deliberately play the wrong chord in the middle of the performance. I want to see if you dare to do that. Amid the bickering between the O'Connor brothers and sisters, the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle turned into the Olympic Centennial Parkway. The concert is about to begin, and the Atlanta Police Department has opened temporary traffic control around the Phillips Arena. The Olympic Centennial Parkway, which was originally open to traffic in both directions, has become a one-way road, with 4 lanes leading to the stadium. The 3 lanes on the left are open to the public, while the lane on the far right is separated by a metal fence, and the entrance is marked with restricted area. Only authorized vehicles are allowed to pass. We'll be at the venue in 2 minutes. The Live Nation tour manager in the co-pilot seat informed his colleagues in the venue on the intercom. The business card turned right at the Merita Road sign, and then drew a semicircle to the left at the next intersection, turning directly into Andrew Young International Boulevard connected to Phillips Arena. All vehicles related to this concert must enter the venue through the parking lot path that says exit only, but has now become the entrance. We're in. Which way? Lot B. Okay. It was 2:45 p.m., and there were still 5 hours and 15 minutes before the show officially started. At this time, only the vehicles and staff of the venue, the organizer and the artist were walking in the parking lot. On the right were 6 stage builders from Crew 1 who were moving forward with LED screens. On the left was a small van parked horizontally in 3 parking spaces and unloading goods. The business car that Han Yi and his group were riding in was through the middle, and the immersive sense of the scene came to the face. At this moment, Madison Beer and Joe Eugene had forgotten about Barbara Pavin's episode. They turned off their phones and looked intently at the busy backstage passage. For Joe Eugene, this was the first major performance of her signed artists since she became a manager. And for Madison, this was the biggest stage she had stepped on in 3 years. Atlanta's Phillips Arena may become the place of redemption for this teenage idol who was once supported by Justin Bieber and highly anticipated by the pop music industry. After unloading the burden and starting over, can she really welcome the silver lining behind the dark clouds? We are here. Please get off the bus from the right and pay attention to the equipment and people coming and going. As the tour manager repeatedly reminded her, Karen Kuo took off her sunglasses, clipped them to the collar of her shirt, breathed a sigh of relief, and shook her head in a rather chic manner. Girls, let's go. The automatic door of the carriage slowly opened, and the noise and bustle that belonged to the backstage came in like a tide almost instantly. The place where the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle was parked was a special entrance and exit for the backstage staff of the Phillips Arena. To their left, the special parking spaces reserved for Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas were empty, and the 2 main guests had to wait for half an hour before arriving at the scene. Looking further to the left, 2 tour buses were neatly arranged at the far end, indicating that the dancers, backing singers and band members had been waiting in the venue for a long time. When you get out of the carriage, there are 5 trains of trucks next to each other on the right. The first to 4th trains are all vehicles transporting stage equipment and other performance equipment. They will stay here until the end of the performance and the process of clearing the venue begins. As for the 5th train, it is a catering truck prepared by Live Nation for the performers. Lovato and Jonas's team had a dedicated private chef service, while Billie Eilish, Madison Beer, Mingles, Rich Homie Quan and the accompanying staff each had a food budget ranging from $50 to $100. The artist's quota was $100, while the staff's quota was $50. This money was paid along with the performance fee, and they could order food anywhere they wanted according to their preferences. As for the other staff working on the scene that day, they ate whatever the catering truck provided. Jamie, drive the forklift over here. Which one? The one with the 72-inch fork blade. This was the stage designer instructing the union workers of Crew 1 to use the forklift brought by the stadium to move the special laser equipment. In the United States, each stadium has a designated cooperative union and construction company. If you want to move things in the venue, even a plastic folding chair, it must be operated by a designated worker, otherwise it is hiring non-union personnel to build it. Mr. Baginski, there seems to be a problem with the live power supply. We can't turn on the equipment, and the people from Tidal are waiting. Which set of transformers is broken? The 200 amp or the 400 amp? How the hell do I know? This is the Live Nation staff responsible for the live broadcast of this performance, communicating with the power engineer of the Philips Arena. That's right, in order to ensure the normal operation of the arena's power supply equipment, the work of connecting and disconnecting the power can only be completed by the electricians dispatched by the arena. Then tell me, Anthony, is the transformer with the problem on the left or right side of the stage? I've said it 100 times. How the hell do I know? Can the video board hanging in the middle be higher? Just as Mr. Baginski and Anthony were arguing with each other, another staff member wearing headphones rushed through the middle of the two people, as if he didn't see them. How high? The artist wants 80 feet. What? The highest can only be 75 feet. Why the fuck is that? We haven't opened the second floor yet. What are you worried about? The artist's adrenaline surged, just for those few tens of minutes on the stage. The blood pressure of the staff behind the scenes will remain high until the performance officially begins, when it will ease a little. Therefore, from the loading and unloading dock to the backstage entrance, almost everyone is speaking at the top of their voices, passing on work instructions and obscenities to each other. The voices are as noisy as a vegetable market, and the emotions are as excited as the octagonal cage of UFC. The order hidden in this chaos and recklessness is really fascinating. Hey, boss. Before Han Yi could sigh for too long, the second business car to pick up the warm-up guests arrived. Dylan Buckman, the new tour manager of Han Live, accompanied Migas and arrived at the scene a little late. The reason for the lateness is obvious. The trio had a lot of fun last night. Quavo hurried 2 steps and bumped fists with Han Yi. Good afternoon, Huncho. Han Yi called Quavo by his other nickname. Are you ready? PFFFF. What are you ready for? Just wait and see how the whole crowd dab with us. Quavo tugged at the diamond necklace around his neck and chuckled. This expensive accessory from Bulgari was bought by the 3 uncles and nephews at Rodeo Drive after Quavo received the advance payment from the Temple label. There has never been any delayed gratification. Rappers have only one motto, carpe diem. Let's talk about the small talk after the rehearsal is over. The battle-hardened Karen Guo once again played the role of a strict parent. She clapped her hands vigorously and shouted, "Get moving, guys. I don't want to hear those bitches from Live Nation whining. I'm not talking about you, Sophie. You're fine. We really have to get to the stage, everyone." Sophie, the tour manager who was designated to warm up the guests, awkwardly flicked her hair. The stage manager just called for a 10-minute standby. "Lead the way, Mom," Quavo said to Karen Kuo with a playful smile. "Have they prepared the Pope's fried chicken in the lounge? I'm starving. If you call me Mom again, I'll let your other mouth eat fried chicken. Got it, Mom?" Giving Quavo a middle finger, Karen Kuo took a big step, followed by tour manager Sophie, and led the HMG artists to the stage. From the unloading area through the lounge to the stage, one has to pass through a long and narrow J-shaped passage. There are more staff members walking and communicating in this passage than outside. With the blessing of the corridor echo effect, the environment also seems to be more noisy. Are the Muay Thai shorts ready for Demi's lounge? No one told me that. No one told you that Demi always warms up with her Muay Thai coach before going on stage. Are you new here? Wow, that's unexpected. Madison Beer leaned close to Han Yi and complained in a low voice. If I have to take a Muay Thai class before the concert, I may not even be able to catch my breath after going on stage. How many tickets are left at the ticket office? 260. Okay, tell the venue that we must stop selling tickets before 5 o'clock and hang up the sold out sign. Listen, Mark, I don't care how much money I can make. Damn it, it's just 260 tickets. How much money can I make? We can't let Demi and Knicks fans come to the door of the venue and see that their idols can't even sell out the tickets. Yes, the warm-up guests are here. Security is following behind. Don't worry, everything has been properly arranged according to Ryder. It turns out that what is shown in the movie is real. Han Yi thought as he walked through the corridor. When the surrounding noise is loud enough, one can only hear one's own breathing and heartbeat. In this tense atmosphere of full preparation, Quavo, who was originally lazy, gradually became serious. Madison Beer kept rubbing her fingers, as if warming up for the action of holding the microphone later. Even Billie Eilish, who claimed that she was fearless and had no feelings at all, had a layer of fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Eric. 2 or 3 minutes later, a group of people who came to the backstage of the hall saw a busy crowd that could almost be described as shoulder to shoulder. They pushed flight cases, set up trusses, carried equipment, dragged wires, and held lights. In short, no one had a spare moment. This made the big man standing in front of the steps on the side of the stage, with headphones hanging around his neck and a thin cardboard in his hand, communicating with 2 engineers in helmets, stand out even more. Karen. The big man Eric turned around and patted Karen's shoulder with a smile. Long time no see. Indeed. I thought you had drunk yourself to death in Phoenix. Don't give me this shit, Eric. I'm taking care of the kids. It's annoying enough. Karen pointed to the artists behind her. How's it going? Can we start rehearsing? There's a microphone missing at 4. I'll have someone send it over now. Everything else is ready. Let's try to get it done within an hour, okay? We have to leave enough time for Demi and Nick. That's what I meant. Over Karen's shoulder, Eric glanced at Madison Beer, who was standing side by side with Han Yi. Hi, hello, Miss Bill. I'm Eric Lopez, the stage manager of today's concert. Our rehearsal will be conducted according to the actual performance order. So, you will be the first to go on stage later. Are you ready? Chapter 168 First Trial. I'm fine. After putting the microphone on the stage stand and making sure it was stable and would not fall, Madison Beer on the stage gave Han Yi a thumbs up. Of course, her words were not directed at Han Yi, but at Zhao Yaozhen, who was standing with him in front of the mixing console. Or front of house refers to the viewing area in the venue that is open to the public. The mixing console, also known as the main mixing console, is the core area for audio engineers to conduct real-time control and mixing at the performance site. Live performances are actually not much different from the recording process in the recording studio. They all require close cooperation between accompaniment musicians, harmony singers and main guests. However, in the recording studio, musicians, harmony and main voices can be recorded separately, while the performance must be done simultaneously. From this perspective, live mixing is even more demanding than recording mixing. Real-time monitoring of each input sound source ensures that the human voice received by the microphone and the sound of the instrument captured by the pickup are transmitted to each channel of the mixer through the D-box and multi-core cable, and then after adjusting the volume, balance and deck, it is output to the power amplifier equipment in the performance area, outputting clear and professional music to the fans. Of course, in a noisy venue with a lot of people, the audience's ears are far less sensitive than wearing noise-cancelling headphones. As long as the processing is roughly the same, there is no situation where the human voice completely overwhelms the accompaniment, or the auto-tune is directly wrong. Generally no one will recognize the problem. Therefore, For a mid-range tour concert like Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas' Future Now, the tour, it is enough to put an audio engineer in front of the phone mixer, and at most an apprentice to help. And why are there 5 or 6 staff members standing in front of Han Yi now? Because in the FO control area, in addition to the mixing console, there are also a lighting control console and a VJ console. One is controlled by the lighting engineer, who is responsible for giving different lighting combinations in accordance with the music, and the other is controlled by the VJ, who is responsible for matching the big screen behind the performers with the mood of the song, or simply the visual materials brought by the singer. Got it? As Madison Beal's manager, Zhao Yaozhen, who temporarily plays a role of tour manager, is responsible for real-time communication with the engineer in front of the phone mixing console to ensure the overall performance effect. The Korean girl also gave a thumbs up as a response to Madison, and then turned to look at Eric Lopez. Let's start with the first song, Melodies. Okay. Owen, play the accompaniment first. Eric Lopez looked down at the handover sheet and gave instructions to the audio engineer. This debut single of Madison Beal, released by Island Definition Jam Group in 2013, is an out-and-out teenage pop/pop electronic. In other words, there is no need for a band arrangement. It's just the first song to warm up the audience, so just use the accompaniment directly, and then as the lyrics say, use Melodyne's Good Brother auto-tune. Okay, Miss Beal, please sing along for a few sentences first, and try the volume. I hear melodies in my head, find little notes in my bed, I got songs tangled up in my hair, I see piano keys everywhere. Madison Beal pressed the Sony MDRX600 plugged in her right ear, lowered her head, and stared at her feet, carefully monitoring her own vocal feedback in the headphones. The accompaniment is a bit loud, it can be slightly lowered, about 15%. In addition, I want to add a little more reverberation to the vocals, so that it sounds more comfortable. Thank you very much. Standing on the stage, Maddie's seriousness was in sharp contrast to her innocent appearance in front of Han Yi. Although she will not officially become an adult until March next year, Madison Beal, who has debuted for 3 years, can already be regarded as an out-and-out rehearsal veteran. Okay, let's try it again, Miss Beal. The work of adjusting the stage monitoring equipment, including the in-ear monitor headphones, was done by the monitoring mixer on the side of the stage. Here, another audio engineer was responsible for this. He skillfully pulled down the track that received the pre-recorded music signal with his index finger and turned the reverb knob of the vocal track to the right a little. Han Yi couldn't hear any changes, but he knew that the volume balance and feedback sound effects received by Madison on the stage had changed quite significantly. Okay, just call me Madison. Thank you. My heart is a beating drum, repeating my favorite song, I hear Beethoven number 9, all the time. Madison didn't feel much about the first song in the set, and the operation team of Han Music also thought that it was not necessary to spend too much time and energy on the song melodies. After all, the copyright of the song was not with them, and every live performance had to pay performance royalties to Universal Distribution. There was really no need to choreograph a new dance for it, or make any attempts of the same level. She can do whatever she wants on stage, finish the song safely and securely, and then move on to 2 future hits that will be performed for the first time by Madison Beer and her current record company. I'm fine with this song. What do you think? Madison Beer asked after singing the first chorus, walking back and forth on the stage, and hanging the microphone back on the stand. She has sung melodies so many times, both live and in the studio, that as long as the equipment is good, she can definitely complete the performance with quality and quantity. That's fine with me. Eric Lopez was quite satisfied with the progress of the rehearsal. Great, Madison, great. Let's jump to the next song. Cold Water. You ready? I'm all set. Hit it, Irving. Everybody gets high sometimes, you know. What else can we do when we are feeling low? Like melodies. Major Laser's Mountbatten style pop electronic song directly uses the original engineering file, which is much better than the live band accompaniment. However, this time, Madison Beer is no longer standing alone on the stage. Among the dancers sitting on both sides of the band, 3 girls stood up one after another and approached Madison. Since it is a self-released work with Matt Decent's music and master tapes, the investment made by Han Music and Madison himself for Cold Water is undoubtedly much greater. Madison paid out of her own pocket and invited the famous choreographer Paris Goebel to choreograph the single. Han Music is also coordinating the schedules of Major Lazer and Justin Bieber, trying to find a place in Iceland or other Nordic regions that matches the lyrics to shoot the MV, while Justin is on tour in Europe. In addition, when signing a cooperation agreement with Live Nation through Utah, the management team also deliberately added a clause in the technical requirements table of the contract annex. The organizer needs to provide at least 3 dancers for each song for the artist's performance of at least 2 songs. In order to gain maximum exposure, Billie Eilish and Madison Beer signed a packaged performance agreement with Live Nation, and the price per show is far lower than their current market level. Billie Eilish, who has been on the Billboard charts for nearly a month, can now get at least $8,000-10,000 per show with good streaming and social media growth. Madison Beer, who has more than 4 million online fans, has not released a new single yet, but judging from the commercial performance price that SB Projects has contacted for her, it should be at least around $12,000-15,000. As a pop singer who has signed with the 4 major performing arts agencies and has begun to gain popularity, this is a normal offer. Therefore, although she was able to get 47 performance invitations at once, the price of $3,000 per person per performance is indeed quite favorable for Live Nation, and it is also the biggest concession that Renai management and Utah can give. If it were not for the fact that they had both Billie Eilish and Madison's management contracts and agency contracts, and were also shareholders of both companies, this level of discount would have been very controversial, even if the management team agreed. For performance agents, they do not participate in the career planning of artists, but are only responsible for booking performances for musicians and then sharing the money. Under this premise, 47 primetime slots were sold to a certain organizer at a 40% discount. As an agency, Utah could not make much money at all, and in the foreseeable quarter, it also lost the room for maneuver. But, who made Hanui the largest institutional investor and board member? It only took Hanui a word to let Utah give up its expectations of short-term profitability and cooperate with Renew management to promote music through a national tour. Since he helped Live Nation reduce the budget for the warm-up guests of Future Now, the tour to $6,000, it became a request that no one could refuse to put forward some conditions on the demand list that were not excessive, so that the artists could complete the performance in a better state. 3 dancers? That's easy to solve. Dancers and tours are usually paid on a weekly basis. For a concert tour with 10,000 people, the weekly salary given to dancers by the performers is about $2,500. Most performances of Live Nation size and above will choose to work with dancers registered with the AGMA union, which means that according to AGMA regulations, as long as the workload is not excessively increased and the performance is completed within the specified time, these union members will not receive overtime pay or ask for salary increases. Without adding additional costs, asking dancers who have already signed a tour contract to choreograph an extra dance may be one of the easiest things the Live Nation team needs to deal with. More importantly, considering Madison Beer's own dancing level, the first version of the dance choreographed by Paris Goebel for the Cold Water tour was not difficult. It took less than half an hour for the 3 dancers to master all the movements. And although time may take us into different places, I will still be patient with you, and I hope you know. All the singing sections before the interlude of Cold Water were performed by Justin Bieber, but this does not mean that Madison Beer has to stand there stupidly and wait for her own segment before singing. The audio engineer directly opened the project file, deleted the stem of Bieber's main voice, leaving only the harmony track, and then Madison re-performed it on the spot. Anyway, the performance authorization is given by one family to one family, and the operation is discussed internally by HMG. It is not difficult to let Madison Beer complete Justin Bieber's male voice part. After all, the mid-bass range is the most brilliant part of Madison's voice. Even with the dance moves, Madison's voice did not tremble at all, and only in the interlude part that hit the high notes did she need to spend a little more effort. Since receiving the advance payment, Madison Beer, who has almost never missed a day in dance and vocal music, has shown much better live performance than her performance in Diplo's recording studio. Bravo. After the song was played, Eric Lopez applauded Madison. No problem here. Do you need another one, Madison? Probably not. Madison put one hand on her waist, bent down and took a few breaths, took the towel handed to her by Dylan Buckman who was guarding the stage, whispered thanks and responded loudly to Eric. Let's move on to the next one. Great. Eric raised his hand and glanced at the time on the dial, squinting his eyes in pleasure. The first group of guests had less than a quarter of an hour to finish rehearsing, and today's progress was quite satisfactory. Then, the third song, No Promises. As a 113 BPM tropical house song, it is obvious that No Promises is not suitable for dance choreography. The three dancers quickly bowed and trotted off the stage from the left side of the stage, while Madison put the microphone back on the stand, clasped her hands on her lips, waiting to start the first part of the third song with falsetto. Cutting me up like a knife and I feel it, deep in my bones. Kicking a habit I love even harder, you ought to know. Judging from the two dimensions of vocal performance and vocal condition, the difficulty of No Promises is one level higher than that of Cold Water. To give the simplest example, the first bar of the vocals, even with the help of accompaniment chords and high feedback monitoring headphones, is still easy to go out of tune if you are not careful. Madison, who sang 3 songs in a row without interval, had a slight break in her falsetto as soon as she opened her voice. But soon, Madison used her increasingly solid head cavity resonance to save the melody line. Her live performance skills are really strong. Eric pouted his lips in approval and said to Zao Yalzin, the artist manager beside him, "It's a pleasure to work with such a professional singer. We are also very happy to be favored by Live Nation." Zao Yalzin politely bowed and accepted the praise for her artist. Then, she subconsciously turned her head to catch the expression on Han Yi's face. What greeted him was the familiar and gentle smile and the energetic thumbs up gesture. Everything seemed to be the same. The strong and disturbing strange feeling in the business car just now, should it be just an illusion? Barbara Pavin. Pushing the inappropriate little thoughts back to his chest, Yalzin took a deep breath with a light smile and continued to watch Madison Beal's rehearsal seriously. It's so easy to fall for each other. I'm just hoping we catch one another. Just be careful. After the high notes of the first verse, the 8 bars of the first chorus were straightforward and there was no difficulty. Madison held the bracket with his left hand and arranged the IEMS receiving port on his waist with his right hand, looking relaxed. But when the song entered the build-up part before the climax, Madison's expression froze slightly. Wait a minute, guys. Madison raised her hand and signaled to the phonixer. It seems that there is a vocal track that has not been put in. Lee's vocals. What about his Nana? Being able to sing with him in this way at the Phillips Arena was something Madison had been looking forward to for a long time. Oh, do you want to put the lead vocals in this part? Audio engineer Owen grabbed the microphone in front of him and pressed the power button. My technical requirements sheet says, turn off the lead vocal stems and keep the harmony track unless otherwise specified. Yes, that's our basic technical requirements. Madison Beal nodded politely to Owen and smiled sweetly, but for this part, I still want to present it in the form of a chorus. Because this is originally a duet song, if there are only my vocals and harmony, it will sound a bit weird. Let's try to add the lead vocals back, okay? That is, all the lead vocals of the male singers, add them back. Madison's slightly hoarse voice was very soft, but more determined. Of course, let me finish it first. After lighting up Han Yi's track, Owen put the microphone to his mouth. Try again, give you 4 bars. It's so easy to fall for each other. I'm just hoping we catch one another. Oh Nana. Han Yi's clear voice flowed out from more than 1,000 speakers above, in front, on the side, and in front of Madison. The phonixing console was a full 100 feet away from the stage, so neither Han Yi nor Zao Yalzin could see Madison's suddenly lit eyes. But everyone in the venue could hear the joy and leisure in her singing. Just be careful. Nana, love ain't simple. Nana, promise me no promises. The seductive hoarseness and straightforward immaturity lingered in Madison's chest, mixing into a cup of butter and honey flavored vocal cocktail. It was as if a few cubes of ice were thrown into it, making a crisp sound like hitting the edge of a goblet, and the cold white smoke rose up, carrying all her thoughts belonging to a young girl, catching up with Hanyi's sound waves, and intertwining with him in the air of the venue. Damn, it's a good song. Owen couldn't help but admire. The mixing is very clear, and the arrangement is simple and comfortable. Has this song been released? There are still 2 or 3 months. Zhao Yaozhen gave a vague answer. What a pity. Looking at the apprentice beside him silently putting down the Shazam application in his hand, Owen gave a thumbs up to the team of Xianghan Music. This is definitely a single that I will tune in and out of the radio station in the car to listen to. Well done. The words of audio engineer Owen represent the thoughts of most of the staff present. It can't be said to have a high artistic value, but No Promises and the previous Cold Water undoubtedly represent the highest industrial level in the field of popular electronics today. From the lighting engineer, who was adjusting the surface lights outside the VIP box on the second floor, to the construction workers who were holding the trusses and checking the array speakers in the backstage, to the accompanying band and dancers waiting in front of the stairs at the edge of the stage. They might be working hard, chatting with each other, or refreshing social media, but everyone began to shake their heads and twist their bodies unconsciously to the exquisite arrangements of cheat codes and Major Lazer, and Madison Beer's pleasant voice that resounded freely in the empty venue. Popular dance music, with the blessing of professional mixing consoles and top-level array speakers, can burst out with such a powerful appeal at the performance. Perfect. Madison, impeccable. After the finale, stage manager Eric Lopez led the applause, and in an instant, most of the staff in the venue joined in the applause. The applause was not uniform but definitely loud, mixed with 1 or 2 screams and whistles. Thank you, everyone. Madison bent her knees slightly and greeted the audience with a proud and confident princess posture like a swan. If you don't have any other questions, we will invite the next singer to the stage. I don't have any questions, Eric. Fabulous, just fabulous. Okay, come down and rest, Madison. Next up, Billie Eilish. Eric glanced at the call sheet in his hand and joked. 20 minutes of rehearsal, everyone. I hope this can be our main theme today. After handing the microphone to Billie and kissing her bestie on the cheek, the Long Island girl quickly turned her attention to the person she cared about most. Madison glanced at Hanyi, who was smiling and clapping non-stop. She bit her lower lip, revealing her dazzling white teeth and deep dimples filled with tenderness. She was skipping and jumping, and was originally ready to run off the stage, to Hanyi to talk to him more, and listen to his sincere and warm praise that would make her float to the sky. But before her feet touched the stairs, Madison was attracted by the restless applause at the edge of the stage, which was obviously much warmer than the applause from other directions. When she looked carefully, her mother Tracy Beale, her grandmother Laurie and Aaron, a thin teenager and a sturdy bald middle-aged man were gathered together, waving their arms at her and cheering enthusiastically. Retan. Dad? Madison's pupils shrank, her face full of disbelief. The whole Bill family, why are they all here? I'm sorry for not updating yesterday. If the situation is not particularly urgent, I will not easily stop updating. Chapter 169 Girlfriend? Be honest. Tracy Beale, Red Beale, Robert Beale, and Madison Beale. A family of 4 bears, all gathered together. Surprise. Robert Beale opened his arms and laughed loudly. Dad. Madison threw herself into Robert's arms like a swallow, screaming happily. Just as she told Hanyi, although she was generally closer to Triss's family and usually lived with her mother. But Madison especially liked her grandmother and maintained a very warm and intimate relationship with her father. Choosing to divorce was a rational decision made by 2 adults, Trissy and Robert, to their gradually deteriorating love, and this decision did not affect their continued role as qualified parents in the past 10 years. Even though the father and mother did not always appear together, neither of them had been absent from Madison and Red's lives for a long time. In fact, in order to give the siblings a more complete family life experience, Trissy and Robert would even plan trips together from time to time. Today, the whole family gathered in Atlanta, which was obviously one of the episodes in the family group building series. However, this time, they came without telling Madison. "I didn't know you were coming." Madison raised her head from her father's arms, frowning and looking at her mother with dissatisfaction. "Didn't you say that you had something to do in Long Island?" "Yes, we were busy packing our bags to find you." Tracy Beale, who had dressed up carefully, was radiant today, and it was impossible to tell that she was the mother of 2 teenagers. "What about you, Rhett?" Madison's narrowed eyes were a dangerous signal. "The school is rehearsing a play, isn't it? This is one of the scenes." Deception. Rhett, who was shy and reserved in front of outsiders, had no psychological burden when teasing his sister. "What about you, Robert?" Madison called her father by his full name. "A billionaire wants me to go on a business trip." "This is 100% true." Robert Beale raised his hand and pointed behind Madison. "Isn't he there?" Madison looked back and saw that her little son was shining behind her. "Finally meeting you, Robert." Hanyi extended his hand to Robert Beale, smiling peacefully and friendly. "It's an honor. I should be the one feeling honored, Boss Han." Robert Beale, who successfully runs a construction company built by Beale on Long Island, has to deal with all kinds of high net worth people in his daily work. How to break the ice in social situations has long been a skill engraved in his bones. Robert shook Hanyi's hand forcefully but not aggressively, and pressed the other's upper arm enthusiastically but not excessively. The corners of his mouth were raised in a large arc, which made the beard extending to the top of his head less serious and more approachable. "Thank you for taking care of Maddie during this time. It should be said that she has always been tolerant and supportive of us." Hanyi not only answered very modestly, but also did not forget to take care of the other Bills who had not yet joined the conversation. "Trussie, it's nice to see you again." "Laureen, oh, you don't know how much I want to eat beef and hash browns again." "Ryder, my man. What's good, Yi?" Ryder greeted Hanyi with a high five, and he didn't seem to be embarrassed at all in front of the latter as he usually did when meeting strangers. "You guys." Seeing Hanyi greet his family members warmly, Madison's expression was extremely surprised. "Mom and grandma are fine. Dad and brother, how did he know them? Already know each other?" "Yes, we have been chatting on WhatsApp for a long time." Ryder nodded. "At least half a month." This time, everyone came together to cheer you up, and it was Ryder who was responsible for communicating with me to confirm the itinerary. Hanyi patted Ryder's back and smiled. "You were in on this?" Madison was even more surprised. "This young man picked us up on a private plane." Laureen straightened her cuffs and made a sharp joke. "In all seriousness, I asked the pilot to issue a receipt. Remember to reimburse him later." "Maddie, really? The fact that grandma stamped the certificate must be true." If everyone wasn't here and this was also a workplace, Madison would have left a lipstick print on Hanyi's mouth. "I think it's very important to have a company and witnesses of family members for the first performance after joining HMG, isn't it? I also invited Billy and Finney's parents. They are on their way now and will arrive at the scene in about 10 minutes. The reason why Hanyi chose to do this is very simple. Since the reward ratio of consumption refund is linked to the intensity of emotions, what else can inspire positive emotions for Madison Beer, Billie Eilish and Phineas more than the closest family members appearing at the first stop of the tour to surprise them? Needless to say, McGrady will get a tenfold return for sending a bag, without involving personal feelings, and without letting her receive the wrong signal. This is the most appropriate way to get a reward from her. Inviting the O'Connors is more like an experiment. Although the reward for sending a car to Billie Eilish some time ago was not satisfactory, perhaps the psychological value generated by this surprise is more in line with their definition of positive emotions. Even if the experiment fails, the return ratio given by Billie Eilish and Phineas does not exceed the consumption limit, so it doesn't matter. The private jet Hanyi booked for the O'Connors only cost him $22,800. $22,800, in Hanyi's dictionary now, is not much different from 2.28 yuan. Besides, the cost of Bill's family of 4 flying from New York to Atlanta is $10,600. Hanyi is almost certain that the feedback and rewards obtained from McGrady can easily cover the expenses of Billie Eilish and Phineas. Even if neither side gets a penny in reward, it only takes $33,000 to get closer to 2 very important artists under his company. Why not do it? There is still some time before the end of the rehearsal. How about I take you to McGrady's dressing room to rest? Han-Yi turned around and glanced at Billy and Phineas on the stage. At this moment, the rehearsal of their group has not officially started. Billy is communicating with audio engineer Owen about her vocal processing, while Phineas stands about a few feet behind her, anxiously directing the engineer on the side stage to help him connect the Nord Stage X keyboard. If it weren't for the strict regulations of the union, Phineas would have done it himself long ago. Come on, kids, I should be able to find the dressing room. I seem to see Maddie's name tag hanging on the door of a room on the way here. Laurie Marin took the lead. By the way, Maddie, did the writers in your performance ask them for clean socks to change? I keep sweating in these shoes. Grandma. Did they? Yes. Good kids. There are 4 groups of warm-up guests today, with a total of 7 artists. In addition to Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas, who divided the 1,607 square foot press conference room into 2, temporarily separating it into 2 spacious rest areas, Madison Beer, Billie Eilish and Phineas, Migos and Rich Homie Quan were each assigned a dressing room with a private bathroom. On the door of dressing room number 4, opposite the catering kitchen, there is a sign that says Madison Beer. This 163 square foot space is not large, but it is more than enough to accommodate the Beer family. The last time I saw Tracy McGrady perform was in 2014. Laurie Marin, who was sitting on a single sofa, patted the armrest and looked around the locker room, feeling quite emotional. Where is it? Han-Yi unscrewed a bottle of mineral water for his grandmother and asked. Flushing. Madison answered, first Children's Day at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Stupid. That time was not only the last time for her grandmother to see her perform, but also her last official performance. If the special guest singing at the New York Beauty Expo on October 18th, 2015 is not counted, Madison has not had any other live performance opportunities in almost 2 years. As a singer, she has not been able to stand on the stage for 2 years. Thinking about it carefully, it's quite incredible. The same blood, similar genes, and long-term living together made the Bill family in the locker room almost at the same time express such feelings in their hearts, and they all turned their eyes to Han-Yi. Madison Beal, who had not performed for 2 years, not only got a big contract of $8 million after signing with Han Music, but also signed a contract to be a guest performer for 47 shows in one go. Maybe it is not the level of messiah, but the word life-changing is indeed appropriate. Tracy, Madison's former temporary manager, felt the most deeply about this. Before signing, she worked with Mako, and after signing, she worked with Major Lazer and Diplo. Before signing, even under Scooter Braun, she could not find a chance to sing with Justin Bieber. Unexpectedly, after changing the club, Madison Beal's name could appear together with her former senior brothers. Tracy didn't know how Han-Yi did it. She only knew that, if she was still Madison's manager, she might not be able to help her achieve such an achievement in her lifetime. And this was enough. Yi, I heard from Madison that you went to Europe on a business trip for 2 weeks. Tracy handed Han-Yi a bottle of ice water and chatted with him with a smile. Her daughter FaceTimed her almost every day, and as time went by, she mentioned Han-Yi more and more in the videos. Yes, Ibiza, Lisbon, London. It sounds like a wonderful journey. Robert also enthusiastically joined in the topic. Indeed. Han-Yi nodded in response. This time, I signed a lot of outstanding producers, and Maddie will have a lot of high quality singles to choose from next time. Great. Madison smiled like a little lucky cat, and there was no change in her tone. But the second half of the sentence made Han-Yi's back cold. Not only in music, this time Yi also made some breakthroughs in the fashion field in Europe. Fashion. Han-Yi made up his mind. Yes, that's right. I met a few professionals in this field, and I have some gains and insights. Sorry, what? Madison, who had never expected Han-Yi to answer like this, was stunned on the spot, not knowing how to respond for a while. It's a very reasonable layout. Fashion and entertainment are twin things that coexist. The combination of the two should produce many wonderful chemical reactions. Tracy, who didn't know what was going on, was still following Han-Yi's words and praising his investment vision. In her opinion, flattering Madison's boss with enthusiasm and sincerity, but not too deliberately, not to mention how much help it would have, at least it could help her daughter maintain internal relationships. But what Tracy didn't know was that her words had completely changed in Madison, who had just been stimulated by the fresh information. The combination of fashion and entertainment, wonderful chemical reactions, that's it. These words that broke into the eardrum and penetrated into the mind were fighting with themselves. Madison stared at Han Yi's face, her eyes so sharp that they were almost solidified. I have to find an opportunity to ask clearly. Yes, investment must be diversified to minimize the risk. Han Yi quickly ended the topic and blew the horn of retreat when he keenly noticed that a girl was using her eyes to do an X-ray examination of himself. I'm so happy to meet our incomparable Bill family today. After they finish the security check, I will take you to the VIP box on the second floor, okay? There is the best view of the performance there, and there is an unlimited cold buffet. But before that, I have to excuse myself. There are two groups of artists rehearsing today, Billy and Mingles. I have to support them, so as not to be accused of bias. After saying that, Han Yi smiled and waved goodbye to the beer, and flashed out of the dressing room. He ran pretty fast. Wait, he seems to be alone now. Why not take this opportunity to ask clearly? Mom, I have to go, and cheer for Billy too. She is my best friend in the company. After throwing down this sentence, Madison also hurriedly left the room, leaving Riyadh, who had just uttered the first half of his sentence, with his right hand raised in the air, frozen on the spot. Wait a minute, Maddie, you can take me to see me. The elder sister naturally didn't hear her brother's request to take a photo with Mingles and get an autograph, because as soon as she stepped out of the door, she trotted and caught up with Han Yi. Maddie, you. Hey. Before Han Yi could react, he carefully observed the corridor and found that the staff were dealing with their own affairs. No one noticed them. Madison dragged Han Yi into the empty number 3 locker room next door. This was Billy and Finney's locker room, which meant that she and Han Yi would be absolutely private and safe for at least the next 10 minutes. Why are you? Don't talk. After slamming the door shut, Madison propped her hands on both sides of the wooden door, trapping Han Yi, who was a head taller than her, in the middle. I have 2 questions for you. Madison bit her lower lip, her voice almost whispering. Barbara Pavin, is she really your new girlfriend? What greeted her was the silence that lasted for more than a minute. Why don't you talk? Madison frowned slightly. Whenever she made this expression, the lines of her eyebrows would unconsciously pull down to both sides, making her look particularly pitiful and fragile. Can't answer, or don't want to answer? Madison was still silent, which made her crazy. What are you doing? You told me not to talk. Han Yi opened his eyes wide and acted innocent. Haha, that's funny. Madison rolled his eyelids. Okay, then you can talk now. Can you answer me? What is your relationship with Barbara Pavin? Oh, you don't know, Madison. We are very. Wait, before you make up a lie. Madison took out her mobile phone from her pocket, held it in front of Han Yi, and showed him Barbara Pavin's Instagram homepage. No matter what answer you give, I will add her account and verify it again. Got? Han Yi sighed helplessly. Okay, Maddie. Barbara is not my girlfriend. We did meet through Diplo, but we are just acquaintances. Han Yi said all the facts, but he just selectively concealed some of the details. It's not that he had to deceive Madison, but summer fling is an irresponsible thing for a man to say without the girl's consent. If Han Yi didn't have such a strong sense of morality and responsibility, he would be happy to tell Madison everything and let her know what she did in Ibiza and London, how many times she did it, and how to get disillusioned with herself as soon as possible. Don't add her, it will make others feel very strange. See, it's not difficult to tell the truth, right? A big stone fell from her heart. Madison's expression was no longer tense, and her stiff body relaxed. The next second, she tiptoed gently and did something she had always wanted to do since Han Yi returned to the United States last week, but couldn't find the opportunity to do. This girl said sneak attack, no martial ethics. But why? He had thousands of sermons and exhortations in his heart, but looking at Madison's shy face that was trying to remain calm, he choked up in his throat and whispered softly, only these two words were left. A reward for telling you the truth. Madison poked Han-Yi's chest with her fingertips, and the smile that could not be resisted was extremely sweet. But soon, she seemed to remember something and frowned again. I should be asking why. Why did you bring my whole family to Atlanta and didn't tell me? Isn't this a good thing? Han-Yi was a little confused. They and I wanted to give you a surprise to celebrate your debut after signing the contract. But I wasn't nervous, and now. Madison rubbed her fingers, looking quite embarrassed. Now that everyone is here, my heart is beating so fast that it's a little hard to breathe, just like the feeling I had at Thomas's house last time. I'm sorry, Maddie. Han-Yi pursed his lips. I didn't know this would make you more nervous, not more relaxed. It's okay, it's okay. Madison closed her eyes and rubbed her chest. After a moment's silence, she continued. Can you help me complete a routine pre-game ritual? As long as the ritual is completed, I shouldn't be so nervous. Okay, you tell. Han-Yi nodded in agreement, but before he received instructions on how the pre-game ritual should be conducted, his mouth was sealed by Madison again. Is this the pre-game ritual? I was fooled by this little girl again. Madison's kiss was so devoted that she completely fell into Han-Yi's arms. The latter had to lean against the wooden door and put his hands on her waist to barely keep the balance of the two of them and not fall. People who have just tasted meat will be tempted by the aroma of broth. This is human instinct to nature. Madison, who felt that there was an obstacle between herself and Han-Yi, finally reluctantly left Han-Yi's lips with a smile of success on her lips. Is this what you call the pre-match ceremony? Han-Yi sighed and asked helplessly. Aha. Madison's answer was quite brisk. Don't you think it's a bit too inappropriate? Everything in the world is inappropriate only when others see it. Because in the final analysis, this is just a sociological concept. Madison tilted her head and thought for a while, then denied. If it were just the two of us, it wouldn't be inappropriate. After that, she pushed aside Han-Yi, slightly opened the door of the dressing room, and poked her head out to make sure it was safe. The rehearsal had already started for more than half an hour, and the performance team's attention had shifted from confirming whether the stage and equipment met the performance requirements to how to safely and effectively guide the audience into the venue. About an hour and a half later, after Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas finished the sound check, the audience could enter the venue and take their seats one after another. With most of the staff moving to the lobby, there were only 3 or 2 tour managers left in the corridor who were concentrating on checking various riders. Madison Beer and Han-Yi walked out of Billie Eilish's dressing room one after another, without even raising their eyelids. So, since it's a routine ritual, you have to do this for every performance before. Han-Yi looked at Madison's figure and curled his lips. Rules don't necessarily have to exist before, they can also be, starting from now. Madison turned around and made a playful shooting gesture to him. Why are you so stingy? In order to ensure the perfection of the performance, what's wrong with giving me a kiss? Fortunately, Maddie is the girl, otherwise this sentence would be enough for her to be #metooed a million times in 2 years. Every time you perform in the future, you have to help me do this to relieve tension. In exchange, I will definitely give you an absolutely wonderful performance. Please give me monthly tickets. Good brothers, I have never seen what monthly tickets look like in my life. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, A Stunning Explosion, Part 1. We still have 2 more streets, boss. Feeling the vibration in the right front pocket of her jeans, the sleepy Emma Morris, a junior manager of the R&R department of Han Music, shuddered, hurriedly took out her phone, and pressed it to her ear. Okay, when you arrive, bring the O'Connors too, come. On the other end of the phone, Han Yi's voice was intermittent. This was the norm in the venue on performance days. Too many people gathered in the same place to use telecommunications services, and poor call signals were inevitable. Where to? Second floor, box, you can see Kay at the door, she will point you. Okay, got it. See you later, boss. Before the call was completely interrupted, Emma had roughly captured the key information. As for who to look for at the door, you'll know when you get to the door. Mr. and Mrs. O'Connor. Emma Morris turned her head from the co-pilot seat and looked at the two parents of the artists who were leaning against each other in the back seat, looking curiously out the window, and smiled and said softly, Billy and Phineas have finished rehearsing successfully. We will arrive at the venue in a few minutes. Mr. Hahn and his team will be waiting in the second floor box. Thank you, dear. Billy's mother Maggie Baird has almost the same eyes, nose and mouth as her daughter, but because of the style of dress and makeup, even if she and Billy are put together, no one would guess that they are mother and daughter. The temperament of the two people is really too different. Billie Eilish is the kind of goth girl who will drop out of school and paint graffiti on the street, while Maggie Baird is the kind of housewife who makes stew and sits on the porch waiting for her daughter to come home. If the plane was not delayed, we could have seen Billy rehearsing. Maggie sighed, with a regretful tone. It's okay, Maggie. We have seen her rehearsal on the Jimmy Kimmel show, right? Rehearsals are the same, no matter where you are. Patrick O'Connor adjusted the frame of his black framed glasses and comforted her. With his grey beard and short hair that recedes to the top of his head, his humble and elegant temperament and glasses that highlight his gentle personality, Patrick O'Connor is not like the supporting actor who has performed in The West Wing and Iron Man, but more like a chemistry teacher in a public high school in Hollywood. The kind of chemistry teacher who can't make blue crystals. But that's a late night talk show, and the live audience is less than 500 people, and here, wow, my god. Pat, what do you see? Maggie Baird opened her eyes as wide as she could, put her left hand on her chest, and pointed her right hand at the crowd outside the window. She was only breathing out but not in, obviously surprised to the extreme. No one can remain indifferent after the people around them show such strong emotional fluctuations. Everyone in this Mercedes-Benz S350 sedan, including Patrick O'Connor sitting next to Maggie, Emma Morris in the passenger seat, and even the concierge driver who had been silent all the time, all cast their eyes on the sidewalk on the right side of the vehicle. 2 hours before the concert, the south side of Olympic Centennial Park was already filled with fans. Those who arrived earlier had a leisurely bite at a restaurant near the venue, and walked comfortably to the main entrance of Phillips Arena, while picking their teeth. Those who arrived later had just parked their cars in the large and small open-air parking lots next to the park, and were ready to buy some sandwiches at Subway or Chick-fil-A across from the arena to fill their stomachs, so as not to have to face the $4 warm pizza after entering. As for the audience who just arrived now, they had to stretch their necks to identify the parking spaces full signs hung in various parking lots, and then move to the parking lot of the stadium while cursing. Not only because of the traffic jam, the highest ticket price was $89.95, the lowest was $29.95, and cash parking cost $20, which most Atlanta residents would feel painful for. The composition of the audience outside the venue can also almost perfectly reflect the audience groups of Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas. 20% are parents who brought their children to the show, but it was the latter who wanted to see the show, not the former. 30% are teenagers who are high school students or college freshmen, and the other 50% are young adults who have some signs of maturity, but have not yet aged to the point of losing their sharpness and youthful vitality. Demi and Nick's pop music should not actually give rise to such an audience structure, but don't forget that their most loyal fan base is not the group that has liked them in the past 2 years. When the 3 Disney princesses and the Jonas Brothers were at their peak, parents with children were still enjoying their youth in high school and college. And those who are younger are the girls who made wishes under their own Christmas trees at that time, hoping to date Nick Jonas or Joe Jonas next year. This is the luck of star singers, but also the sadness of star singers. Fortunately, the peak of their careers can bring them a group of die-hard fans who will accompany them for life. Sadly, if they cannot prolong their own popularity and exposure, they will also be the only group of die-hard fans. Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas are obviously facing such a sad situation. Otherwise, the second floor of a venue with 20,000 people would not be completely closed, and tickets would not be sold out. Moreover, the enthusiasm and dedication of the two fans have undoubtedly declined sharply with age. Justin Bieber's fans who come to the concert basically have a piece of peripherals, and some of them will spray their faces and bodies with various colors. Most of the audience is of future now. The tour are wearing large size casual clothes that are common in the South. Only a few people are wearing official peripherals of the tour, and they are the basic t-shirts with posters on the chest and tour dates on the back, which are completely without any sense of fashion and novelty. As for spray-painted and homemade cheering signs, there are even fewer. To be honest, the reason why most of the audience came to see Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas today is to find a place to reminisce about their youth and listen to two familiar hits on the radio. They really can't afford to dress too exaggeratedly. Still so crazy about the Jonas Brothers? It's not 2006. Therefore, in this situation, where everyone seems quite normal, the two little girls who stood at the entrance of the parking lot, holding fluorescent signs, waiting for their mother to pay the parking fee and join them, who looked no more than 13 or 14 years old, stood out. What made it even more special was that the fluorescent signs in their hands, which were watercolor based, glitter decorated, and pasted with various flowers, did not have the names of Demi Lovato or Nick Jonas written on them. It was written in all capital letters, "We love you Billie Eilish." After seeing the words on the sign clearly, goosebumps seemed to be contagious, making the hairs on Maggie, Patrick, and Emma's arms stand up. Millions of streams on streaming platforms are one thing, and being on the Billboard singles chart for a whole month is another thing, but seeing Billie Eilish's fans for the first time in real life, going to a 2-hour concert for a warm-up performance that only lasted 15 minutes, is a completely different thing. The shock and emotion of witnessing such a small thing cannot be described to outsiders. Maggie Baird wanted to roll down the window to greet the girls, but she soon remembered that she was Billie Eilish's mother, not Billie Eilish herself. When she greeted others, they would only look confused. "Quick, Pat, take a picture. Where's your camera?" Maggie stared at the two girls without turning her head, fearing that they were hallucinations and would disappear as soon as she turned around. She anxiously patted her husband's thighs and arms, urging him. "The camera is in the bag. Wait a minute, right away." Patrick responded anxiously, unzipping the backpack at his feet and searching for the SLR camera hidden under his clothes. He was originally going to take it out at the scene. Who would have expected that there would be such a memorable scene outside the venue? "Hurry, we are going to miss them." "Excuse me, sir, can you drive slower? Let's take a picture, it'll be over soon." Maggie, who was getting more and more anxious, obviously forgot that the phone in her pocket also had a camera function. "Ma'am, this lane can't." "Don't worry, Maggie, I've taken it." Emma Morris showed Maggie Baird the snapshot she had taken, which was extremely clear and even had the flavor of a video blockbuster. In the middle of the endless stream of people, two little girls in bright yellow smiled brightly under the sign "Billie Eilish, we love you." What could be more choking for a mother than this? "Oh, thank you, Emma, this..." Maggie covered her chest, tears in her eyes, and couldn't speak for a long time. "This is incredible." Patrick O'Connor shook his head and sighed. Even his voice had a hint of trembling. "I should do it. Turn on AirDrop, and I'll send it to you right away." Emma Morris smiled and skillfully used AirDrop to send the photo to Maggie Baird's phone. Afterwards, Emma opened WhatsApp and uploaded the photo to the Hun Music group. "Look what we found outside the venue." No fucking way. After taking a look at the phone that Han Yi handed to her, Billie Eilish, who was waiting in front of the steps on the right side of the backstage, received the instruction to count down for 15 minutes from the on-site director, covered her mouth, and jumped and screamed on the spot. "This is so cool." Madison Beer, who was waiting with her, leaned over and exclaimed, "Think about it, these two girls bought tickets for the entire concert just to see you. What could be cooler than this?" "I know." Billie Eilish fanned herself with her hands and was so moved that she almost cried. "Can you find them? I really want to help them pay for the tickets. You should be able to see them when you go on stage later." Facing Billie, Zhao Yaozhen still had that doting expression like an older sister. She wanted to touch Billie's hair, but suddenly remembered that it was the stage look that the hairstylist spent more than half an hour to make. She changed her hand and patted Billy's back. When you go on stage, the two of them will definitely be the ones holding signs and shouting the loudest. I will pay attention and see if I can bring them backstage to meet you and take a photo. I must find them. Thank you, Eugene. Billy hugged Zao Eugene and tried to get closer to her most trusted manager as much as possible without ruining her look. The purest and most sincere feelings between musicians and fans may be the starting point of their careers. Fans cherish every hard-won performance opportunity for musicians, and musicians also remember every fan who is familiar with their lyrics and can sing loudly with them in a slightly indifferent crowd, and even shed tears of gratitude. Without these followers, who seem silly in the eyes of others, any work of any pop musician would have no meaning. The most important people in life are those who can sing with you. This is especially true for singers. What about you, Maddie? Kanye exchanged a look of approval with Billie Eilish with a gratified smile, and then turned his gaze to Madison Beal. There should be fans coming to see you today, right? I'm not sure. Madison shook her head and smiled. There should be someone who said they will come in the private messages on Twitter or Instagram, right? Yeah, there are probably 20 to 30. Madison thought for a moment, but I don't know how many people will actually come. You know, with things on the internet, it's considered a lot to believe half of them. It doesn't matter how many fans actually come to the scene. What's important is that you know, so many people are looking forward to this performance, or at least want to see you at the Philips Arena. That's enough. Kanye encouraged her softly. Go on stage with this kind of confidence and strength. Conquer the audience one after another, and one day, everyone in the private messages will make up their minds to come to the concert to meet you. By then, your personal concert will not be priced the same as it is today. Don't charge my fans too much. Most of them are little girls who still rely on their parents' pocket money to live. I don't know if Madison's elbow is turning outward or inward, but it definitely didn't turn towards her own wallet. Look, for example, her. Madison clicked on an avatar in the private message list and showed it to Kanye. Is that her in the profile picture? It should be. She sends me selfies every day. What a cute little girl. Kanye looked at the little girl in the phone, who hadn't even grown all her baby teeth yet and was at most 6 or 7 years old, and felt inexplicably familiar. Really? She is simply my little angel. She sends me a good morning message every morning when she wakes up, says good night to me every night when she goes to bed, and takes pictures of what dramas she rehearsed at school and what cakes she ate in the restaurant, and sends them to me. Madison swiped the screen upwards, and the dense grey bubbles and photos in between lasted for at least a few months. Then will you chat with her? Of course. Otherwise, do you think she would insist on sending me so many messages? It started last Christmas. When talking about this little fan, Madison's words were filled with a rare tenderness and careful of mature responsibility. But I've made it clear to her that I'll only talk to her on weekends, so she can't keep bothering her dad to use the phone. Also, I told her that she has to be a good kid every week, study hard, and not make her parents angry. If she's too naughty, I'll ignore her that weekend. You're a good parent, Maddie. Kanye pulled back a little, looking impressed. Then it's a deal. Next time we are on tour, we have to hold a concert in Safi. We have to hold one in Safi's city. Then we have to go across the sea. Safi is in England. Madison pulled the black coat down to her elbows, revealing her smooth, flawless, but well-defined shoulders. I don't dare to think about the European tour yet. Let's do every performance right now. How do I look? I look like a pop star. Kanye took a half step back and looked carefully at Madison Beal's outfit for the performance today. The metallic black Alexander Wang bomber jacket is lined with a white celine corset found in a vintage store in Fairfax. The grey sweatpants on the lower body are very simple, from Old Navy, $30 a pair, and they match the black high-top sneakers from Buffalo, London. Madison is extremely averse to high heels. Even when attending formal award ceremonies or industry parties, she always prepares a pair of flat shoes to change at any time. Therefore, high-top sneakers, which make you look taller and can be padded with a layer of height increasing insoles, have become the most suitable shoes for Madison's performances. The whole outfit is combined together with a casual and casual style, which is not suitable for the retro slow love songs of Lana Del Rey, which Madison loves, but it is a perfect match for the arrangements of Moombahton and tropical house styles of two producers, Major Lazer and Cheat Codes. Although she doesn't have the God-given head-to-body ratio of Barbara Pavin, Madison is bright and attractive, and has her own unique charm. Oops, I'm comparing them again unconsciously. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Madison posed to show Hanyi her collarbone, which became more attractive after her short-term weight loss. Of course it's a good thing. Hanyi leaned on the edge of the stage, poked his head out, and said, "Look, there are thousands of people outside, all waiting for an extraordinary pop star to start their wonderful night." Madison stood on tiptoe and looked at the audience along Hanyi's line of sight. There were still a few minutes before the official opening. At this moment, the indoor lights of the Philips Arena were all lit up, making the venue brighter and more dazzling than daytime. Most of the 7,100 spectators had already taken their seats. They were whispering excitedly, or gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to take pictures with their backs to the stage. A small number of customers who were queuing in the outer ring to buy hot dogs, pizza, cola, and beer also entered the venue one after another, struggling to make their way through the crowd and trying to identify their seat numbers. No matter what kind of noise was made, the background noise generated by each person was actually not too loud. But when 7,000 kinds of sounds come together, even a trickle will become a surging river, especially in an indoor basketball arena with a huge echo. With his left hand on the stage, Madison believed and felt that the temporary floor was shaking slightly. 7,100 people, of course, does not sound as grand as 20,000 people. But once the crowd expands to such a scale, thousands, or tens of thousands, at least from the sound sense, are almost the same. This is a 5-minute countdown. Just as Madison's heartbeat began to accelerate sharply, a deep male commentary voice burst out above the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, your future now. The tour will start in 5 minutes. Please take your seats as soon as possible." The notice without any emotional fluctuation still caused loud screams from the audience. This is the atmosphere at the performance. The audience is highly focused and excited. They will cheer along with everything they hear. "Okay, Madison. I have to say first, you look really radiant today." Samantha Gowlett, the production manager of the concert, walked over to Madison Beal, flipped through the process sheet in her hand, and smiled at the opening guest who was about to take the stage in a friendly and almost flattering way. Everyone behaves differently under heavy pressure. Most people will choose to relieve stress by yelling at each other, while a few people will be like Samantha, who is too nice to everyone, so that every link of the performance can be completed smoothly and not be hindered by human factors. "Oh, thank you. Samantha, you too." Madison glanced at Samantha's name tag and smiled an equally friendly smile. It's not that she is arrogant, but there are too many staff members on the scene. Those who come and go can only be distinguished by the plastic work badges on their chests. "I haven't washed my hair for 3 days. Never mind that. Let's go through your performance process again. Okay. Madison and Zhao Yaozhen approached Samantha together. As the tour manager who is responsible for Madison Beal's related affairs for this show, Zhao Yaozhen also wore a headset that can communicate with Madison and the performance team in real time. Once any problem occurs in the performance, whether it is related to the artist, visuals, sound or other details, Zhao Yaozhen needs to communicate and solve it in time with Live Nation. According to our call sheet, a 1-minute tour promotional video will be played at 7:58, and after that, the live DJ will take about 15 seconds to introduce you. When you hear your name, you can go on stage directly, without any other signals. Applause, screaming, waving, introducing yourself. Then we need you to give us an okay, or a thumbs up gesture, to tell us when to play the accompaniment, okay? Especially the third song, No Promises. There is no drum beat in the prelude, so we have to be extra careful. Understood? Madison turned to look at Zhao Yaozhen. "Yaozhen, you will be at FON at that time, right?" "Yes. Can you please emphasize it to them again? No promises needs an 8-bar metronome in front. I'm afraid that the live environment will be too noisy, and I won't be able to hear the intro through the headphones." Of course, this is written on the technical requirements form. We also communicated it once during the rehearsal just now. I will supervise them to hang up the metronome later. Yasin nodded seriously and replied, any other requests? Oh, just 2 more bottles of Poland Spring on the right side of the stage. It's already there. You are the best, Yasin. It's what I should do. Zao. Yasin smiled lightly. Then I'll go to the mixing desk first. Dylan, if there are any problems with the monitoring desk, please communicate with me directly. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Yasin. Han Yi nodded to his manager partner and said in Chinese, it's my job, Yi. Zao. Yasin glanced at Han Yi calmly, hesitating for a few seconds before continuing in Chinese. Let's talk after the performance. What are they talking about? Madison looked at Zao Yasin's back as she walked away quickly and then looked at Han Yi, who was standing there with his eyes downcast. She was so curious that she almost forgot that she had a concert venue with 7,000 people to prepare for. However, before her thoughts drifted too far, the lights in the auditorium suddenly went out and another wave of screams followed, which pulled her back to reality. From left to right, 2 extremely clear side silhouettes appeared on the 60-foot wide borderless screen against the background of the gradient blue curtain. At 7:58 p.m., the tour promotional video started playing on time, not a minute earlier or later. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. This is an important public service announcement. The magnetic female voice echoed in the venue, stirring the audience's emotions even more. In the summer of 2016, we will usher in We Are Cool for the Summer. In the middle of the introduction, Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas's hit singles were interspersed with sampled slices. Demi Lovato, I Still Get Jealous. Nick Jonas, Future. Now, the tour. Start now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the opening guest, Madison Beer. I looked at a little bit of the monthly ticket yesterday, but I didn't quite understand it. Can you show it to me again? Law, Card War of the Realms is a new book by a friend. He plagiarized my creativity and added endless illustrations to the novel. Every card has a picture and even a card back. But he is a supernatural battle type, so I generously forgave him. I also helped him promote the book. I'm really a good person. You can take a look at it if you have nothing to do. Chapter 171, A Stunning Explosion, Part 2. Artists on Stage. Hearing the voice coming from the monitoring headphones, Madison Beer took a deep breath, turned around, and gave a thumbs up to Han Yi, Karen Guo and other team members. After seeing the applause of encouragement, she nodded heavily, indicating that she received the signal, and then put on a scorching smile and trotted up the stairs. The reason why she said she saw the clapping was that at this moment, all her hearing was used to capture the sound in the headphones. Introduce yourself in 15 seconds. Keep it brief. When another instruction came from the headphones, Madison Beer just came to the center of the stage. The searchlights hanging above the audience seats had all gone out, and even on the stage, only the top light and face light tracking Madison were still on. However, Future Now, the tour did not distribute fluorescent bracelets to the audience, or in other words, this mid-range performance with only 7,100 tickets sold, did not have any extra budget to decorate the audience seats. Therefore, all Madison could see at this moment were the indistinguishable faces and arms of the audience closest to her, and their raised mobile phones. Madison knew they were shooting a video, but there was no doubt that the screens were facing away from the stage, so she could not see any details. The green light from the mobile phone screen could only make the audience and the audience blurry, like strange creatures of deep-sea jellyfish. Standing on the beach late at night, with a bright moon above her head and a deep and dark sea in front of her, a few glowing jellyfish rose and fell on the sea surface. This was all Madison Beer saw. Most performers find it difficult to get stage fright on such a large stage, and this is the core factor. The audience is full of jellyfish. The audience is full of jellyfish. After repeatedly hinting to herself in her heart, Madison raised the microphone to her mouth with her right hand, raised her left hand high in the air, and introduced herself loudly. Good evening, Atlanta. I'm Madison Beer. Are you ready to start the carnival tonight? As the voice fell, deafening cheers rang out in the venue. Madison knew very well that these cheers were not welcoming her or looking forward to her performance. They were just happy that the concert was finally about to begin. In a highly excited state, even if Madison shouted wubba lubba dub dub on the stage, most people in the audience would not know what was going on, but would cheer along. Madison Beer, the Instagram model? She's not an Instagram model. She seems to be an artist signed by Justin Bieber. What's the difference? Hell, she's pretty hot. I'd hit that. Madison naturally couldn't hear the various discussions in the audience, because before the last sentence of the self-introduction was finished, another male voice gave instructions in the headset. Here we go. Melodies. 2, 3, 4. As long as it does not exceed the curfew agreed with the venue, it is normal for the main guest to pace around on the stage, chat with the audience, and take the opportunity to restore their physical strength and voice condition. After all, this is their performance, their home court, and the audience will feel that they have earned their ticket price if they can hear them talk more. But the opening guests were different. The time wasted by the leading actors was all taken away from them. There was no chance to breathe. 3 songs in 15 minutes, plus the opening and curtain call. The time that could be wasted was less than 30 seconds. So, before Madison could react, the prelude of melodies sounded in her monitoring headphones, and the metronome regularly tapped her eardrums and made a crisp sound. Verse 3, 4. In order to ensure that the singers did not go into the wrong beats and the performance went smoothly, the audio engineer of the phonicsing console would directly help the artists count the beats at the entrance of each vocal. Stage performances have never been about the singers on the stage fighting the darkness alone. Behind her, there is a whole professional team that reassures people. All Madison needs to do is to follow the instructions step by step and perform normally. The melody lingers in my head, and the little notes dance on the bedside. The song is intertwined in my hair, and the black and white keys can be seen everywhere around me. Emma Watson, the main creator and producer of the song Melodies, later became famous for the song, How Deep Is Your Love, that she collaborated with Calvin Harris. But in 2016, she was still a composer who was more active behind the scenes. Her clients are mainly youth pop groups such as Little Mix, JLS and The Wanted. Therefore, Emma Watson can write dozens of songs a day that would not be out of place as the theme song of any Disney TV series. The bad side is that the melody is straightforward, the lyrics are old-fashioned, and the arrangement and instrumentation are particularly templated. The good side is, fans of Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas like this. My heart is beating with a drum beat, and my favorite song is playing on repeat. Beethoven's Ninth Symphony is ringing in my ears, and it keeps going. Their idol became famous all over the United States 10 years ago by singing similar youth ballads. The melody and lyrics of Melodies, as well as the 2013 MV played on the borderless big screen behind Madison, are like a DMC-12 in Back to the Future, pulling these adults who have been away from the 2000s back to the era when teen pop dominated the music scene. Holding up their phones or sodas, many people began to wave their arms and shake their bodies to the strong drum beats. Although this is no longer the music they would play repeatedly behind the bedroom door, it is still fun to recall it again in the safe environment of the concert. How old is this song? Who knows, maybe it was released when she was 8 years old. Cheesy. Of course, in any occasion, there will always be a master of counter melody who is sober when everyone else is drunk. By criticizing this teen pop song in a sharp, humorous, or completely inhuman way, they can show their higher values in front of their friends, partners, or children. At least that's what they think. The melody of Do Re Mi is as simple as ABC, but as beautiful as a symphony. I'm talking about the feelings between you and me. The melody lingers in my mind and echoes in my heart all the time. I used to be a little out of tune, but you carefully corrected my voice and made me a better person. To be honest, Madison Beer on the stage didn't have any special feelings about the debut single chosen by Scooter Braun and Island Records for her. To be more blunt, it might be more appropriate to describe it as disgust. Bubblegum-like teen pop is not the label Madison wants to put on herself. But likes and dislikes are likes and dislikes, and professionalism is professionalism. This song, Melodies, is tailor-made for her vocal range. She has sung it at least 200 times since 2013. Madison Beer can perform it accurately without any mistakes, even if she closes her eyes and stands on her head with two vases on her feet. The emotions are not here, so it is naturally not outstanding, but it is enough to be the first song of the opening set and a good start for the following performances. Great. One more time. Verse, 3, 4. Chorus, all in. Bridge in 2, 2, 3, 4. In the orderly coordination with the mixing console and the monitoring console, Madison Beer continued to advance the song, and the second verse, the second chorus and the interlude all ended smoothly and steadily. Boy, you're my favorite song. I only want to hear your voice in my headphones. Great, Madison, well done. The applause from the audience was not as enthusiastic as when she first appeared, but it was still pretty good. Madison's expression was not stiff at all. She had long expected the response to the song melodies. With a nearly perfect professional arc at the corners of her mouth, Madison tapped the monitor headphones with her fingertips as a way of giving recognition to the audio engineer and other support teams. Now, a brief 15-second introduction. Cold Water, go. I'm very happy to come to Atlanta to open for Demi and Nick, and I thank everyone for their enthusiasm. Next, my second song is called Cold Water. Justin Bieber Major Lazer, Zao Yalzhen, who was standing in front of the mixing console, gently reminded Madison of the key points she should talk about next. This song is a collaboration between Justin Bieber Major Lazer and me. It has not been officially released yet, and you will be the first audience to hear it live. Compared to her self-introduction at the time of her appearance, Madison's description of Cold Water was much more accurate and detailed, and the sensation it caused in the audience was also stronger and more real. See, I told you, she was signed by Justin Bieber. Bieber collaborated with Major Lazer? What the fuck? This news is too explosive. Hasn't he made a song with Major Lazer a long time ago? That's Jack U, and they both have Diplo, but they are not a group. Which group is Major Lazer? The one who made Lean On? Shut your hole. No way. There was a new round of cheers and screams. She didn't need to take off her headphones to listen carefully. Just judging from the vibration amplitude of the stage under her feet, Madison knew that it was much louder than before. She knew very well that most of these sudden cheers were because of Justin Bieber. Another small number of people are electronic music fans who can quickly associate Major Lazer with Lean On. This is the meaning of collaborating with an epoch-making phenomenon. Even if you are not at the scene, even if you don't sing on the same stage, you can still elevate her to a whole new level in the eyes of the audience. Madison Beer, who sang melodies, is an Instagram singer who came out of nowhere. What about Madison Beer, who collaborated with Justin Bieber and Diplo on Cold Water? Oh my god, the first song of the new song, Give Me the Phone. A young red-haired girl on the left side of the fourth row anxiously asked her boyfriend to hand her the backpack. As soon as this song is released, she will definitely become a big hit. It's a bit exaggerated to become a big hit, but there is no problem with the exposure rising steadily. After all, 5 years ago, and 5 years later, those who can appear in the same song with Justin Bieber will basically become popular quickly, or even become a popular superstar. Dim the front light, and change the top light to white. Turn off the other lights, and play the lyrics VJ. Amid the increasingly noisy speculation, the Live Nation performance team still strictly followed the schedule on the call sheet to execute each link. The lights on Madison's head and face changed to pure cold tones, and the dark blue ball with the Major Lazer logo slowly falling on the big screen created a cold atmosphere that was completely different from melodies. A staff member ran up to the stage and handed Madison a stand with a microphone already clamped on it, then took the handheld microphone from her hand, quickly turned it off, and slipped down from the other side. The metronome is 4 bars ahead. Justin's stem comes out first. Don't sing. Wait for my signal. Cue Justin. 2, 2, 3, 4. You know, sometimes everyone will choose to let their spirits reach the peak of bliss. After all, when life hits a low point, what other ways are there to escape? In the first 4 bars, Madison lowered her eyes, holding the stand with her left hand and the microphone with her right hand, quietly appreciating Justin Bieber's vocals with the audience. This is the entry method deliberately designed by the HAL music team. In the song Cold Water, Justin Bieber is the absolute protagonist and an excellent aid to help the audience better remember the name Madison Beer. Playing Justin's vocals first, and then letting Madison follow up from the 5th bar of the verse can better raise the fans' expectations. Really Justin. He has a nice voice. Among the fans of the Jonas Brothers, there are quite a few girls who are also believers. In other words, if Justin Bieber and the Jonas Brothers come to Atlanta for a concert together, even if the organizers give them money, these girls will probably choose to abandon the latter and choose the former. This is the influence of the world-class superstar created by the music and media industries. The girls put their hands on their chests, side or and read the grey and white lyrics that kept emerging on the rippling indigo waves on the endless screen with starry eyes. So, take a deep breath and let it happen naturally. I don't want to see you drowning in sadness alone. After 4 bars, Justin Bieber's voice faded, and Madison Beer's voice was like a flawless jade thrown into the center of the lake, rippling layers of ripples in the freezing winter lake water. It was also cold water, but Justin's voice was more like a glass of death afternoon, a mixture of absinthe and champagne. Although there is also a taste of bubbles and syrup, it is more of astringent herbs and alcohol. After becoming famous at a young age, Justin's voice is no longer as clear and moving as it used to be under years of pressure, indulgence, revelry, and decadence. It looks like sweet and delicious juice, but when you swallow it, you will find that it is the most lip-smacking liquor. But Madison Beer is different. Yes, she is also a YouTube cover star who is famous all over the United States before she reaches puberty, but her career is far less brilliant than Justin. After 3 years of struggling in Hollywood, Madison, who was covered in bruises, not only did not climb to the top, but instead slipped and rolled down the lower half of the mountain and happened to bump into Kanye's arms, literally. She has never tasted the taste of a real superstar, but she still maintains the most authentic expectations and the best original intentions. No matter how brave she looks, no matter how many times she has pressed Kanye against the wall and kissed him, Madison Beer is still the same as the little girl who flew from Long Island to Los Angeles for the first time to sign a contract. She is a pineapple car leader, from her appearance to her temperament to her voice. Rum, coconut milk and pineapple juice are mixed together and then covered with a pineapple slice and a Mascherano cherry. The freshness and sweetness of a girl are fully displayed in the bright light yellow. At the same time, the frankness and hotness of the newly grown are also quietly hidden in it with the precipitation of rum, and the delicate cherry floats freely on the water. Anyone who casts the first glance at this drink will be attracted by it. That is the most sincere and passionate love. Such colorful identity recognition, such a rich and interesting inner world, are all melted in this small drink. A cup of retro treasures from the black and white pictures of the 1950s. To describe it in a simpler and more straightforward way, Madison Beer's voice is Lana Del Rey swallowing Ariana Grande alive. The silky and soft singing voice slowly flows out of the array speakers, which makes many people at the scene exclaim, "She's really good." If you feel like you're sinking, I'll jump into the freezing water for you without hesitation. Maybe times have changed, things have changed, but my patience for you remains the same. From collaborating with Jack U to releasing Purpose, Justin Bieber, who fully embraces pop electronic music, especially Mountbatten music, has released many popular masterpieces in the past 2 years. What do you mean? Sorry, where are you now? Each song is invincible on charts and streaming platforms around the world. But even so, Cold Water can still be regarded as Justin Bieber's best electronic music single so far, or even the best music, without a doubt. The same evaluation can also be transplanted to Diplo intactly. Lean On may be the most played song in the world since the concept of streaming platforms was invented, but Cold Water, in terms of pure listening experience and quality, is by no means inferior to the former. The vocal production is impeccable, and the harmony in the chorus is rich and clean, perfect and never seems to be dragged. The composition of the verse is extremely simple, with a guitar riff, a piano lead, and a neat and free bass line, which are perfectly matched. The use of electronic music element is crucial, but very rare, and will never overwhelm the natural sound of the instruments. The arrangement and instrumentation itself are also well thought out. There are not even 10 accompaniment tracks in the verse part, which gives the singer enough room to play. In the chorus, the vocals are not weakened by the enhancement of the drums and the lead. Instead, they are naturally integrated into the emotional progression of the entire drop, pushing the song to a climax. Coupled with the sense of expectation created by the pre-chorus and the new style of change brought by the interlude to the slightly repetitive and dull structure, the song Cold Water is really like a boat on the water. One wave after another, one highlight after another, one explosion leads to another explosion, which makes the audience exclaim with excitement. The Marvel movies have been so successful around the world because of this continuous excitement. If Lenon is the first Avengers movie, Cold Water is definitely Endgame. It's more exciting, more grand, more detailed, and more thrilling. Tonight, I will be your lifeline tonight. I won't let go. When the last high note of the current chorus ended, Diplo and his Major Laser's bass Mountbatten drop exploded in the Philips Arena. Madison Beer and her dancers performed simple and powerful dance moves that had been rehearsed hundreds of times in Los Angeles over the past month. In front of them, the long-awaited fireworks column erupted upwards, and the scorching heat made the air in the front row of the audience slightly distorted. The CO2, which turned into a white cyclone, rushed forward with colorful confetti. At the same time, the searchlights above the audience were suddenly lit up, giving the colorful sequins flying in the sky a dreamlike brilliance. This is the performance effect that HMG and Live Nation's tour team have repeatedly communicated about many times. Live Nation wants to save some energy on the opening guest, but Hahn Music and Renu's management team will never give in. Because they know that Cold Water, a high quality music that can drive the whole audience into madness, must be accompanied by enough noisy live special effects to play its maximum effect. This wasn't the future now, the tour kickoff. This was the climax of the Tomorrowland Festival's primetime. Drums, dancing, fireworks, air columns, colored films, all the element that can drive humans crazy burst out at the same time, instantly igniting the passion in the hearts of the audience. In the 2010s, when electronic music and rave parties were popular, such a celebration moment was a common scene for the 7,100 fans at the scene. Everyone knew that there was only one thing they needed to do now. That was to throw their brains, hearts, souls, and everything that could be used for thinking into the air, and merge them with the brains, hearts, and souls of others, to form a huge disco ball. Then suddenly explode. The joy that exploded into pieces, and sprinkled like a heavy rain in the audience. The only way to get more joy was to jump up as high as possible and swing your arms back and forth faster. Atlanta, let's go. Madison Beer's eyes were filled with stars, composed of the audience in a state of revelry and the confetti falling on their heads, shoulders and everywhere else. This is really awesome. Is this my performance? Did I make them look like this? Yes, Madison prefers retro love songs like Lana Del Rey, but as a performer, no one can refuse the pleasure that only God can enjoy at this moment. With a gesture, a shout, and a drum beat, 7,100 people can be brought to the top of the mountain. Everyone will encounter confusion in life. This is how we learn and grow. Even if the years climb up your cheeks, I still want to sleep with you. You don't have to fight this battle alone. If you feel like you are sinking, I will jump into the freezing water for you without hesitation. Maybe things have changed, but my patience with you remains the same. The atmosphere was completely different from the first verse. When Madison sang another verse with different lyrics, but the same melody, no one was sitting down in the Philips Arena. Who would sit down when listening to Mountbatten's music? Suriname's Moomba and Jamaica's reggae were created for only one purpose, that is, to make those who hear them dance from morning to night, and can't stop their hearts from wanting to jump. The drop part is coming again. Madison put one foot on the monitor and pointed at the audience seats that had already obeyed her orders. Like a victorious princess returning from the battlefield, she proudly gave orders. When I count to 3, I hope to see everyone's feet leave the ground. And I hope you know. 1, 2, 3. I won't let go. I really like writing chapters about this kind of performance. I wonder if you like it. Chapter 172 Marshmallow. Thank you, Sunrise City. As the tale of Cold Water faded away, Eric Lopez reminded her of the 20-second introduction. Madison took a deep breath and pressed her left hand on her chest, trying to calm her heart, which was beating wildly due to the intense exercise and extreme excitement. This was the second time she sang this song, since she embarked on the tour. The premiere in Atlanta 2 days ago was a great success. There was no need to do any sampling surveys or follow-up questionnaires. Just from the decibels created by the audience after the song ended, we can see what kind of surprise and impact this song brought to the 7,100 people in the audience. High quality party music always gives people a throbbing feeling of wanting to dance again after the hustle and bustle and joy have settled. Many audience members raised their mobile phones and wanted to use Shazam to identify the music, but to their disappointment, this Cold Water, as Madison introduced, has not yet been released to the public. It is undoubtedly unfortunate to hear a good song, but not be able to save it and enjoy it repeatedly. But think from another perspective, the electronic music fans who came to participate in Future Now, the tour are also lucky, because they can listen to 2 electronic music masterpieces of the same quality at a time. Both are from Madison Beer. I can see that you really know how to party. Madison waved to the group of little fans standing in front of the Iron Horse, holding the cardboard with the words Madison Beer on the left and various photos of her on the right, and greeted her screaming. In Atlanta, only Billy's fanatical fans were seen. Madison was still a little envious in her heart. She didn't expect to see her name being waved in the air so soon. Although there were only 4 people, it was already a particularly good start. Come on, Maddie. Madison Beer cheered herself up in her heart, and she didn't stop introducing herself for a second, because the dance director in the headphones kept counting down like a life-threatening situation. 10 seconds countdown. Prepare the accompaniment of No Promises. Next, the last song I want to bring to you is my latest collaboration with Cheat Codes. At this point, Madison raised her chin slightly and cast her eyes towards the VIP box located in the middle mezzanine of the BT&T Center, which was facing her. A song about not building up expectations for each other, so as not to destroy the magic of love. No Promises. Here we go. It cuts me like a sharp blade, and the pain goes deep into my bones. I want to quit you, but you know that this will only make me love you more. Cold Water, as the song's name suggests, brings a sensory experience that is like standing on the black sand beach of Iceland, with blue waves in front of you that seem to freeze into ice at any time. Black line formed by the mixture of volcanic ash and fine sand for millions of years under your feet, and the lover who has just been rescued from the sea, who is dying in your arms. No matter how dangerous and complicated the surrounding environment is, the firm choice of never letting go is the most touching. No Promises, a song called Tropical House, is true to the apt name people give to this style of music. When the 115 BPM 4/4 drum beats sound slowly and steadily, coupled with the crystal clear lead sound, even listeners who have never been to the tropics will be instantly transported to an island that has existed in their dreams for a long time. For the listeners in Sunrise City, their experience of this song is simpler and more immersive, because they live in the closest tropical place in the United States. Sunrise City, a city under Broward County in the Miami metropolitan area, is close to the Everglades National Park, and may be the city farthest from the coastline in the entire Miami. But even so, it only takes less than 20 minutes to drive from the BT&T Center, where the concert was held, to the beach in Fort Lauderdale. Floridians who breathe the sea breeze every day can naturally feel the charm of Tropical House. The music scene in Miami is as colorful as the ethnic composition here. Cubans brought conga and rumba, Haitians brought compa and zouk, Dominicans brought bachata and merengue, Colombians brought vallenato and cumbia, Brazilians brought samba, and West Indians and Caribbeans brought reggae, soca, calypso and steel pan music along with their smuggled luggage to this coastline. As the canon of the whole of Central and South America and even the Spanish-speaking world, Miami is the most prosperous region in the world for tropical music development, and it is also one of the regions that loves tropical house the most. Just look at the 7,251 audience members in the audience today. From preschoolers, held in their parents' arms to white-haired old people accompanying their grandchildren to see Disney stars, everyone knows how to dance to this wantonly and melodious drum beat. It's always too easy for us to fall in love. I just hope you won't let me sink alone. In general, Madison Beer's state when performing No Promises was much more relaxed and natural than the previous song Cold Water. Not only because there was no choreography for cheat codes, she only needed to focus on singing, but also because the person who responded to her and no promises was not Justin Bieber, who kept his distance, but Hanyi, who was becoming more and more fascinating to her. Oh, don't take this as a joke. Don't take it as a joke. There are no simple answers in love. Don't take it as a promise. Promise me, no promises. In the chord progression of FGMBBFG, a romantic love picture of the Cinema Coast jumped and vibrated between the audience's eardrums, slowly unfolding. The guardian angel who saved lost souls in the polar regions has now transformed into a lustful mortal who only seeks to enjoy the pleasure of the moment. Madison's voice became even sweeter and more charming. In the drop stage, she opened her arms and danced on the stage like a butterfly. The projection on both sides of the big screen, coupled with the long brown hair lifted by the blower, made most of the audience, both men and women, a little dazed. You know, Madison Beal's 38 million Instagram followers in her previous life had little to do with her music. She accumulated her popularity bit by bit with her face that 100% conforms to the mainstream aesthetics of Europe and the United States. Sunrise. Let me see your hands in the air. She can be a very good MC, I promise. With Madison's high-pitched shouts, the BT&T Center, like the Phillips Arena in Atlanta 2 days ago, fell into a sea of joy with the rapid spread of electricity. In the semi-open mezzanine VIP box facing the stage, a dark blonde white young man, whose whole body, including his sneakers, was snow white, stood next to Hanyi and expressed such emotion. Although he is not wearing the iconic trash can mask, anyone who has a little knowledge of the electronic music industry should be able to guess his identity. Marshmello. He is the creator of Spotify's 13 hits with over 100 million plays, the first musician to host a virtual music festival with Fortnite, attracting 10.7 million viewers online, and the record holder for the price of a Las Vegas residency for electronic music artists. 2 years, 100 performances, $60 million. The $600,000 per show is not only $200,000 higher than that of fellow DJ Calvin Harris, but also beats a number of pop music superstars. Jennifer Lopez's $350,000 per show Planet Hollywood residency signed in 2014. Celine Dion's $476,000 per show. Elton John's $500,000 per show. And even Britney Spears' $507,000 per show pale in comparison. Marshmello is the most profitable anonymous person in the world. To protect the commercial value of the mask, Marshmello and his team have implemented a strict confidentiality policy. Marshmello never appears in public without a mask. Even at a performance, he will sign a confidentiality agreement with the organizer, who can see his true face. But even the most tight walls in this world have cracks. People in the electronic music circle know Marshmello's true identity. The white guy standing next to Hanyi, Chris Comstock, whose stage name is .com, when he is not wearing a mask, is Marshmello himself. In July 2016, it has been a full 6 months since Marshmello released his debut album Joytime on his personal label Joytime Collective. The hit single Alone, that really brought him into the mainstream, was also released on the Canadian electronic music label Monstercat on the 13th of last month. Although it has not yet entered the Billboard charts, Hanyi knows that in 2 days, this trap plus FUTURE bass single, which has already gained some popularity in the electronic music circle, will usher in a period of rapid growth. On July 3rd, the fun and interesting MV of Alone will be released, and the music it carries will also become the sound of the times that will dominate the future electronic music stage for at least 2 years. Last month, including the opportunity to appear at the main station of EDC Las Vegas, Marshmello only received 5 performances. In July, this number has expanded to 11, including FVDED and the Park Music Festival in British Columbia, Camp Bisco Music Festival in Pennsylvania, Tomorrowland in the small town of Boom, Belgium, and Lollapalooza in downtown Chicago, Illinois. The opportunity to warm up for Future Now. The tour can only be regarded as the only one of the 11 performances with a scale and grade that is neither too large nor too small. In other words, this is the last window to catch Marshmello before his career completely takes off. Fortunately, Hanyi does not need to start from scratch to establish a connection with Marshmello. If you pay close attention, you will find that his nearly $500 million career is inextricably linked to Marshmello. First of all, the entertainment agency Marshmello signed with is called Circle Talent Agency, CTA, one of the largest independent agencies in the field of electronic music, second only to Paradigm Talent Agency, PTA. These two agencies, especially Circle, happen to be identified by Kanye as the main acquisition targets of United Artists Agency. CTA has a very close relationship with Utah and often books performances for its artists through the resource network of the world's third largest entertainment agency. For example, the guest performance in Sunrise City this time was a treat that Utah let slip from its fingers to CTA. If the normal historical trajectory develops, the two agencies will get closer and closer in the next 2 years, and finally announce the news of the merger to the outside world in mid-2018. In this life, Kanye naturally cannot let the acquisition case drag on for 2 years, and will never hand over the credit for strengthening the strength of Utah's music department to others. By acquiring Circle and then Paradigm, Utah has greatly increased its firepower in the music field, and has surpassed WME and CAA in the two subfields of electronic music and hip-hop music. This is not only an effective way for Kanye to enhance the strength of United Artists Management Company, but also a great strategy for him to rapidly increase his voice and influence within the agency. Whoever brings butter, flour, and sugar to the party to make the cake has the right to eat the biggest and most delicious piece. From the perspective of business development in the brokerage field, the effort to sign a 360 contract with Marshmello is a mutually beneficial thing. Signing Marshmello can enable Kanye and Utah to have a closer cooperative relationship with CTA. After getting closer to CTA and completing the acquisition, Marshmello's bond with HMG will be deeper and stronger. Of course, what fascinates capitalists about Marshmello is not just his super money-making ability in the field of live performances. The hits in Marshmello's copyright library can bring career opportunities for HMG's signed singers, such as Madison Beer or Dua Lipa, and the rapidly rising valuation of the copyright library itself in the capital market is also an extremely attractive asset for Kanye, and it is definitely not to be missed. In the previous life, also in 2018, Marshmello signed a publishing contract with Cobalt Music Group. It is said that the minimum guarantee amount alone is as high as 8 figures. The actual valuation increase that can be brought to Cobalt is at least 300 or 400 million US dollars. Be Kind in collaboration with Horch, Friends sung by Anne Mary, and Wolves, Here With Me, and Happier that can be thrown to any rising star in the group. If Kanye doesn't do his best to grab it, he can just start over again. More importantly, Kanye also needs to use the cooperation with Marshmello to set an example for the musicians of Circle Talent Agency. After all, the gold he wants to dig out from this independent performing arts agency is not limited to Marshmello alone. To give two simple examples, Phoenix Illenium and Tyrannosaurus Rex Excision, this auspicious combination of dragon and phoenix, have too many potential growth points to tap, from records to copyright distribution, to live performances and even music festivals. Many people would think that it is a pipe dream to want to become the top 4 in the music industry from scratch in just 7 years. But Kanye, who is familiar with the development of the industry, knows that after 7 years, coupled with his bottomless financial support, the top 4 is just a springboard for starting. What he needs to do is to find the key intersections in the complex grid of time and space that can influence and change the development of events, unravel them one by one, and take them into his pocket, thus becoming the master of the overall situation without knowing it. Marshmello, like Austin Rosen's Electric Feel, Ben Mosson's Tarpey and Diplo's Mad Decent, is the key intersection that triggers the whole body. Therefore, in order to ensure that the signing with Marshmello is carried out in an orderly and foolproof manner, Kanye not only brought Zao Yaozin from Renai Management and Karen Guo from Han Music, but also Adrian Nunes from Han Distribution, Celine Joshua from Han Live, and Jordan Bromley, the general counsel of HMG, all attended today's concert. These busy people are definitely not here to see the opening set of Madison Beer or Billie Eilish. Today, they have only one task, which is to take down Marshmello's manager, Emo Shalitz, the mastermind behind this top electronic music hype, and let him join the HMG ecosystem with Chris Comstock. Always remember that in most cases, signing an artist cannot just sign him alone. Many times, the management team behind the scenes is the key to the successful operation of the hype. Mo Shalets is such a person. All the business operations that shocked the industry for Marshmello, including the Fortnite Special Music Festival and the residency agreement in Las Vegas, were negotiated and implemented by Mo Shalets. Not only that, in his previous life, with the successful operation of the Marshmello brand, Shalazy also attracted the favor of industry veterans such as Afrojack, Alesso, and Guetta, and successfully cultivated electronic music newcomers such as Jaws and Death, and expanded a single-person project into the first echelon of the electronic music management company field, Shalazy Group. If such a tough guy can join HMG's management, it will definitely make HMG's already talented artist management team more creative. A team that has produced Ellie Goulding, Lana Del Rey, Dua Lipa, Diplo and Marshmello at the same time. Even legendary managers like Scooter Braun or Guy will be in awe of such a management combination. So, after the concert started, Mo Shalazy, who thought he was just there to cheer up the artists, suddenly found himself surrounded. 5 industry insiders surrounded him in the VIP box. Judging from the scene, they should be determined to win him and his artists. With the layout now laid out, Kanye no longer needs to do everything himself, like he did in the initial stage. This level of negotiation can be handled by an elite team that has been built with a lot of money. All Kanye needs to do is to sit leisurely with Marshmello on the leather seats in the front row of the box, chat about some random things, and casually drop 1 or 2 bombshells to make the artist yearn for his mysterious strength. By the way, Chris, thinking of this, Kanye cleared his throat, applauded Madison Beer, who was waving to the audience after finishing the last song, turned to look at Marshmello, raised his voice slightly, and asked, "Did Mo mention a block party tour to you?" Chapter 173 Timeline Correction. Oh, yes, August 19th, 2026, and September 4th, 9, 10, 16, right? If I remember correctly, Mo told me. Chris Comstock certainly would not be wrong. He started to contact commercial performances with the Marshmello hype in the past 6 months, and Matt Decent is the organizer who signed the most performance contracts with him in one go, no one else. $12,000 per show, 7 shows in a row. It doesn't seem like a lot, but with only 7 hours of work, Marshmello can get a salary that is 45.7% higher than the median annual income of an American household. What else can have a greater impact on Marshmello and Mo Shalets in their starting stages than tangible cash? This is the importance of advanced planning. If you wait another 3 years, by then, if you want to impress Marshmello and his management team, this number will need to be at least 100 times higher. And now, $84,000 is enough for Chris and Mo to stay in the VIP box after their performance and patiently listen to the signing conditions offered by Kanye. Yes, but that's only the North American shows. I've discussed this with Thomas, and we also hope that you can join Block Party's European tour in Barcelona, London and Paris in October. With great pleasure. Thomas has been very supportive of me since I started. Since my debut. You know, the first radio mix I made was a special for Diplo and Friends on BBC Radio 1. Really? That's a coincidence. Kanye raised his eyebrows and nodded with a smile. When was it? Last July, I uploaded a few remixes of Jack U to SoundCloud, and then the Mad Decent team contacted me and asked if I was interested in participating in his radio show. Later, he and Skrillex took me on stage with Jaws. In general, Mo and I are very grateful to Thomas. He is the first electronic music superstar to lend us a helping hand. Who wouldn't love Thomas? Even Kanye sometimes has to sigh that the acquisition of Mad is the first step into the music industry. Decent can indeed be called a perfect business operation. Not only did it tie one of the most influential figures in the electronic music industry to its own business, but it also gained extensive and deep connections and considerable convenience through him. Some opportunities may be difficult to predict even for the most meticulous and well-planned time travelers. For example, the radio program Diplo and Friends was able to help Dua Lipa's Hotter Than Hell climb to the 2nd place on the BBC radio playlist. For another example, Diplo's support and help for Marshmello may very well become the winning factor for Chris Comstock to nod his head and accept HMG's invitation. Isn't this the meaning of working with celebrities? Maybe their prices are much higher, but the reputation, fame, and status that these people have built up throughout their careers will definitely pay off after the precipitation of time. Diplo alone can leverage so many unimaginable resources and cooperation in the field of electronic music. What about the West Coast hip-hop legend Snoop Dogg? What about the record tycoons Dr. Dre and Jimmy Iovine, who even Apple wants to win over? If you want to become King Arthur who dominates the music industry and even the entire entertainment industry, you must gather the Knights of the Round Table who can go to heaven and earth. The powerful people he has come into contact with now can only reveal the tip of the iceberg of this strange world for him, and this is far from enough. You know, in different versions of history recorded by the British, King Arthur even had 150 Knights of the Round Table at most. It is so easy to enter an industry, register a company and you are a practitioner. But it is so difficult to really gain a foothold in an industry, especially in Hollywood, a promised land that flows with honey, milk and gold, and is coveted by everyone. Han Ye, who spent $500 million US, has not even made the 3 mountains that are trying hard to catch up, turn around and really pay attention to the emerging Han music group. There is still a long way to go. Therefore, as long as you can sign an artist, you can't let go of any of them. He's the best. No, he's not the best. According to Thomas, you're the best. For nearly half a year, Han Ye, who has been honing his verbal skills with various people almost every day, has reached the highest level of his ability to speak to people in a different way. And to be honest, I agree with him. Your future bass does have many personal marks with a strong style. Even if you only listen to it once, it will be fresh in your memory. It's just some tones I made myself. Nothing special. Chris Comstock sipped a sip of beer in his glass and smiled shyly. Most of the electronic music producers Han Ye has seen are as introverted and restrained as Marshmello in real life, which is completely different from the unrestrained hip-hop singers like mingles. The former wears a white t-shirt and a pair of jeans, and never changes his style for 100 performances throughout the year, while the latter can't wait to wear 8 gold necklaces on stage for every performance, throwing one away and buying another. This is also the important reason why Han Ye is willing to chat with DJs more, but try to let others deal with rapper-related matters. Producers can grab you and analyze the sound of a certain drop for 2 or 3 hours with great interest. But when you are with rappers, you can't blend into their conversation atmosphere unless you get some white powder on your nose. It's not your sound, it's your thinking. Han Ye nodded his head. As long as there is a host and plugins, anyone can make sounds on the computer. But the unique understanding of electronic music and pop music cannot be achieved by technology alone. And that is the talent that Thomas and I agree on. I don't want to judge your career, but from a personal point of view, this song alone is an excellent pop electronic dance music. Regardless of its genre and style, whether it is trap or future bass, the core is popular. I have to say, I agree with you. Many producers think that popular is an unacceptable word and an insult to their unique musical taste. But Chris Comstock is obviously not such a producer. You know, before becoming Marshmello, his old identity.com was originally working with same name, Keizo, Yultron or Slushy I to make bass and trap music. If he didn't want to go the mainstream route, he didn't need to wear this headgear. The popularization of electronic music is the key. Chris pondered for a moment and said, not only will it be of great help to the development of electronic music, I believe it is also crucial to the continuous innovation of pop music. David Guetta, Afrojack and Thomas are already doing this, and I believe I can take over their banner in the new era. Take over their banner in the new era. I like this kind of confidence. Han Ye raised the polyethylene cup in his hand and expressed his approval of Chris's mentality. The group of people behind us also appreciate your confidence. Don't be surrounded. Chris Comstock looked at his artist manager who was conducting business negotiations in 5 fields at the same time, and looked very burdened, and laughed softly. He was not worried about this Persian boy who had worked with him for more than a year, and who still looked childish, judging from the collagen on his face. Artist management seems to be a natural talent for Middle Eastern people. The Weeknd's manager Wasim Slabi is a Lebanese Canadian. Madonna's manager Guy Oshie is an Israeli born in Jerusalem. And Emo Shalazi is an Iranian American. Perhaps it is the domineering and decisiveness that Middle Eastern men have developed in traditional society, or perhaps it is their habitual exaggerated rhetoric and casual big talk that really suits them to the artist management industry. Who knows? Regardless of the reason, in the European and American entertainment circles in the 2010s, there are indeed more and more Middle Eastern managers who have entered the first echelon. Emo Shalazi is the most versatile person who can handle interpersonal relationships that Marshmello has ever seen in his career, and he is also the tough guy who is least afraid of working under pressure. The greater the challenge, the more excited he is. Chris knew that fighting with 5 professionals at the same time would not make Emo feel daunted, but would make his adrenaline soar. Some people are born to do this. He will soon start to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded. Hanyi patted Chris on the shoulder, and this is the environment I want to create for you, Chris. Outstanding creators need to be with equally outstanding creators to have a greater chance of presenting memorable works for this era. No matter how we cooperate in the future, I hope to introduce you to the signed musicians under HMG. They are really excellent. Meeting Marshmello tonight, this is the minimum expected goal he wants to achieve. Silence, which has won 35 platinum certifications worldwide, requires Khaled and Marshmello to compose the song together before it can be released. The phenomenal single Friends, which has a total online playback volume of 1 billion, lacks soul without Anmera singing. Not to mention the song Wolf sung by Selena Gomez in The Previous Life. In addition to Chris Comstock, the all-star creative team of Electric Feel, Andrew Watt, Ali Tamposi, Brian Lee and Louis Bell worked together to turn this song future bass from an idea into reality. Since Hanyi acquired Electric Feel as a whole, causing Austin Rosen and his creative geniuses to deviate from the track, he has the responsibility and obligation to do everything he can to help them get to know the people they should get to know, so as to prevent the popular classics of The Previous Life from being strangled in the cradle. I've listened to a lot of HMG artists' works. Believe me, I'm actually looking forward to working with them. For example, the one on the stage now. At this point, Chris Comstock glanced at the next box, where the O'Connors were quietly breaking the rule of not allowing videos at concerts, and were carefully photographing their children with their SLR camera, as well as the Bill family who were sitting in the row above them, and who were still very supportive of the performance, even though Madison's performance had ended. The Gulfstream G650 that Hanyi chartered from Atlanta to Miami was large enough to accommodate 19 passengers. Therefore, it was not a problem to carry 6 more people. Generally speaking, for a short flight from Atlanta to Miami, that takes only an hour and a half. The private jets that fly there should only be small models such as the Phenom 300 or Hawker 800 XP. But luckily, FlexJet just happened to have a G650 departing from Kennedy International Airport to Miami to pick up Herbert and Nicole Wortham and take them back to Manhattan, making a short stopover in Atlanta. It was understandable to take Hanyi with him to earn some extra money. You can take the artist's business car, but it's not necessary. Chris certainly didn't know that the billionaire sitting next to him could get a reward for chartering a private jet. Therefore, at this moment, his heart was only filled with admiration for Hanyi's wealthy wallet. Billie, have you heard of her music? Of course, this song Ocean Eyes has been very popular recently. The melody line and the message conveyed by the lyrics are very good. It's hard to imagine that this is a debut work of a 15-year-old child. 14.5 years old, and he's still half a year away from turning 15. Hanyi folded his arms across his chest and took a deep breath. He stared at the end of the venue with a doting look that was more like that of a father than a brother, at the little girl with half-closed eyes singing softly. Unlike Madison Beer's pop electronic set that ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue from beginning to end, Billie Eilish brought a completely different independent pop experience to the audience of Future Now, the tour. Whether it was the warm-up guests who took the stage before her, or the 2 main guests who were waiting in the wings, their musical styles were very different from this silver-haired girl in bright yellow. I've been paying attention to you for some time. Ocean Eyes always make me stare at them. Ocean Eyes has been on the Billboard charts for almost a month. peaking at number 57 and ranking number 64 this week. It's not as good as Panda, which anyone can sing a few lines about, and it can't even touch One Dance, which has been at the top of the charts for who knows how long. But the total number of streams on the entire network is approaching 5 million, and the number of MV plays on YouTube is 1.4 million, which is enough to make Ocean Eyes a small hit with good momentum, which is gradually leading Billie Eilish into the public eye. Just listen to the chorus of the fans in the audience. Although it was not a grand scene where everyone in the audience held up their mobile phones, recorded with tears in their eyes, and choked up with sobs, the people who could sing this song in the BT&T Center did not exceed 100 in total, and it still seemed a bit sparse and lonely in the venue with a total area of 872,000 square feet. But this had already greatly exceeded Billie Eilish's expectations. She originally thought that, even if someone had heard of Ocean Eyes, should only be a fleeting glimpse in the playlist of the radio or streaming platform, and the next song will be switched after less than 30 seconds of listening, leaving no deep impression. Unexpectedly, there is actually someone who can sing along with her melody word for word. Billie waved towards the area with the loudest chorus, and smiled with great surprise. Her voice, which was not particularly stable in the live environment, was even more trembling. No matter how much she has achieved from scratch in the past quarter, a 14-year-old child is still a 14-year-old child. Billie is currently at the end of her voice change period, and her control over her voice will naturally be much weaker than that of a normal adult. Coupled with the drastic ups and downs of her emotions, it is normal for her to have some flaws in her pitch. However, Zhao Yaozhen had already considered this point. Just like her performance on Jimmy Kimmel's live show, she put all the harmony tracks of the chorus in without missing a single one. She also asked the audio engineer to layer a layer of the main vocal stem in the main part of the song to achieve a semi-open microphone effect. With the harmony of Phineas and the cooperation of the fans, the opening song presented by Billie in Sunrise City did not cause any problems for the audience. It's unfair. You know too well how to make me cry. You only need a gaze from those ocean eyes. I'm so scared. I have never fallen so deeply. I fell in your ocean eyes. This is a composition ability that can truly stand the test of time. Chris Comstock in the VIP box exclaimed. The simplest melody line, plus the simplest arrangement, can actually produce such an effect. I still stick to that point of view. If there is a chance, I would be happy to make a remix for her. Her creation plus your reinterpretation will be a match made in heaven. But I don't think it's this song. Hearing Marshmallow's words, Hanui pursed his lips and smiled, then shook his head. After the song Ocean Eyes was finished, there were more applause than cheers from the audience. For this kind of slow song that requires concentration to appreciate, screaming and shouting are inappropriate. Live performances are mainly about the atmosphere. From this point of view, Ocean Eyes and Billie Eilish's third single 6 Feet Under are inherently less competitive on the tour. Fortunately, she also has a song about crime and death, which is cold and dark, bittersweet, but at the same time light and playful, catchy, and cool enough that even Generation Z will have to digest it for a while. This is a pop electronic music. You'll like the next song more. It can represent the best Billie Eilish in my heart. I still want to say sorry to everyone. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that there would be so many things to do after my family passed away. Now I'm basically running around every day and not at home at all. In addition, I have to go on business trips and tours every weekend. So the updates in the past few days have been affected. I sincerely apologize to everyone here. I promise that I will resume normal updates after I have dealt with the things at home. I will work harder and strive to write 10,000 words every day. Chapter 174 Belik. Well done, Billie. Thank you. And then 30 seconds to introduce. Next song, Belik. Go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Following the prompt of the stage manager in the monitoring headphones, Billie took the microphone off the microphone stand and walked forward a few steps. Unlike the stage setting of the Phillips Arena in Atlanta, the stage design team of the BT&T Center in Sunrise City also placed a small T-shaped stage in front of the original main stage. Standing at the front of the T-stage, Billie glanced at the audience seats surrounding her on 3 sides, thought for a moment, and then asked, Liv, are there any friends coming to the show? If you are here with a friend, make some noise. Following Billy's instructions, a burst of cheers suddenly broke out in the venue. There were both parents and children and couples in the audience, but no matter what type of concert, the most common combination is a few like-minded friends with similar musical tastes who make an appointment to watch the show together. Very good, very good. Hearing the enthusiastic response from the audience, Billy narrowed her eyes slightly, and a dangerous evil smile appeared between her cheeks. Now, think about it in your mind. Have they done anything that makes you want to solve their mistakes? Because the next song is about how you killed them cruelly and ruthlessly, then threw the bodies in the backseat and drove to the wilderness to bury them. The next song is called Bel-Air. This is why Billy and her management team required at least 30 seconds of introduction time between the first and second songs in the technical requirements list. Bel-Air is a curious dark dance song. The opening introduction of it should also make people feel fear before the first note sounds, so as to breed curiosity. What did she just say? She said this song is about killing friends? The friends who came together in the BT&T venue looked at each other with OMG, WTH and WTF written in their hearts. Before they could unfold the abbreviations, Billie Eilish's voice sounded again in the array speakers. Mind, 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 mind. Also written by Phineas, the opening of Bel-Air is no different from Ocean Eyes, with a simple dark pad as a bass, and then countless vocals stacked on top of each other. The opening chorus in Ocean Eyes has 12 tracks, while Bel-Air has fewer, but still 10. However, the BPM of Ocean Eyes is 73, while the BPM of Bel-Air is 100, which means that the latter is at least 37% faster than the former in terms of rhythm, which is why the intro of Bel-Air can be controlled under 10 seconds. From the 9th second, Phineas pressed a repetitive drum loop on his pad, then took a step forward to the left, holding the pick tightly in his right hand, and gently brushed it over his handmade Grand Pacific guitar. The chord progression of CMMC can be played by even an entry-level enthusiast who has just picked up the guitar for 2 or 3 days, and this perfectly reflects Phineas's musical philosophy. A heavy sword has no edge, and great skill is not elaborate. The touching part of music is not in the complicated and gimmicky tricks. Guitar and bass drum, just these two sounds, nothing else fancy. The leisure and laziness of driving on a deserted road is so appropriately displayed. The brother has already set up the tools and the crime scene. Next, it depends on how the sister in a bright yellow windbreaker and overalls will appear and kill people. Billie Eilish seems to be born for this kind of weird music that is playful and weird, cult and popular. Her posture and expression are much more relaxed and domineering than when she sang Ocean Eyes. It's as if the crazy killer in the lyrics is really her, sitting alone in the driver's seat, chewing gum carelessly, speeding on the deserted side road. My friends were not far away, in the backseat of the car, with bodies lying all over the place. Oh my god. The freckled brown-haired girl in the third row, who looked about the same age as Billy, covered her mouth and sucked in a breath of cold air. Her eyes were shining with the worship of Charles Manson by Leslie Van Houten. Have you seen the Little Devil version of Billie Eilish? Her eyes were half open and half closed, as if she had just put a piece of hallucinogen on her tongue, or she felt a little sleepy, because she had consumed too much energy in killing people. She was not tall to begin with, so she half squatted on the stage in the most comfortable posture, raised her chin slightly, and looked at the audience with eyes like Dr. Hannibal looking at the patient lying on his operating table. What can release the most fatal attraction is that the evil spirit on Billie has no trace of deliberate acting at all. She is like a piece of natural jade, no, devil's horn. It feels like evil is not her choice, but her genes. Killing you may not be, because she has anger and resentment in her heart. Maybe it's just a boring afternoon, and she wants to find something exciting to do. Taking your life, what does it have to do with you? This sounds very childish, but it fits Billie's temperament very well. It really doesn't feel out of place when it is said by her. How attractive is a girl like this to her peers? Which girl doesn't want a friend who is like an angel of revenge, always guarding her? Those crazy things, dark things, bloody things, things that will be judged as crazy once they are said, can all be done by her. I can't feel rational anymore. Where is my mind? The people who catch me will be here soon. They should turn my room upside down for that pitiful bounty. She's psycho. Chris Comstock blurted out his evaluation, but then added a supplementary explanation. In a good way. The kids of this era need little lunatics like Billy to speak out their ideas. Kanye shrugged and smiled non-committally. An increasingly distorted society needs more and more elitals. Using this ironic way, the word criticism is too heavy. It should be said. It's like a needle piercing a balloon to break the pressure. A great metaphor, Chris. I like it very much. Kanye raised his eyebrows and admired Marshmallow's ability to summarize language and his accurate grasp of popular culture and mainstream society. That's right, the United States in the 2010s needs a sharp needle to deflate the balloons called contradictions, conflicts, and hatred that are about to fill the entire room. After the Columbine massacre on April 20, 1999, gun violence, school bullying, drug abuse, teenage depression and marginalized people in society, a series of phenomena that were once deliberately ignored in the neoconservative society, began to gradually surface and attract mainstream attention. This is the last national moral panic in the United States, which is about to bid farewell to the 20th century. Of course, in this strange society, moral panic does not bring about a clean social atmosphere, but a further decline in the bottom line. The panic over the hippie movement in the 1960s made drug abuse uncontrollable. The concern about gang rap in the 1980s made gang members represented by NWA become the objects of emulation for young people across the United States. Entering the 2000s, the increasingly serious psychological problems of teenagers led the American media to widely discuss whether the millennials and the upcoming Gen Z would become another lost generation. With this discussion, American young people, who have always been bad, have found new objects to emulate and channels to vent. Any minor dissatisfaction in life can be vented through drugs, sex, and violence. Since the Columbine High School massacre, there have been 386 school shootings in the United States so far, and 356,000 students have been affected by gun violence. Every day, about 12 teenagers become victims of homicide, and 1,400 are sent to the emergency room for treatment due to non-lethal violence. In other words, violence has become the new generation of American go-to solution to solve problems. Bullied? Pick up a gun. Want to bully others? Pick up a gun. Depressed? Pick up a gun. Just looking for fun? Pick up a gun. In this social environment of continuous high pressure, the emergence of Billie Eilish and her dark music is almost inevitable. In fact, in the mid to late 2010s, a large number of spokespersons for the culture of mourning and emo music began to quickly become popular, such as XXXTentacion, Juice WRLD, Lil Peep. The content of their music is negative, even evil, but no one can deny that the preset scenes in these musicians' singles, whether violence, vendetta, or simple emotional venting, can help their fans release negative emotions in their hearts without actually committing a crime. From this perspective, the role played by Billie Eilish in Grand Theft Auto is not far apart. This distorted society with 50 school shootings every year needs Billie and Bellic. I bit my nails anxiously. I shouldn't be sent to prison when I'm still so young. What a funny situation. Billie raised her left hand high in the air, trying her best, like an unfortunate person stuck in a quagmire, and calling for help. She wandered aimlessly on the stage. Her movements were crooked, and she couldn't walk in a straight line, imitating a little girl who was drained of all her strength after a passionate murder, and was gradually pushed into guilt and madness. I can't feel rational anymore. Where is my thinking? My consciousness is starting to become blurred. Is my mind starting to dissipate? Where is it going? The repeated questioning turned into a hearty self-analysis after Phineas's 4 chic drums and the dull drums from 4 subwoofers that hit the heart. Maybe in the stinking ditch. I abandoned my lover's body there. What an expensive fate. My victory comes from the joy of revenge. I thought I would feel better if I killed him, but why? My stomach starts to hurt. Phineas and Billie Eilish are particularly good at using all seemingly simple musical element to build their bizarre melodic world. Take the chorus of Bellic as an example. The drums, bass lines and sub-bass lines made by Phineas with 808 are all plugins that come with Logic. With the vocal slices, sampled by Phineas and Billie Eilish's own main voice, the whole climax part is simple and full, clear and colorful. Unlike those producers, who can spend 5 or 6 hours a day buying plugins and sample packs, thinking that they can make good songs by buying the most expensive tools, Finesse knows very well that creativity and inspiration always come from the brain, not the host software. Beethoven didn't use Logic Pro and Auto-Tune, but did this prevent him from creating the Fifth Symphony? A true genius can carve patterns out of tofu. The arrangement and instrumentation of Bel-Air fit Billy's singing and lyrics so perfectly that the audience in the BT&T venue can be naturally brought into the murder case told by Billy and Finesse, which is completely from their fantasy world, without having to bother to understand or concentrate on listening. A demon girl who committed a heinous murder, after waking up, looked back and saw the bodies of her friends piled up in the backseat of the car, and began to regret what she had done. In the end, she ended her life with her own hands before the police arrived. She is a mentally ill lunatic who regrets becoming a mentally ill lunatic, but does not care why she has become a mentally ill lunatic. This is a weird story that Billy wants to tell. How cool is that? All the sins I have committed, let me wear this rope around my neck, a necklace that shows my sins. I just want to scare them, want them to know that I can do anything, want them to know that I'm fearless. Finesse pressed the drum kit on the Nord Stage X keyboard again and strummed the strings. He looked at his sister with a gentle smile in his eyes. This childish kid who was still cheering excitedly for a piece of corn chip with a perfect scoop of avocado sauce before going on stage has become a musical elf dominating the entire stage. A dark elf that makes people so uneasy and so fanatical. Where's my mind? Where's my mind? Maybe it's in the gutter, where I left my lover. What an expensive fate. My V is for vendetta. Thought that I'd feel better. Now I got a Bel-Air. The cheerful drum beats and desperate lyrics form an absurdity that is almost like an Italian art film. The immature youth and the deep pain of sin appear simultaneously in the voice, dance, and expression of Billie Eilish. Totally psycho and perfectly pop. Okay, I declare that I'm her fan now. What's her name? Billie Eilish? On the far right side of area 107, a thin black-haired boy raised his orchid finger slightly and carefully aimed the camera of his mobile phone at Billie Eilish on the stage. She's so cool. Wow, damn. I like this drop very much. Chris Comstock in the VIP box made a similar exclamation. You're right, yee. I will 100% go to her to ask for a copy of the engineering file of this song, and then make a remix. Let's put this matter on the agenda. After the performance, I will let Billie Eilish and Finesse go upstairs directly, and you can communicate face to face. Although he was talking to Marshmello, Hanye's eyes never left Billie Eilish. What is the innate X factor of a superstar? She doesn't have the voice of Whitney Houston, the figure of Dua Lipa, or the looks of Shania Twain or Belinda Carlisle, but as soon as she opens her mouth or raises her hand, she can bring the audience into her rhythm and emotions. With his hands folded on his lips, Kanye quietly enjoyed the exciting performance of his first signed artist in the fanatical atmosphere of the teenagers gradually becoming fascinated by this killer devil in front of the catwalk, and a music review involuntarily emerged in his mind. Bel-Air will not be officially released for another week, but the publicity team of Han Music has already found more than a dozen music critics working for different media organizations to write reviews for this single. Among them, the review by Lloyd Clark of Purple Sneakers was the most popular with Billie Eilish, Zhao Yao and Kanye. Billie Eilish exudes cool, not the condescending, cooler than thou attitude, not the cold, calm either. She's cool with a capital C. Bel-Air marks the return of Billie's charming and melancholic indie pop, which will make anyone with even the slightest taste in music excited. Music bloggers around the world are hyping this Los Angeles local as the next it girl in pop music. But there is no doubt that the confident attitude shown in Billie Eilish and her weird music indicates that she has a broader, brighter and more exciting future than this title. Chapter 175 The Secret of Billboard Magazine. Bel-Air is a stunning track that begins with an acoustic guitar, paving the way for a series of trap music elements, all of which are focused on conveying Billie's doom-filled lyrics. Speaking of the inspiration for the song, Billie explained, "When I write lyrics, I try to be different characters. You can write a song about murder without actually killing someone. Bel-Air is one of those songs, but in fact, its theme is more about regret and guilt. It's clear that Billie achieved her goal, because the lyrics do reach an unfathomable darkness, which seems to be a difficult artistic achievement for such a young musician. I wear my noose like a necklace. Maybe in the sewer, I left my love there. What a costly fate. All these dark abysses revolving around despair and crime are in stark contrast to her voluptuous and sweet voice. Visually, the video for Belly uses a simple backdrop and makes excellent use of it. Eilish's attitude and coolness attract the camera, and a simple but complete narrative is constructed in the beautiful and empty desert highway scene. The girl in the video is obviously running away from something, but her attitude is so nonchalant. She counts money and dances at the same time. She wears an eye-catching bright yellow while trudging on the road of escape. This mature and indifferent visual sense makes the video consistent and coherent with the music, and also shows that Eilish has a much stronger camera expression than many older artists. When approaching the first dance break, Eilish's dance moves in the picture provide an extremely wonderful contrast for the audience. The gloom of the song and the joy of the video are quite naturally integrated. Bel-Air is one of the many excellent works that Eilish has made with her brother Phineas. Next, her first solo album will definitely bring us an even more ups and downs emotional roller coaster experience. Don't forget that this little girl who has earned millions of views is not even 15 years old. After reading the last sentence in the manuscript, Han Yi took a deep breath, nodded with satisfaction, and put his phone back into his suit pocket. Well written. Jordan Bromley, who was sitting on his right, took a sip of Vespa and gave an approving reply. The other team members, with Billy and Madison, rushed to Orlando to complete the next performance. Han Yi and his most trusted legal advisor stayed in Miami. At this moment, the two were by the pool of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in the quiet and secluded Biscayne Bay, surrounded by countless pale skins baked by the sun into the color of shrimp skin, and continued their next important trip to Florida in this resort that is quite far away from the words work, struggle and career. Which media outlet is this article from? Billboard.com, from Jason Lipschutz. $2,500 $3,500 Han Yi thought for a moment and added, it's included in the $30,000 media package for Bel-Air. As the follow-up to Billie Eilish's debut single Ocean Eyes, the song Bel-Air is highly anticipated by Han Music. In the short term, the highest ranking that Ocean Eyes can reach should be 57th. Bel-Air, with its more lively rhythm, more explosive lyrics, and richer publicity gimmicks, has a deeper commercial potential. In addition, it has inherited the popularity of the artist from the previous single. In the eyes of Han Music's publicity team, entering the top 40 of Billboard is not a particularly exaggerated goal. In order to achieve this goal, Han Music has launched more than 200 playlists, pre-buried MV streaming ads on the YouTube platform, and contacted radio stations with increasingly close cooperative relationships in advance, so that Bel-Air can be included in the playlist on the day of its release. All practitioners who want to stand out in the European and American music industry must understand one thing. The Billboard Music Chart is a commercial chart launched by Billboard magazine, which is wholly owned by Eldridge Industries. And Billboard magazine, like other media brands under Eldridge Industries, such as Hollywood Reporter, is a private enterprise with profit-making purposes and development orientation. In other words, operating the music chart must be a profitable thing for Billboard magazine to persist for decades. How to make a profit? The main source of funds for an industry trading magazine is naturally user subscription income. 17,000 physical magazines and 15.2 million independent visitors per month are enough to support the magazine's personnel expenses and daily operations. However, if you want to increase the profit margin and further the profitability and asset valuation of Billboard magazine, there is another monetization channel that cannot be ignored, that is advertising. Whether it is commercial advertisements placed by brands in other fields on websites or physical magazines, or promotional materials and media resource packages purchased by various industry organizations. The latter obviously contributes more to the revenue of Billboard magazine. There is no need to guess why music companies want to place advertisements on the web version or app version of Billboard. The reason why they are determined to spend this money is the same as you think: to be on the list. As an authoritative organization that has been publishing music charts since 1913 and enjoys a high reputation worldwide. Billboard magazine actually cherishes its wings very much. The most core charts under its umbrella, including the Billboard Hot 100 Singles Chart and the Billboard 200 Singles Chart, are strictly based on the collected data, put into the formula to calculate the points, and then use this as the ranking standard. The radio play data, provided by Nielsen BDS, the sales data, provided by Nielsen SoundScan, and the online play data, provided by the streaming platform are added together to comprehensively evaluate the most popular singles and albums of the week. I believe you should have understood that the reason why Billboard's list can guarantee basic fairness is that the capital behind it actually wants to monopolize the data statistics of an industry through the list that everyone is rushing to, thereby pushing up Nielsen's own valuation. The most important step to reflect the value of a data statistics agency is to make its statistical data accurate and convincing to the industry inside and outside, just like Standard & Poor's. Therefore, it is difficult for Billboard's core list to rank among the top by purchasing some industry resource packages like DJ Mag's Top 100 DJs. However, this does not mean that Billboard magazine has no room for maneuver in the ranking. Whether it is Nielsen BDS or Nielsen SoundScan, there will be a certain proportion of abnormal activities in the data collected every week. For example, if a certain artist's single was ranked 68th in the frequency of radio play in Arkansas last week, but suddenly jumped to number 1 this week, Nielsen BDS is likely to suspect whether the single violates the Payola Act, which is the commercial bribery law. According to US law, if a record company pays a radio station to play a song, the number of plays generated in this way can only be counted as sponsored plays rather than ordinary plays, and cannot be included in the ranking data of the charts. Nielsen will mark these suspected data and submit them to Billboard magazine for independent investigation and verification. According to Billboard itself, Billboard will work with MRC Data to conduct standard audits of the reported data and work with data partners to identify and resolve anomalies. Look at this problem from another angle. If the data of two singles are exactly the same, but 10% of the data of one single is suspected to be abnormal and is not accepted, and the data of the other single is all normal, then the ranking of the latter will definitely be much higher than the former. Now do you know why you have to pay protection, media promotion fees to Billboard magazine? All record companies and promotion agencies are not clean. If you investigate carefully, more than half of the singles on the charts can squeeze out a considerable proportion of water. Only by feeding Billboard can they turn a blind eye. HMG, which wants to accumulate industry reputation and market voice through the charts and steadily move towards the fourth largest music group, must pay this money. It is not for insider operations, but to avoid being manipulated by insiders. Not only that, there are other tangible benefits to purchasing promotion resource packages from Billboard magazine. First of all, the total number of online fans of Billboard magazine exceeds 12 million. A music review manuscript, plus a promotional package for omni-channel promotion, can indeed help Bel-Air to a certain extent during the promotion period of the new song. Secondly, Billboard will regularly release some influential special issues, in-depth reports and industry forums every year, such as the Summer Music Review released on August 29th, the Autumn Release Review released on September 4th, the 40 Under 40 on September 19th, and the Tour Forum and Awards Ceremony held on November 28th. By continuing to build a close relationship with Billboard magazine through several single promotion plans such as Bel-Air, and allowing artists and team members under Han Music to participate in these projects, HMG will inevitably play a role in promoting its further entry into the core circle of the industry. In addition, although the Billboard Hot 100 Singles Chart and the Billboard 200 Album Chart can only be squeezed in by relying on real data, Billboard magazine has been developed for 122 years. So far, there are countless charts of various names, and the selection rules of each chart are also very different. As a popular electronic song, Bel-Air can participate in the selection of the dance/electronic category chart. In this category, there is a chart called Dance Club Songs, which selects the most popular songs played in nightclubs across the United States every week. Where does the data come from? Nightclub DJs certified by Billboard magazine provide their weekly playlists. It's that simple. Some online charts are even more crude in their rankings, such as weekly hot trending songs, which selects the music that has been discussed most on Twitter in a week. It is too easy to manipulate such subcharts. Yes, few normal people have the time to pay attention to these subcharts, but as a tangible resume endorsed by an authoritative organization, it can also improve the bargaining power of the artist management team and the performance agency to a certain extent. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat, so why not do it? The most important thing is that establishing a friendly and close media partnership with Billboard magazine will also give HMG more opportunities to participate in the selection of various awards at the Billboard Music Awards, which is held by Billboard's Live Performance department, and signed a 6-year broadcasting contract with ABC. This award ceremony, which is officially organized by Billboard magazine and has no authority or historical background at all, is an absolute win-win project. Billboard has made a lot of money through the TV broadcast agreement with ABC. With nearly 10 million viewers each year, ABC can earn more than $30 million in advertising revenue in one night, which is not much different from the Emmy Awards. As for the artists, the trophy they hold under the gaze of 10 million people will be given a shining halo, even if it is just an empty shell of a secret operation. Han Yi doesn't like this meaningless so-called selection, but he has to admit that it is indeed the fastest and most effective way for artists to increase brand awareness and commercial value. Half an hour walking on the red carpet, 3 hours sitting in the audience and applauding, and 1 minute on stage to give an acceptance speech can bring a 5 or 6 digit increase in value. This is an exposure opportunity that HMG cannot miss at this stage. Based on these 5 commercial considerations, the promotion project of Bel-Air will only be the beginning of the cooperation between HMG Music and Billboard magazine. Next, HMG Music's sublabel has negotiated a $100,000 all-round publicity plan for Cold Water. Once the single is launched on July 29th, all Billboard platforms will promote it simultaneously. Justin Bieber plus Major Lazer, even if it is posted on the homepage or a push notification is given directly, no user will find it abrupt. This kind of money is the easiest to make, and it is also what Billboard magazine wants to make the most. Of course, Han Yi, who can accurately grasp the historical process and development context, has his own set of calculations for Billboard magazine and other related entertainment media, but he has to wait until the time is more mature before he can start to make a move. Giving Billboard magazine $30,000 sounds a bit exaggerated, but this money is worth spending. Jordan Bromley nodded slightly, agreeing with the business decision of the new big customer of Manor Entertainment in front of him. In addition to profit, the way companies create value is face. In every industry, there are organizations that make a living by creating and selling face, and Billboard is the most critical one in the music industry, perhaps more important than the Academy. The Academy mentioned by Jordan is naturally the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences, which selects and awards the Grammy Awards. Sooner or later, you'll have to deal with them, and I think Bel-Air is the most suitable carrier. Billian. Phineas, right? Phineas's creations and live performances are really amazing. After so many years in the industry, they are the most talented and unique kids I have ever seen. No. Han Yi smiled and glanced at him, shaking his head and chuckled. What? Jordan was a little confused. I mean, you probably didn't see their performance. Han Yi pointed to his temple. If I remember correctly, when they sang this song last night, you were arguing with Emo with your face red. Can you blame me? I shed my last drop of blood for Han music. Jordan Bromley spread out his hands and humorously brushed off his slightly exaggerated praise. Well, I did not get to enjoy the performance of those two kids, but that was not without reward. Emo was quite interested in our cooperation proposal, and it is obvious that you also left a deep impression on Chris himself. After they return from Europe next month, they will find time to visit Xinhu Building and discuss the specific contract terms and development plans with us. August 30th is National Marshmallow Roasting Day. Han Yi leisurely looked out at the endless private beach outside the ivy wall on his side. Before that, can I get one? That will be my highest priority task next month. At this point, Jordan paused, thought for a moment, and then tentatively squeezed out some of his ideas. Using a 6 or 7 digit 360 contract, to attract artists to sign. This is something that any lawyer with a doctorate in law can easily do. But, I think we should be more cautious in terms of the amount and the form. Why do you say that? Han Yi asked back with interest. From the first time I met you, I knew that you were a professional with deep attainments in music. I have met most of the executives working in the big three, and your understanding and analysis of this industry far exceeds that of each of them. This is Jordan Bromley's flawless way of speaking. Before putting forward his own opinions, he always praises the other party to a high position, especially when the person he is talking to is a client. But, Han Yi tilted his head, waiting for Jordan's turn. But I don't know if you share the same opinion as me. In my eyes, the 360 contract and the entire traditional label structure are in the process of rapid collapse. Maybe in 5 or 6 years, this form of contract will no longer exist. Just like you did before, innovating the way of promotion, focusing on the playlist, and then concentrating on acquiring valuable copyrights is the best way to break new ground and grow rapidly. If Ahan Music wants to become one of the 4 major music groups on par with Universal, Sony and Warner, we must bring the wind of change to the entire industry, stay ahead of everyone, and lead by 3 or even 5 years, so that we can make a comeback when there is almost no hope, and establish an advantage. And investing such an exaggerated amount in artists, especially new artists, will only reduce our strategic and financial flexibility as a startup. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.